Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 International Symposium of Medical Education here at Taipei Veterans General Hospital. I'm Mei Yu, the MC for this event, and on behalf of the organizing committee, led by Taipei VGH Superintendent Professor Chen Wei-Ming and Vice Superintendent Professor Lin Yongyang, and Director of Medical Education Department, Professor Yang Yingying, I would like to express the deepest appreciation to all of you for joining us today. And this year, the theme of the symposium is interprofessional education. Will the metaverse reshape the vein of medical education? Exciting talks will be presented by our distinguished speakers. It is our great honor to have experts in this field around the world, including international speakers from the United States, Seattle University of Washington, Rice University, and Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, and also from New Zealand, the University of Auckland, and from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And of course, many inspiring experts here from Taiwan is also here today to share their valuable experiences with us. The organizing committee is also honored to have many esteemed guests joining us as program moderators today. So now, please join me and welcome the former Vice President, Professor Chen Jianren, here to deliver his opening remarks.
Dear Superintendent Chen Wei-Ming of Taipei Veterans General Hospital, President Lin Qihong of National Yanmin Jiaotong University, invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure and honor to give the opening remark in this important annual International Symposium of Medical Education of Taipei Veterans General Hospital. As you all have concern about the COVID-19 pandemic, Taipei Veterans General Hospital has played an important role in setting up not only vaccination sites for adults and children, but also the drive-through PCR facility at the Liberty Square of the CKS Memorial Hall. The successful setup all rely on the integration of well-trained healthcare professionals and dedicated information communication technologies, in which Taipei Veterans General Hospital is undoubtedly one of the top teaching hospitals in Taiwan. According to the recent statistics, there have been 167 healthcare professionals and 688 students from 53 countries received very solid training in Taipei Veterans General Hospital since 2014. Over 10,000 domestic medical staff and students have also completed their training here. To maintain the high quality of medical service, Taipei Veterans General Hospital and its 7 branch hospitals have continuously advanced knowledge and skills in multiple clinical disciplines through a close collaboration with international and native corporations, research and development organizations, and medical centers. Moreover, Taipei Veterans General Hospital has endeavored to cultivate numerous medical students and medical experts by implementing contemporary medical concepts, AI devices in clinical practice, and holistic health care to achieve the goal of national health policy promoted by President Dr. Tsai Ing-wen. Taipei Veterans General Hospital has successfully taken a leading role in medical education ahead of many hospitals. I'm very glad to see many good old friends attending this important annual meeting, including Professor Zhang Shangchun, Professor Lin Qizhen, Professor Lin Qike, Professor Shen Yansheng, and many others. You all are outstanding leaders in medical education in Taiwan. I'm also very glad to know Mr. Du Yijin, the founder of Taiwan AI Labs, and many international well-known experts are going to deliver their inspiring speeches in this symposium. Echoing the topic, interprofessional education, will the metaverse reshape the vein of medical education? I look forward to the ongoing transformation of an intelligent reservoir built in Taiwan. I would like to express my appreciation and congratulations to you all for organizing such a great symposium despite the difficult time of the pandemic. I would like to best wish you a very wonderful and successful symposium. Thank you very much.
Chen Wei-Ming here to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and to welcome you all to our International Symposium on Medical Education. Firstly, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to our distinguished guests, industry leaders, and experts. Over the past few years, we have seen a huge expansion in the use of digital technologies across the healthcare system. Frankly, the pandemic has made this need even more imperative. In the era of pandemic, I think we at the Taipei Veterans General Hospital has a responsibility to push the frontiers in every field, meaning that we have multiple missions to complete, to excel in fundamental research, to be an innovator in healthcare delivery, and more importantly, to continue to evolve how we educate our students and ensure they carry on our missions. Speaking of innovative technology, including artificial intelligence and the metaverse, I find it wise to look at potential benefits, risks, and dilemmas in the context of worldwide trend. So standing here today, I appreciate this opportunity to learn from the vast amount of technical expertise assembled in this room. We are honored to have Sean Sullivan, Dean of the Pharmacy School at the University of Washington, Craig Webster, Associate Professor at the University of Auckland, and Ethan Tu, founder of Taiwan AI Labs, to join us today. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to National Yang-Ming Jiao Tong University for the constant support. I believe that by participating in this symposium, we together will find new ideas, fresh energy, and novel partnerships to sustain our mission in science, education, and healthcare. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scale up impact. I wish the symposium every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. And now I would like to invite the President of National Yang-Ming Jiao Tong University, Professor Lin Qi-hong, to deliver his opening remarks. Thank you.
Hey, first I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee having me this opportunity to say a few words in the opening of the symposium. The key words nowadays in this discipline is, of course, interdisciplinary or interprofessional, innovation, as well as industry, academia, co-creation. I'm currently the president of National Yang-Ming Jiao Tong University. This is a newly formed university. It was founded in February 1st, 2021, and seems to be a relatively young university, but it is actually a merger between two renowned universities in Taiwan. The National Yang-Ming University focuses on biomedical sciences and clinical medicine, as well as National Jiao Tong University. This is mainly on engineering and on data sciences. So this merger creates a new opportunity, as I highlighted in the 4I I mentioned before, the interdisciplinary, innovation, interprofessional, and industry academia co-creation. Just recently, the government passed a new act that enabled the university to work even more closer with industry partner than before. So we took this opportunity, really bring in the engineering guys as well as the data science people to interact and collaborate with clinical clinicians as well as researchers in the biomedical discipline, biomedical field. So although the merger is just less than 2 years, but we have already seen some great momentum. And for those of you who are not familiar with NYCU's interactions with Taipei Veteran General Hospital, let me just put it this way. I personally got my intern and other medical kind of training in the Taipei VGH. And currently, the Taipei VGH is the major teaching hospital of the NYCU, which is currently a university of the scale of 20,000. So I do look forward to future and further collaborations and interaction with Taipei VGH Hospital. And I also I look forward to learning from the expert invited in this symposium to learn from what's happening around the world and the most current status. So with all that, I wish the big success of this symposium, and all the attendees will have a very fruitful combination today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Lin. 在今天精彩的演讲正式开始之前，主办单位想先邀请所有现场的与会者、讲者、moderator 以及主办单位的所有工作人员一起做一张大合照合影留念。那请大家稍微往中间移动一下，谢谢。谢谢大家。And now, without further ado, let's begin our first session of the day, Human-Based Medicine in the Digital Age. In this session, we're having 3 expert speakers, including the founder of Taiwan AI Labs, Mr. Du Yijing, and the Director of Medical Humanities of Rice University, Professor Kirsten Auster, and Professor Huang Xuanying from the Department of Anthropology of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And distinguished guests, including Superintendent of Taipei VGH, Professor Chen Weiming, and Vice President of National Taiwan University, Professor Zhang Shangchun, and President of National Yangming Jiaotong University, Professor Lin Qihong, will be joining us as moderators. I would like to first invite the Superintendent of Taipei VGH, Professor Chen Weiming, back on as the moderator of the first talk and to introduce our first speaker. Professor Chen, please.
Yeah, good morning, Professor Zhang Shangchun, Professor Lin Qihong, Professor Lin Qizhen, all friends in the conference room and online. Welcome all of you to join our International Symposium on Medical Education. The first keynote speech will be presented by Ethan Tu, Mr. Du Yijing. He's a pioneer and a visionary in artificial intelligence. Prior to founding Taiwan AI Labs in 2017, Ethan worked in the National Institute of Health to develop cancer detection system and human genetic research. In 2006, he started to work in Microsoft AI team and became a principal development manager in 2012. After founding Taiwan AI Labs, Ethan had led the team to the center stage of AI research. Today, Ethan will be sharing with us his expert opinion on human-centered AI healthcare solutions. Let's welcome our speaker, Ethan Tu, Mr. Du Yijing.
Mr. Du Yijing, are you ready to begin your talk?
Hello, I thought you are going to play the video. Hello?
Yes,
I'll
Mr.
play the
Du.
video.
Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, because we.
Hello， 大家好，我是台湾人工智慧实验室创办人杜一杰。那感谢台北荣总国际医疗教育研讨会的邀请，那陈威宁院长的邀请。那我今天来跟大家来说明一下以人为本的智慧医疗。那台湾人工智慧实验室，我们是在2017年创立，我们是亚洲第一个以人为本的开放人工智慧研究室。那你可以想象，就是过去台湾有这么高品质的这个医疗水准，有这么好的这个医疗资讯，那有这么专业的这个医疗的这个人才，那我们要怎么在人工智慧的时代去建立以人为本、保障人权隐私，以及从个人为出发点的这个智慧医疗，就是我们现在要给全世界的一个建立的一个基础。那所以在 AI Lab 我们建立的时候，我们有3个 principle。Innovate AI in Taiwan for the world， 就是在台湾去做人工智慧的发展，让全世界去做使用。第二个 ，Bring technology to meet natural humanity。其实这个部分我们也是在全世界第一个提到这个 AI of humanity， 就是以人为本，保障人权隐私的概念，去建立人工智慧的能力。那第3个就是我们要create impact and improvement for human well-being， 就是我们在做的这种 solution 一定是对人未来的福祉是有益的，那我们来去做。那当我们在讲到以人为本，当我们在讲这个医疗的时候，什么叫做以人为本的智慧医疗？人工智慧可以帮助什么？我们过去在讲医疗的时候，可能我们是做过一个生物统计的方法，去做出了各种疾病预防、预测、检测跟预后相关的这个措施。那当我们在讲以人为本，也就是说，在这个现在的这个时代，所有的医疗资讯，包含个人的资讯、个人的基因、个人的 medical history、个人的这种健康的活动，其实都是会因每个人而不同。那依照每个人不一样，我们在疾病的预防、预测、检测、治疗跟预后也会不一样。那这个就是依照每个人的不同，我们去透过人工智慧，我们可以去训练出不同的这个人工智慧的 model， 去辅助这个未来的这个医疗产业。那在全球，我们就把它叫做这个未来的这个 precision medicine 的这个发展，那就精准医疗的这个发展。那精准医疗的发展，它有一个很重要的观念，就是你要把这个我们能够收集得到的这个刚才讲的这个遗传医疗讯息以及个人的这个健康活动，你要怎么去透过一个有效的系统，在尊重人权隐私的方式去把它收集进来，然后去做人工智慧的训练。那所以它这个资料的收集，我们过去可能在想说，那是不是有一个很大的资料中心把所有的资料都收集进来？但其实在现在这个国际保障人权隐私，尤其像欧盟的这个 GDPR 的规范，这是不允许的。我们要尊重资料的所有人，尊重这个当地的这个法规。那我们在做资料的这个使用、收集跟训练，以及之后我们再利用，都是要尊重这个资料拥有者的这个权益。那所以我们在 人工智慧的资料再怎么去做整合，就有很多的这个规范跟措施在这上面去把它建立起来。那以台湾为例的话，就比如说台湾的市民有市民的个人资料，那现在大家所熟知的这个社交距离 APP， 其实它就是一个去中心化去做资料分析的这种方法。那在各个医院的这个医疗院所，那我们也知道各个医学中心都有非常丰富的这个资料，有这个 HIS 的资料，有 PACE 医疗影像 PACE 的资料，有 Radiology 要 RS 的资料，有这个 Electric Health Record 的这个资料。那这些资料要怎么去把它拿来运用于未来的这种精准医疗？那我们就要经过这种严格的保障治安隐私的方式去做相对应的这个措施去做学习。那我们再想到这个台湾的这种国家级的资料库，像大家所熟悉的这个健保资料库，那 Nationwide 的这个台湾 Biobank， 那甚至有越来越多的相关的这个国家级的资料库的这个收集。那这些资料我们要怎么在保障人权隐私上，可以再被运用，而且是尊重当初的资料所有人？那这就是国家级的这个资料库的这个部分。那我们也知道，这个全世界其实有很多的这个 open data， 比如说像这个医疗论文有PubMed的 data， 那我们也有很多的这个国际开放的这个比如说 NIH 它有开放的这种TCGA 这种tumor 相关的这个 data， 或者是说这种开放的这个medical image 的 data， 这个或者是说像什么 MIMI 的 data， 这其实都是有很多的全世界这种资料的这个开放。那你要把这所有的资料透过一个制度之下，把它做人工智慧的学习跟训练，也就是因为这样子，所以我们才会建立起这个联合学习的这个机制。所以其实你可以注意到，在民主国家，在最近在做这个医疗相关的这个学习，当你是以人为本 （human-centered） 的这个 AI research， 我们一定都会提到这个 federated learning。那它的 federated learning 的基本概念是什么呢？就是说资料就是留在资料所有人的系统里面。那你如果是个人的资料，那你就留在个人的 personal device 里面。你如果是属于医院的资料，那就是留在医院的这个 e-security 里面。那你要怎么通过一个机制去把它做这个联合学习运用？那这个其实就是我们现在在探讨的这个联合学习的这种运用要去怎么去做。那当我们在讲说我们要去做一个，现在全世界在讲说可信任的人工智慧的研究，都会提到联合学习。为什么？因为其实通过这方面的跨院所、跨机构的这个联合学习跟验证，其实我们就是可以做到负责任的 AI。那负责任 AI 就是有包含你训练出来的 AI model 是可以解释的，那你训练出来的 AI model 是可以追踪的，那你训练出来的 AI model 是可以跨院的是被验证的。那你这跨院的验证的被验证的这个结果要怎么去通过这个当地的，比如说像 FDA 的这个法规的这个审查，那就是它有一个确效的这个流程。那所以在各个领域，其实你未来会越来越依靠这个人工智慧。在各个领域，我们如果是要保障人权隐私跟保障个人的这资料的这个所有权利，那这个联合学习、联邦式学习的这种机制、联邦式验证的机制，跟怎么去做追踪、怎么去做确效机制，就要在方方面面都要把它建立起来。那其实这个联邦式学习的这种机制，在全世界其实已经开始展开了。就从2017年最早这个 Google 它有一个怎么透过去中心化的方法去 improve 这个输入法，那一直到这个2018年、19年，其实在全世界的这个 AI 的 research， 其实到2021年到22年，其实联邦式学习的医疗论文跟 paper 都是很大幅度的在做这个成长。那其实我们台湾 AI Lab 也是在全世界最早参与这个联邦式学习的这个组织哦。那尤其是台湾，因为我们在符合人权隐私的这个法律的规范，我们台湾的医疗院所在 COVID 的这段时间，从2020年到2022年，我们怎么透过跨中心的去中心保障人权隐私的这种方法， 那我们去做相关的 AI model 的这个训练。我们其实也很荣幸在今年受邀在美国国家卫生研究院去分享我们在台湾的这个经验。那我们在2020年的这个年底，其实台湾的这个联邦式学习，其实 AI Lab 也很荣幸受邀到这个 GPAIL， 就是 Global Partnership on AI 的这个年会里面，它是全世界首届这个 Top Level 的这个 AI 的这个 Institute， 那在探讨我们在未来的这个人工智慧的发展要怎么去做到负责任的 AI， 要怎么去做到好的这个 data governance， 就 responsible AI 跟 data governance 的这个领域里面，其实里面我们台湾的这个部分，其实就是被国际的这个伙伴特别的这个重视到，就是台湾在全世界这里面，我们扮演一个很重要的角色，就是我们 demonstrate 我们在台湾训练人工智慧的方法，是以保障人权隐私，但是一样可以做到有效而且是有可信任的 AI。那所以 Federated Learning， 你在从这个2020年开始，你应该是可以看到，像不管是 NVIDIA， 它有几个 Clara 的 infrastructure， 那 AI Lab 有这个 Harmonia 的这个 Open Source 的这个 infrastructure， 就越来越多的这个组织是在建立这个联邦式学习的这个平台，去建立以人为本的智慧医疗。那台湾在以人为本的智慧医疗，我们是在这个部分是由国发会这边去倡议哦，就是我们在2021年的这个1月，那我们是启动了台湾联合学习产业大联盟。那其实，在2021年1月启动之前，我们在2020年，我们已经有台湾的这个多家的这个医学中心哦，就包含台北荣总，我们一起启动的这个医疗这个台湾联合学习医疗联盟。那这个是从 top down 的一个 strategy， 我们在全世界我们 demonstrate 我们怎么去透过新的方法。像过去大家觉得说，是不是民主国家没有办法做好人工智慧的学习？不是的，透过这个人工智慧的联邦式学习的方法，我们在保障人权隐私的这部分，我们也可以做好这个人工智慧的这个演算法。那所以这个产业很快的就是在医疗的领域，在智慧城市的领域，在金融的领域，在制造的领域，以及在文化的领域，我们其实都开始有这个联邦式学习的这个题目的这个推动。那尤其是在医疗的领域，那我们其实台湾的这个成果是在全世界是 well recognized， 而且是成果丰硕的。就是我们在台湾大概有75%的医学中心，现在都是有部署的这个联邦式学习的这个机制，那以及有这个联邦式学习的这个医疗的研究正在上面进行了。那比如说像在我们那时候2021年的时候，包含这个吴明贤院长，以及当初的这个台北荣总的这个陈思安副院长，都是积极的在倡议以及推动我们怎么做跨医学中心的这个联邦式学习的研究。那以这个联邦式学习的这架构，其实台湾人工智慧实验室跟着这个各个医学中心去了解学习之后，那我们也建立了一套非常完整的这个机制。那从这个资料的怎么去做整合收集，怎么去做 normalize， 到资料怎么去做标注，那我们怎么去保障这个治安、保障隐私的这个部分，那都有相对应的题目，以医疗院所还有这是各个这个学术组织，我们都是有在进行这个相关的这个研究。那这整个 Harmonia 这个 infrastructure 也是一样，就是它是一个开放原始码的方式，让大家是可以去做使用，那大家也可以去贡献这个平台的这个发展。那同样的，台湾人工智慧实验室，我们也跟台湾的临床测试联盟去做合作，就是这个是当初为什么台湾会有这个联邦式学习的机制，也是因为在2017年 AI Lab 成立的时候，那时候杨胖子、杨前校长跟 介绍了这个台湾临床测试联盟。他告诉我说，我们以前在做临床测试的时候，我们并不需要把所有的病人都收集到一家医院去做临床测试啊。我们其实就建立好标准的 protocol， 那我们就是每个 site 照一样的方式去收案，那一样的方式去做临床测试，那我们就可以去做相对应的确效。那人工智慧其实也是一样，所以人工智慧我们在做资料的收集，我们并不需要收集到一个中心里面，而是我们在各个中心里面，我们设定好就各个医学中心，我们设定好标准的这个 protocol， 那把这个资料依照这相同的 protocol 去做收集之后，那我们以同样的这个 AI model 到各个医院里面去做训练，训练好之后，那我们 aggregate 起来变成一个最好的 AI model。那同样的，我们可以在跨中心的去 validate， 就 federated learning 之后，我们就可以做 federated validation 去确认这个 AI model 的这个有效性。那 federated learning 是一件事 ，federated validation 其实也是一件事。federated validation 你可以把它想象就是过去这个国外的这个药来台湾拿到 TFDA approval， 那透过临床测试联盟其实可以加速它的这个筛 matching 跟确保这个药的有效性。同样的，以后我们在台湾有这个临床测试联盟机制建立起来，再加上 federated validation 的这个方式吧，那我们就是可以跨中心的去做。国外有这种很好的 AI model， 到了台湾就可以跨中心的去做相对应的这个验证。那在临床测试联盟的话，我们在台湾其实是大概有60几个医院加入。那也就是说，其实台湾最大的这个临床测试联盟的pool，其实也是未来全世界在智慧医材的这个开发，你要做测试验证，我们有一套这个 federated validation 的这个 set 在后面去做支持。那我们在透过这个 federated learning 跟这个 federated validation， 我们怎么去建立这个台湾的这个医疗韧性？就现在很多人在讲 healthcare resilience， 怎么在未来的这个 pandemic 发生之后，台湾可以很快的去做 response。那其实我们在台湾在过去2年，为什么我们会受邀到 GPAI？ 为什么我们会在这个国际的这个以人为本智慧医疗会有很多的人去做讨论？那其实就是我们在这段时间，我们其实也很好的做一次的这个 exercise。那就比如说像大家现在手上可以用得到的这个社交距离 APP， 它是一个去中心化的分析机制。我们在2020年的4月15号，我们就发表了。我们是全世界第一个，大家可能不知道，我们是全世界第一个用蓝牙的方式去做去中心化的这个病毒的这个追踪。那同样的，我们在这个胸部 X 光，我们在台湾有这么少的确诊的 case， 我们早在2020年，我们也做了这个跨中心的联合学习跟验证，而且有一个开放的这个 AI model， 我们把它 deploy 到网站上，它有一个 open 的 API， 让其他各个医院的医疗院所可以 upload 它的 DICOM image 去做这个确诊的分析。那同样的，我们也把这一套系统 deploy 到中央健保署。那从中央健保署，我们其实也可以在这个早期的这个肺炎的发生的这个时期，1到3月109个 case， 我们27个 case， 我们可以知道他在 PCR 的确诊结果之前就知道这个人可能有得了这个 COVID。那这个在全世界其实都是一个大家会觉得非常这个 impressive 的这个 result。其实我们也很快的拿到全世界第一个 EUA 这个 TFDA EUA certified 的这个 chest X-ray classifier 的这个智慧医材的这个结果。那在其他的药物的部分，比如说我们也有在这个 SARS-CoV-2 就是药物的这个分析，我们也可以透过跨中心的学习跟验证，用一个共同的这个平台。那我们在这个病毒株的这个溯源的这个分析，我们要想知道这个病毒株是从哪里来，只要医院它有病毒株的定序，那我们也有一个跨中心的这个平台，让大家去可以这个当初是辅助 CDC 去做疫调，再加上病毒株的资讯，我们可以做这个溯源分析。那同样在语音辨识的这部分，各医院的资料你不能 中心化的收集。那我们要怎么去在肺炎时期去辨识一个很好的、很准的这零接触的这个口述病例的这种机制？那我们也有一个语音辨识、语义理解、去中心化的这个训练跟收集的这个方式。那所以大家可以想象，在以后的这种智慧医材的发展是有很多面的这种可能性。那我们就是可以做跨中心的这个连接，我们去尊重人权隐私的方式做资料的这种整理跟训练。只要大家定好这个 protocol， 那我们就可以从一个我们刚才讲的这个台湾联合学习产业大联盟里面，我们找到医疗的这个可以做联合学习的这个伙伴。当我们把一个好的这个医疗的题目在一个中心，比如说台北荣总训练好之后，那我们就可以去做很快的透过这个产业大联盟或者是 TCTG 临床测试联盟，我们可以做跨中心的这个验证。那当我们有跨中心的验证，那我们就可以跟着在后面，我们跟台湾的这个 CDE， 这个跟去做相关的借接，以及最后我们就可以拿到这个 TFDA 的这个取证。那这是从国发会到科技部、经济部以及卫福部，它在各个不同的 stage， 其实都是有在 sponsor 这相关的这个合作开发。那当然最后我们是希望就是我们在台湾是一个以人为本的思维。你可以看到我们这个联邦式学习的这种机制，我们在每一个市民，它可以有各种相关的资料，在不侵犯人权隐私的方式之下，我们透过联邦式学习、联邦式验证，我们可以 power 在未来的这个人工智慧的智慧医院，在疾病的预防预测，在辅助诊断，在这个AI nursing， 就是辅助照护，以及这个医疗的流程，到最后的这个 remote care， 都是可以在透过人工智慧符合人权隐私之下去做学习训练以及这个医材的建立。那以这个方式，我们去建立世界可信任的这个人工智慧医材的这个产业。那这个就是我在今天的这个分享。那也很欢迎，就是未来大家在做这个人工智慧有关医疗的这个发展，我们一起去想，我们怎么在全世界建立起这个以人为本、可信任的这个人工智慧实验。谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Du. We will now have some time for questions and discussions. May I please invite Professor Chen Weiming back on to join us? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very inspiring talk. Thank you, Mr. Du Yijing. Yeah, does the audience have any question for Ethan? Okay, I have a question for you. Yeah, I do agree that implementation of AI in medicine is just like an unstoppable trend in healthcare. As a practicing doctor and the leading team of the hospital, what are some key elements for success that will enable AI implementation in our system? Thank you, Mr. Du.
I think, of course, that at the very beginning, people in the hospital, we need to have the mindset. If we want any variable data, we want to keep it, then we should have a policy to store the data that is eventually benefit for the later development. And also, on the process-wise, I think the people in the hospital will need to also have the mindset how we can respect the privacy, integrity, but at the same time, we can leverage the new technology to improve our current process. So I think the very first thing is we need to have a mindset change. I know this is actually quite difficult because in the hospital, everyone is very, very busy. We don't have time to think about it. But I think if you have more time to think about how we can leverage the artificial intelligence to save your time, how you can leverage the current system, how we can improve the process, and you probably spend like 5% of your leisure time think about it, and it will be very different.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions from audience in conference room?
Yes, please.
President Tu, thank you very much for your excellent talk. I respect you very much. I found you are also the founder of the Taiwan BPS for years. And we know that the AI is a very important topic in the future. And I see you have already many excellent and success example in these few years. And I have some two questions because the federated learning framework is only limited in Taiwan. So if there is any restriction or defect when you promote our result to the whole world. And another, because we have also have to consider the privacy of the people. So will this factor become a limitation factor for your development? And how we can use such a limited resources to compare with many very big AI companies in the world? This is my question. Thank you.
I think the very first thing is so for the artificial intelligence to help the healthcare transformation itself is a very new topic, just like the internet in year 2000. It doesn't mean the IBM will dominate the internet in year 2000 because they have big machines. They can have a big computing power, then they can dominate the internet. Because the message change and the business model will also change as well. So I think at this moment, the most important thing is every one of us, including the like a computer science technology, like AI lab, and also the most important people like the head of the hospital. We can think together how we can improve the healthcare, and if we can demonstrate a approach that the world can trust, then the world will also align with us. So, for example, the federal learning actually. So when we use this kind of technology, a lot of them is actually not from AI. It's actually a good effort. Like the federal learning, the first team advocate federal learning is actually Google, but they use it only for the input method. Then we leverage this kind of technology and use it in the healthcare solution. And in Taiwan, we naturally work with like a CCC and the hospitals all together. Then we have a very phenomenal result in year 2000 and 2001. That's the reason we are recognized by the hospital in other countries, for example, the United States. So we actually are invited to give a talk in Stanford, and I think last month I also went to like UCLA Medical Center and also NIH as I just mentioned, and also Columbia University. The big reason they invite us was because in year 2017 a lot of the talk was saying who own the most dominating amount of data will win the artificial intelligence, and at that time people think, well, now maybe China, Russia, the government collect all the data, maybe they will become the superpower for artificial intelligence. But actually, we propose another way. The way we can reach the most data is actually not collect the data to get to one data set, but we respect the data ownership. We train the AI model by respecting who owns the data with the regulation constraint. And this approach actually, I think, is echoed not only we established in Taiwan, but also echoed by the international institute. So if you can calculate the federal learning paper in the PubMed since year 2020, after we advocate federated learning in the GPAI. It is like before year 2000, 2020 is like only have one digit numbers of the medical paper published in the federated learning way. But after we demonstrate the work we can do federated learning in Taiwan, and we have a lot of results out of the federated learning by the pandemic response. I think a lot of teams are working together and making what we are doing here in Taiwan, including like NVIDIA. They also have like a pandemic related research doing using the federated learning approach. So usually like because AI Lab the benefit of the AI OpenAI Institute like AI Lab, the good thing is we if our solution is good and it's an open protocol, it can be used by all other people. Then it will become like a major protocol, and people will follow the same standard to build the same thing. It's just like a open source tool like Linux or the WordPress. These are open source tools, but all the web hosting platform will use Linux because it's open and people trust it. So in Taiwan, we can continue set up the new protocol in the open approach with a hospital in Taiwan. We building up the role model for other world. So in the future, if they want to develop the software as a medical device, just like the TSMC, anyone in Silicon Valley, they want to develop the chipset, they will come to TSMC for manufacturing. In the future, probably everyone who want to innovate the hospital's transformation by software as a medical device, maybe they will come to Taiwan, talk to Taipei Veteran General Hospital, how we can make a transformation of the hospital, just like Taipei Veteran General Hospital, and with the federated learning technology we power in this hospital. If we can set up this model, I actually before this meeting I talked to the HNC Joe and Dan before this meeting. I think we are also very interested in setting up the way the startup company in Silicon Valley, when they want to do the innovation on the healthcare, they can also come to Taiwan. They can learn with us with this healthcare system with the open technology. Or maybe they have the most intelligent people, but we are the most affordable system around the world. So we have a lot of advantage here, and most become the most trustful, affordable healthcare innovation solution provider for our country. I think that we are on the right pace. We are not there yet, but I think we are on the right pace and making this change. Yeah, and I don't worry about the like a big tech. A lot of people say, "Oh, Google is a big company. Maybe are you aware of Google is doing healthcare?" Actually, I don't worry about that because all the big solution is starting from small. So we just starting from the small, and we work together and provide a solution. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you again for the fantastic talk. Now let's hand over the time to next moderator, Vice President, National Taiwan University, Professor Zhang Sangchun. Thank you, Du Yijin.
Thank you. Professor Chen, pardon my interruption. May I please, on behalf of the organizing committee, may I please invite Professor Chen Weiming to present the certificate of appreciation to our speaker, Mr. Du Yijin. Please. Okay, pardon me. So we'll now move on to our next talk. And please join me to welcome the Vice President of National Taiwan University, Professor Zhang Sangchun, here to introduce our next speaker. Professor Zhang, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to moderate today's second speaker. Professor Kirsten Oster Professor Arthur currently is the professor and chair of Department of English and director of Medical Humanities in Rice University. She got her master's degree and PhD degree in American Civilization in Brown University in 1997 and 2001. After that, she served in Rice University until now. And in 2014, actually, she got a master's degree of public health in University of Texas School of Public Health in Houston. She is not only an educator and research in Rice University, but she is also a media scholar and a technology analyst. In the past, she has done a lot of research and leading the research program in many aspects related to medical humanities. And Professor Arthur is the founder and director of the Medical Humanities program since 2016 and the Medical Future Lab in 2012. Currently, in the digital age, I think the AI and medical humanity are two very important aspects in our medical service or medical education. And today she will give us a special talk on the artificial intelligence and the humanity of care. Let's welcome Professor Arthur.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be speaking to you today. My talk is titled Artificial Intelligence and the Humanity of Care. My talk has 4 parts. The first part, Medical AI in Action, the Problem and Promise of Unstructured Data, will discuss the use of narratives in electronic health record systems for training AI. The second part, Harvesting Social Experience for AI Training, will discuss social determinants of health. The third part, Imagining AI for Health and Care, will address the ways that we imagine and visualize the future of AI in healthcare. And the conclusion will address how we might envision new, better ways for designing AI for a more inclusive human-in-the-loop approach. So part 1, Medical AI in Action. Until recently, the application of artificial intelligence in healthcare was a source of much speculation but little action. However, for about a decade, since around 2011, when IBM began to develop healthcare applications for its Watson AI, this field of computational research in medicine has started to yield some tangible results in a range of fields. Clinical researchers have sought to validate AI as compared to human performance of medical interventions. Results favoring the algorithms in fields such as dermatology, pathology, and radiology have provoked anxiety about job displacement in the clinical specialties that so-called cognitive machines are expected to replace. Early efforts were not particularly convincing, however. Famously, MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas, where I'm located, was an early adopter of IBM's Watson AI. There, physicians tried out a prototype in the leukemia department, but MD Anderson canceled the project in 2016 after spending $62 million on it. Why spend so much on AI investments without proven benefits? One important reason is the complexity of some widely prevalent health conditions, like cancer. Why do some people get sick and others don't? Why do some respond to treatment and others don't? If we could mine all of the medical data in the world and find a cure for your loved one's cancer or other life-threatening illness, wouldn't you want to do that? However, due to poor performance, Watson Health was sold in January 2022 to Francisco Partners, a private equity firm that paid $1 billion to buy the Watson Health databases from IBM. Privacy advocates are concerned about how the sensitive patient data will be used in the future. Why did Watson fail? Part of the problem was a mismatch between the seeming preponderance of big quantitative data sets in medicine and the reality that healthcare encounters occur not only between machines, but primarily between human beings who produce a lot of unstructured data in our health communications. So while data from lab results and vital sign measurements were easy enough to feed into algorithms, the potential promise of medical AI has primarily been demonstrated in carefully controlled experiments. Only a few AI-based tools have been approved by regulators for regular use in real hospitals and doctors' offices. And the preponderance of narrative text can account for up to 80% of a typical patient's record, which means there's quite a lot of that unstructured data. Now, scholarship in narrative medicine has laid the ground for research on narrative in unstructured text in patient records, such as electronic health records, to be mined by AI and machine learning algorithms. There's a clear need for teaching and research on practical and ethical issues in conducting large-scale big data analysis of unstructured text in medicine. This is a field that AI for Health is poised to expand through collaboration between medical, computer science, and humanities disciplines. This is not my primary focus today, but I'll be happy to come back to this in the Q&A. So although medical AI started out with grand promises of disrupting all of healthcare and threatening to displace human doctors, actual applications of medical AI at present are mostly in radiology, cardiology, and internal medicine. These are examples of AI tools developed to conduct analysis of data at scales that are beyond what is humanly possible. Examples include deep learning to analyze medical images, pattern recognition, such as in genomics databases, and drug discovery and development. When taken individually, these use cases might contribute some benefit, but within medicine, a key question in the risk-benefit analysis is whether these tools improve patient outcomes or lower costs, or ideally both, and that is yet to be proven in many cases. There's been a lot of activity in this sector of late. In the U.S. in September 2021, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration released a database of approved AI and ML-enabled medical devices containing 343 entries, including several examples developed to aid in COVID-19 diagnosis and treatment and facilitation of telehealth during the pandemic. The consequences of all of this activity are not trivial and are one of the less often discussed ways that the COVID-19 pandemic has forever changed our world. U.S. venture capital investment in digital health in the year 2021 doubled the record set in 2020, reaching almost $30 billion US. So while all of this is going on, hospitals are forming partnerships with major cloud vendors such as Amazon, Google, and Microsoft to make it easier to search their repositories of patient records and implement new AI tools that promise to improve care and save money. Some optimistic researchers, such as Eric Topol, have argued that AI will enhance the role of physicians, augmenting their capabilities and increasing their availability to provide empathy and other uniquely human forms of care to their patients. Surrounding these debates are a set of practical and ethical issues about the human context of AI in healthcare, including issues of bias in flawed or incomplete data sets, data privacy and cybersecurity, informed consent, risk and liability, professional expertise and training, explainability of results, and unequal access to the benefits of AI. In addition, many analyses of AI in healthcare address a broader set of questions that attempt to define what is irreducibly human about experiences of illness and healing. The unique human vulnerabilities experienced in the healthcare context raise the stakes of new technologies such as AI, and for this reason, I would argue that it is imperative that technology developers and health professionals involved in the use of AI in healthcare engage with humanities research addressing this evolving intersection and vice versa. Now to part 2, harvesting social experience for AI training. The human dimensions of the concerns surrounding AI in healthcare bear directly on research issues in medical humanities. The next part of my talk today will primarily focus on the ways that social media and social determinants of health fit into this nexus. In my view, this intersection is central to debates about AI ethics and health equity, and it is a revealing site for examining the conditions of possibility for big data from outside of healthcare to shape data-driven medicine inside of healthcare systems. The World Health Organization defines social determinants of health as the conditions in which people are born, grow, work, live, and age, and the wider set of forces and systems shaping the conditions of daily life. I would add health datafication to the WHO list of social determinants of health because most of the world is hyperconnected through our mobile web devices that are constantly producing digital footprints. In this map, you can see the very small percentages of the world's population that are not being tracked through their digital footprints, sometimes called digital exhaust. Digital footprints are comprised largely of user-generated data, which is presumed to be a direct and accurate representation of the user's values, preferences, and behaviors. The new model that is arising in the context of AI is health data from metaclinical contexts. These are data captured through commercially available devices, software, or platforms, including from Amazon, Google, and Facebook, data that tracks personal health relevant data, wearable heart rate monitors, step counters, sleep trackers, as well as patient communities online. And importantly, data from outside of traditional clinical settings is what I'm calling meta-clinical data. Considering the large number of patient support groups on Facebook and other social media sites that use these sites for peer-to-peer healthcare and social support, there's plenty of medically relevant data to be mined. Membership in some patient groups numbers in the tens of thousands, and average daily posts can reach several hundred or more. A sampling of the types of data users post includes the list that you can see on the screen that was posted on a breast cancer support site and scraped even though the users thought that the site was closed. And in addition, many posts include photos that can be identified through facial recognition software as well as the results of medical pathology examination. Now, some medical AI products argue that it is precisely this type of user-generated or person-generated health data that can provide unique insights beyond what can be gained from traditional clinical data. This representation is from the AI company Evidation, which emphasizes that their AI system can identify the 99.97% of invisible, continuous, passively produced data that is generated by individuals in daily life. That is their metaclinical data, but that is not captured by real-world evidence, which is episodic and only captures a mere 0.03%. This is an example of what I called metaclinical data earlier in the talk. Extending out from these examples, we could say that as an emerging information and communication technology in medicine, AI is at present the desired endpoint of health datafication. That is, companies offering AI products for healthcare scrape lifestyle data from the web and purchase access to the profiles compiled by data brokerage firms to inform algorithms that use social determinants of health data to model patient risk profiles. Usually, the context and specificity of the social data is excluded in favor of quantitative data that can result in risk scores for contemporary AI systems. Many prominent large hospital systems in the U.S., such as the Mayo Clinic, Intermountain Health, and the Cleveland Clinic, are using AI that combines data on thousands of socioeconomic and behavioral factors with the individual patient's clinical history to guide personalized interventions that manage patient risk trajectories. There are many efforts being made to develop AI ML for use in healthcare, and the key point I'm making here is that the boundaries of healthcare have been expanding over the past decade, and rapidly so during COVID, when all of our homes have become remote telehealth clinics. In this shift, ideas about what kinds of data might be clinically relevant have also been expanding, and it is in AI's appetite for data and the potential promise that researchers see in mining metaclinical data where we start to get into trouble, as we will discuss next. So in sum, health and illness occur largely outside of clinical settings where abundant metaclinical user-generated health data can be harvested, but that data is messy, voluminous, and heterogeneous. Therefore, digital profiling and data mining practices are seen as necessary to gain insights from social determinants of health data. Datafication of complex social determinants of health creates the demand for AI systems to be deployed as risk management tools. But stepping back to look at these applications as a whole, we must consider the broader debates about ethical issues in technology systems, especially in relation to algorithmic bias, which has received a lot of attention by researchers calling out racism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination in tools used for policing, financial systems, employment software, education, and more. So we must consider if and how algorithmic bias operates in healthcare as well. When we think about AI as offering an opportunity to engage with the broader social factors shaping human experiences of health and illness, we need to think about how these tools impact patient care and how they envision the future of healthcare if AI were to become fully integrated into medicine. We can start to answer this question by asking, what does the future of AI-driven health look like? What is included and what might be missing? I would argue that the shift toward data-driven medicine has created a visual gap due to the inherent abstraction of big data and its sites of operation. We use metaphors such as data clouds, data warehouses, and data lakes, server farms, and black boxes. But what we are left with often is images of doctors and patients looking at smartphones or tablets, or graphical images of cloud computer networks. Even Google DeepMind couldn't do better than that to represent their AI for healthcare, as you can see in the image on the screen. For example, this graphic from 2019, presented by Google DeepMind, illustrates the difference between traditional versus AI-enabled patient care. The main difference is that in the old model, doctors access information on desktop computers and still use pagers. In the AI model, they use smartphones for both. That's it. That's the only difference. Therefore, I would submit that the visual culture of AI is invisible by design. For AI to work properly in healthcare settings, it must in fact be an invisible augmentation of the human clinician's skills. This is actually a source of complaints about AI in medicine: the lack of transparency and explainability for how recommendations are made, the black box quality of advanced algorithms. AI only becomes visible when it doesn't work, when it breaks. Yet this poses a problem for proponents of AI for medicine because popular culture is full of images of AI that are mostly threatening. And as we've seen in the history of medical visualizations, if we cannot visualize new concepts of technologically mediated medicine, we are unlikely to utilize them. Contemporary images of AI-driven healthcare attempt to train us as consumers to imagine that we can see the internet, data flows, and even invisible robots all around us. These invisible data flows are meant to be harnessed by medical AI to improve our health. These are some of the images on the screen. I'll show you several more. In some instances, even the AI robots wind up staring at the screen. These images are purely abstract, somewhat more in line with the visual representation of data or code that the software engineers who develop these systems stare at all day. Similar in the abstraction, but not at all in the ease on the eyes. The color tones here in these abstract images are always blue and gray with white highlights. They're meant to be soothing, evocative of nighttime, perhaps dreams or stars. They remind me of pharmaceutical advertisements for sleeping pills like Ambien and Lunesta. No jarring primary colors here. And I'll just show you a series of additional images all pulled from AI representations online. Now, what AI developers actually have to look at looks more like what you see on the screen now. A sample raw dataset posted on GitHub from Our World in Data of archived public COVID data from the US Centers for Disease Control from 2020. Instead of that kind of data matrix, what we see in contemporary representations of health datafication are attempts to quantify and thereby digitize the body, as you saw in the preceding examples. Visually, that often looks like sci-fi renderings of networked data flows and robotics, or at the opposite end of the spectrum, somewhat mundane images of people staring at screens. The images above are all taken from recent WHO reports on digital health. What we cannot see in any of these images is the meaning of the big data or datafication as such for the patients whose health is supposedly being improved through these high-tech tools. All we can see is the frame, the container for the data, whether that is a robot, computer, mobile device, or a person. When we do ostensibly see the data itself, it is an abstract pattern that can equally be called upon to signify healthcare or finance or operational logistics of some other kind. So what do these visual representations of patient care using AI tell us about the human contexts of care? If AI is meant to help address social determinants of health, where are the human dimensions of illness and healing in this massive big data? Health datafication is happening all around us, but we can't see it. Medical AI is supposedly made up of data from our bodies, yet it is entirely disembodied. It has no markers of race, gender, injury, or disability. What does it look like? How will the representation of AI and big data in healthcare shape what healthcare becomes in this transformative era that we are living through? And perhaps most importantly, what principles should guide us as we attempt to create AI systems that genuinely improve human health outcomes? I will close by offering a few critical frameworks for ethical AI. Data minimalism. Always ask, do we need all of this sensitive data? Only collect that which you need. Anti-technological solutionism. Always ask, does this problem have or need a technological fix, or does it not? Intersectional anti-discriminatory starting points. Always ask, who might be harmed and who is left out? We have an opportunity to develop critical thinking about when, why, and under what circumstances AI has a potential role to play, and importantly, when it does not. Methods from medical humanities can create a more humane and just healthcare future. Some of these tools include engaging creative artists from patient communities to reimagine the health technology interface, and drawing on core strengths in social justice, health equity, visual arts, and creative writing to design better, culturally engaged and inclusive alternative healthcare experiences. Recent research found that there are reasons for both skepticism and optimism about how AI will evolve in the coming decade. Some pessimists worry that the main developers and deployers of AI are focused on profit-seeking and social control, and that there is no consensus about what ethical AI would look like. Some optimists find that progress is being made as AI spreads and shows its value, and societies have always found ways to mitigate the problems arising from technological evolution. And of course, AI, like all technology, is not distributed equally, so we must be sure to bring a global perspective to these questions. The UN issued guidance on ethics and governance of artificial intelligence for health in July of 2021 to argue for centering human rights and environmental sustainability in the design of AI systems for health. This reminds us that we should ask, how do AI ethics look in different cultures, especially those that may have different models of trust, privacy, and sharing? How do indigenous AI ethics look, or AI ethics from the global south? Scholars arguing that we must decolonize the concept of privacy offer new models for thinking through these debates. In conclusion, we should insist on socio-technical, not just technical, innovation. We should begin with the endpoint, vulnerable patients. We should lead with the community. Whose problems are you trying to solve, and who is defining the problem? We should integrate ethics and society training into all phases of medical education, and we should prioritize the end goal, that is, a more humane and equitable health future, while decentering the method, which is sometimes AI. I will leave you with one pair of AI images that I quite like, two drawings by visual artist Misha Wiegand for an article in The Verge. As I continue my research, I hope to understand how the idea of human-computer interaction has been framed as a vision for the future of medicine, a vision that imagines particular kinds of patients that data-driven medicine would seek to create, and implicitly, those it would seek to avoid. By uncovering this logic, I hope to identify what must change in the current configuration of datafied health to recenter just and equitable human forms of care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Auster for your wonderful talk. We'll now have some time for questions and discussions. May I please invite Professor Zhang Shangchun back on to join us? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Auster, for your very wonderful and informative talks. Is there any question from the audience online or in the auditorium?
Yes, we have a question from the audience here.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Oster. We appreciate and enjoy very much for your very excellent talk. I'm Chong Bin Li from Taipei Veterans General Hospital. We know that the AI is very important in every field, especially as you talk that in the medical care. And we know you focus that you mainly focus in the meta-clinical data and the social technical data to predict our human health. But I feel this factor is not complete because we, from our view of doctor, we also see very important the medical data. And so you see your prediction is not very accurate. And can you give us some of the successful example of your prediction model? And thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I absolutely wouldn't exclude medical data at all. I mean, that's obviously central to understanding what's going on with patients, and that has been traditionally the foundation of medical diagnosis and care. What I think is interesting and what I am seeing in the development of many AI systems, especially those that I've been analyzing in the United States, is that they're trying to look beyond medical data to answer questions that we haven't been able to answer yet before by being able to look at things like longitudinal data sets that span across a person's day-to-day life, and then, weeks to weeks and months to months and years to years. And because we are producing these data sets through tools like our smartphones outside of medicine, so it's not necessarily medical data at all, but it might be health relevant, that is the site where there's a lot of intrigue in the potential for developing new insights about the development of disease in medicine. For example, in the United States, the National Institutes of Health is developing a 1 million-person cohort in the All of Us program to bring together the patient's clinical data, but also their personal genome data, if they're willing to share that, but also all of their social media data, any GPS data from their telephone, and any other kinds of data that have to do with their activities of daily life, in the hope of putting together a massive data set that will, over time, as new algorithms are developed that are capable of gaining insight from this kind of massive database, to then be able to explain to us, for example, in a more nuanced way, why maybe some people get cancers and others don't, for example. So it's the potential promise that is sort of embedded in these large and messy data sets outside of medicine that is opening the new realm when combined with medical data. So it's not either or, but it's the idea of bringing these things together in a new way. And the question is really what kinds of insights might be possible from that combination, and where might they go wrong given how uncontrolled the sources of that information, how heterogeneous they are as we collect them in our day-to-day life in these very uncontrolled non-clinical settings. Thank you.
Okay, President Lin, please.
Yes, I just have, I'm curious about your opinion upon the progress of AI. Is it more driven by the industry or business opportunity, or really rooted from we want to have something that give us hope for better health or better health care?
Well, I mean, there has to be some of both, right? It can't, I mean, if it were purely a business opportunity, people in the medical fields would not be interested in participating. And without collaboration from people in the medical fields, technology developers and businesses outside of medicine cannot develop the tools, they cannot test them, they cannot get the data, etc. But I do think that right now, the investment in potential AI tools and in the broader realm of digital or virtual health is a bit ahead of the proven benefits of it. So we have concrete, very specific examples of really controlled cases where AI can do amazing things that human beings cannot do, detecting patterns in large data sets that are beyond what an individual could do. But they're very controlled. And much of the investment is to generate really kind of very sort of high level ideas about AI being able to kind of interpret and predict many, many things across many different kinds of heterogeneous data sets, which I don't think are proven yet. I mean, I think the IBM Watson Health example is an example of that. There was a huge amount of investment and the results were not proven at all, and it ended up being a failure. And that data set is now mostly being used for predictive algorithms that are beyond medical settings, actually. So, you know, I think there's both. I think there's real medical potential that's been narrowly proven so far, but there's a lot of investment that is just eager and sees potential, but doesn't have proof yet. Thank you.
Thank you. I think because of time, I'll just give the last question from Dr. Webster.
Kirsten, really interesting talk. So part of the problem with reliability of AIs is heterogeneous data, right? So is the solution to heterogeneous data really more heterogeneous data?
Well, no, I mean, this is exactly the challenge, right? Is that the heterogeneous data is collected from outside of controlled clinical settings. That is precisely its promise in the sort of epidemiological sense, or in the broader sense of being able to kind of understand at a population scale the relationship between environments and health outcomes and all of these things. And we know that we can't get there with just one data source, right? We can't get there with just, say, blood pressure, or with just the data that is in our medical record from one annual exam. But we also can't get there just with data on say, environmental exposures to one particular form of pollution. Because unless you bring that together with these other kinds of perspectives, you won't be able to really understand the dynamic relationship. So, I mean, this is where it seems that there is promise for AI, but it's very difficult to actually make all of those sources of data speak to each other in meaningful ways. So I think that level of kind of being able to look at a population scale, like the all of us million-person cohort, is very far off from producing results. But I do think there's potential there. It's just not happening as fast as the industry would like to see. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Oster. Thank you very much for your very interesting and very important talk. And because of the time limit, I have to close this special talk.
Yes.
And the organizer will present an appreciation certificate online to you.
Yes, thank you all. On behalf of the organizing committee, may I invite the Vice President of National Taiwan University, Professor Zhang Shangchun, to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Professor Kirsten Oster. Thank you. And may we please smile and pause for a quick photo. That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. And now I would like to move on to invite the President of National Yangming Jiao Tong University, Professor Lin Qihong, to introduce our next speaker. Professor Lin, please.
Okay, thank you to join the third talk in this morning. I think before we started, I would like to remind the attendee that if you have any question, you can write it down on the text message window here, because they have a mechanism to put all these queries together. So, you know, in the end, I can present it to the speaker. All right. So the third talk today will be delivered by Dr. Huang Huang Xianyi. Okay, Dr. Huang is an MD PhD. He got his PhD from Harvard University, Department of Anthropology. He also worked. He's currently a professor in Department of Anthropology, Chinese University of Hong Kong, after he has received his resident training as a psychiatrist, both in National Taiwan University Hospital as well as in Taoyuan Mental Hospital. His talk today is entitled Rethinking the Human Through Digital Mental Health. I'm sorry. Rethinking the Human Through Digital Mental Health. So Professor Huang, please.
So thank you, President Lin, very much for the kind introduction. And now I'm going to share my slide with you. Okay, so could you see it?
Yeah, no problem, please.
Thank you so much. So I'm Xuanying Huang, currently an assistant professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and I'm really delighted to be part of this conference, International Symposium of Medical Education, organized by Taipei Veteran General Hospital. I'm really grateful for the invitation because actually I'm going to join the medical school of National Yangming Jiaotong University this August, so it's pretty soon. I will become part of the team teaching medical humanities to medical students. So I really look forward to join this new great university. The topic today is rethinking the human through digital mental health. And before I go into the topic of digital mental health, perhaps give me some time to talk a little bit about my second disciplinary home, anthropology, if I take psychiatry or medicine as my first disciplinary home. So anthropology, by definition, is the study of human beings, or what kind of things that make us human. I guess in Taiwan, it is probably far from a well-known discipline. Most people, even if they have heard about the world anthropology, they probably would think of our sibling discipline, archaeology, and the vivid image of like digging bones or artifact from the ground would probably appear in their mind. But I am not that kind of anthropologist. I'm a social or cultural anthropologist, and even more specifically, I'm a medical anthropologist. We anthropologists usually rely on believe that there are differences and there are also similarities among people from various cultures and also societies. So we usually try to examine things from a comparative perspective, and we mostly rely on a rather special research method called ethnography or fieldwork. But of course, a lot of disciplines would also do ethnography or fieldwork as well. But we anthropologists typically would like to spend a long period of time at a place that is usually quite distant and also quite different from our own, and then try to understand what local people think and experience through deep immersion. Now, speaking of digital mental health. So digital mental health, the term is actually a very all-inclusive term. It could refer very broadly to all kinds of applications of digital technology that could be used to improve or maintain mental health and mental well-being And of course, this would also include the treatment of mental illness, like historically the traditional domain of psychiatry. So as you could see in this picture, it does include a wide range of technology, and these technology could be delivered through various kind of either format or in different kind of platforms. I'm not going to name it, but I guess when you look at it, you could very easily pick up some of the things that might be familiar to you. Like, for example, today's two other speakers talk about artificial intelligence. And nowadays, everyone also use mobile phones a lot, and there are some like more old-fashioned technologies as well, like text-speech, and there are also some new ones like digital phenotyping. So some of them are very new and even are cutting edge, while some have existed for a long time and may not look that technologically advanced. For example, the kind of technology I'm using now, telecommunications, WebEx for conference, and this could also be used in seeing a patient, I suppose, is just one example. So somehow, recently, digital mental health has suddenly gained a lot of attention, and this is largely because of what is going on with us now, especially in Taiwan. And that is the COVID-19 pandemic. Because going to see a doctor in the physical space could become difficult or even impossible. Many people, including both service providers and also receivers, quickly have to accept the reality and take telemedicine as a feasible, if not that satisfactory, alternative. So there is thus a so-called forced migration, migration from the physical office to the virtual space that is happening in healthcare. And this, of course, also including mental health care. And this migration has created many questions and also challenges that loom large, particularly in mental health, including psychotherapy. And this is because, as people could easily imagine, mental health care would be a field in which human connection, human contact seems to be much more important and always privileged. So as you could see in this New Yorker article called The New Theatrics of Remote Therapy, therapists in the United States and also elsewhere are debating about what has been changed and also what has remained unchanged. And the comment from this psychologist and also a psychoanalyst, Barbara Zack-Lucker, seemed to be quite funny. She said that it's utterly different and exactly the same. And what does that mean? So while therapists are debating the consequences of the office to cyberspace migration, other digital mental health technologies have also emerged, and some of them are trying to do without the essential element of the therapeutic encounter. It is commonly known that there are at least three elements in mental health care. One is the practitioner, therapist, the other is the patient, and the third is the settings, a very broad concept that includes things like the office setup and also the arrangement of time and also money, fees. While the migration out of the setting, AI-based chatbot set out to replace the human therapist. So what you see here in this New York Times article is one of the most popular chatbot available on the market. It is called a Wobot. As Dr. Darcy, also its founder and CEO of the company, remarked, if we can deliver some of the things that the human can deliver, then we actually can create something that's scalable, right? So here you could see there are high hopes invested in this kind of development. because for a long time, there is a severe imbalance of demand and supply in mental health services. And quality services are usually quite expensive. It is believed that if things like this kind of AI chatbot could become successful, digital mental health could solve the long-term problem of access and also cost, two of the major obstacles in mental health care. So nowadays we can find tens of thousands of mental health apps in our app store, either Apple or Google. And perhaps you have already installed and tried a few on your own mobile phone. As this article from The Cut, a subsidiary of the New York Magazine, shows, there is a so-called therapy app fantasy, as if technology can solve anything. As the comment read, in 2021, mental health is finally cool. And this is, of course, largely because of the not just of the technological advancement, but also of the timing of the pandemic. So the proliferation of apps is the reason why some experts, for example, the one I'm showing you now, the Cyber Guide by an NGO called Open Mind, are making effort to evaluate these apps because the situation, as you could imagine, is quite chaotic. And you could also see on the page, there are a number of tags used to identify and also categorize these apps. For example, by specific mental disorders, different kind of mental disorders. They are also for different purposes, like psychoeducation, like symptom tracking, productivity, and they are also different therapeutic orientations of psychotherapy, and they are also different technology, like chatbot or AI. So now I'm going to turn to my own research. So in the subsequent part of the talk, I am presenting a case study drawing from my long-term research on the development of mental health services in China. And by China, of course, I mean the People's Republic of China across the Taiwan Strait. So unlike scholars doing quantitative research, we anthropologists often focus on a small number of people and follow them over a long period of time. And by doing so, we come to know these cases thoroughly. So while I am not able to give you a more comprehensive, that kind of big picture, I believe the case I selected is of paramount significance. And through the presentation, I hope to demonstrate the importance of telling the human story behind technology and also situating technology in its social context. And I also hope that my presentation would also show the expanding scope of medical anthropology and also medical humanities as we are turning to study emerging technology and digital world. So for over a decade, I have been studying what I call the psycho boom, or in Chinese, 心理热 in China. The trend, most conspicuous in major cities, began to take shape in the early 2000s, but only accelerated after the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake. That is also the time I began to do my research. The trend first emerged as a surge of interest in psychotherapy training and followed by the mushrooming of private practice. Akin to what happened in the West, there are also great efforts to disseminate the idea derived from psychotherapy to the general population. My inquiry into digital mental health is a natural outgrowth of the psychoboom research. And I mainly focus on two very successful companies. The first one is called 简单心理. It also has an English name, My Therapist. And the second company is called Know Yourself, or in Chinese, 知我. So both of them were established during the so-called startup frenzy in the mid-2010s. And that is a trend prompted by the Chinese state mass campaign trying to build a really the mass movement centering on innovation and also entrepreneurship, and also hope to remake China, which is often seen as a copycat nation, into a startup nation. So the two companies share some similarities, even though their services are actually quite different. My Therapist focus on psychotherapy services, while Know Yourself focus on the creation of content, more precisely text for people to read. And also both of their founders and CEOs are young female who have studied abroad. So Li Zhen, the CEO of My Therapist, has studied cognitive neuroscience in London, while Chen Zhuang, the CEO of Know Yourself, has studied social work at Columbia. So given the time constraint, I'm only going to focus on My Therapist today. So before becoming an entrepreneur, Li Zhen was a very ordinary college counselor in Beijing. However, what she accidentally picked up in 2012 would later change her life drastically. In that year, she became an online writer on Douban, which is a social media in China, which is somewhat popular, but also not too popular because it is a platform catering to the so-called literary youth or 文艺青年. And most of her writing revolved around two themes, self and also therapy. More precisely, how to understand yourself or how to make yourself better. And therapy is actually the best way to achieve these aims. But to do that in China is actually quite difficult because the psychotherapy scene in China is very chaotic. So Li Zhen would write a lot about how to navigate this very chaotic market. By early 2014, she had roughly around 20,000 followers on Douban. It may not seem like a very large number, but many of her fans are very dedicated and they also have immense trust in her. Eventually, this article would be published in a collection called You Are the Answer of Everything in 2015. As you could see here, there is also a complex Chinese version published in Taiwan. So My Therapy was established in April 2014 during the very early phase of that startup frenzy. And at that time, the so-called O2O model was the dominant model in China. O2O stands for online to offline, or you could making orders online and then consuming offline. So some of the most common, and also I believe we are all very familiar to these cases, such as taxi hailing or food delivery apps belong to this category. And in fact, My Therapist was often perceived, and to some degree misleadingly, as the Uber for psychotherapy in the early days. The company aimed to create, you could see on the page, this is My Therapist's earliest first generation website. It aimed to create a platform that is easily used and also reliable, or 简单可信赖. And it has three basic functions: to find an expert, or 找专家, or enhance knowledge, 长知识, or ask question, or 提问题. And of course, among them, to find an expert, or more precisely, to find a psychotherapist. An expert psychotherapist is the most important here. So when My Therapy was founded, as I already said, psychotherapy was a very chaotic scene in China. Regulation, either by the government or the profession itself, barely existed. And in fact, the situation has remained more or less the same even today, though there is some improvement. So how to make the platform reliable became a serious challenge. And My Therapist responded with setting up the so-called standard of entry for therapists who want to join the platform. So these standards are quite strict, as you could see here. This is the 2017 version of the standard, but these standards have not been changed a lot since then. And these standards were soon to be widely accepted in the field as one of the most creditable qualifications. So besides offering a commendable credential, the platform also appealed to therapists because it had the power of gathering a lot of clients. The platform turned out to be facing two populations, both client and also therapist, simultaneously. But the latter the therapists are its primary customers. The platform would serve as a platform where therapists can establish their practice, and also the platform make profit by charging therapists a service fee. So now I'm going to give you a glimpse of what the platform looked like and its current app version. So here you could see that at the left side, you could see the front page. You could see that now, in addition to 心理咨询 or offering therapy, it also offer 课程 or courses or training. And in fact, training has become an even more important or profitable domain of business now. And in the middle and also the right side, you could see there is a kind of training taught by different teachers from both within China, but a lot of them actually outside of China, and they also feature different kind of orientations. So now we are looking at the function of finding a therapist, also the latest app version. So on the left side, you could see that now the company recommended that the client would have to receive a pre-treatment assessment before seeking psychotherapy. And the middle shows when you search therapists in a specific region, here, Beijing. And of course, there are far more therapists in Beijing. And the right side, you could see the platform now also offer not just psychotherapy, but also psychiatric consultation. So this is the latest self-introduction on the website of my therapist. So now you could see how it defines itself as a so-called one-stop platform for mental health services. This also means that the platform has become much more complicated and composite, trying to incorporate a wide range of services into it, even though, as you could see here, therapy and also training, 心理咨询 and 课程 still remain the spotlight. And below, you could see all these different numbers that trying to show how popular and how many people this platform has already served in the past several years. To maintain a vast pool of potential clients is very important for the platform, and my therapist mainly depend on its WeChat public account or 微信公众号, and this is one of the major functions of WeChat, China's dominant social media platform, also very often seen as a super sticky all-in-one app. So public account is a subscription service through which an account holder, like a company, could send daily feed to the followers. So one could also share this feed to his friend and moment or friend circle. So this public account has somehow replaced what Li Zhen used to do in the early days on Douban. And this kind of popularization has become has been operated in a much larger scale and also in a more sophisticated way. So to sum up, what kind of function does my therapist serve in China's mental health landscape? I would argue that it serves the function of an infrastructural builder. And in many other countries, these infrastructure were actually supposed to be built by, for example, the profession itself, or sometimes also by the state. So these infrastructure exists at different levels, including it offer a digital platform for mental health services, and it also create professional standards that are later widely accepted. It also opened up a training institute in the air, and it is also a powerful channel of popularization so that they could attract more clients. And as I try to show even in this brief presentation, you could see that the rise of my therapy is actually embedded in other social technical trends. For example, the O2O business model I mentioned, and also the rise of the WeChat public account ecosystem. And you might feel quite surprised because the kind of case I present today is actually quite low tech, especially compared to artificial intelligence mentioned by the other two presenters. But my case also shows that trust and also human connection are really crucial in the development of digital mental health, especially in the beginning. So to conclude, I hope that today I have told a short human story behind a digital startup, and also try to some extent, place it in the social context of China. And I hope that they could also bring more similar researchers into the field of medical anthropology and also medical humanities, including in Taiwan, where I noticed that roughly also during the pandemic, there's also a emerging trend of digital mental health going on. So thank you very much for your attention, and of course I welcome any questions in the Q&A session.
Thank you, Professor Huang. Yes. May I invite Professor Lin Qihong back on to join us for discussion? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Professor Huang, for your presentation. Now, the talk is open for questions or comments. There is no text message on the screen that
we have one from the audience here. Thank you.
Okay, please. Can you introduce yourself before you're addressing the question?
Okay, I'm Chong Bin Li from Taipei Veterans General Hospital. Professor Huang, many thanks for your excellent talk. I appreciate your talk very much, and very welcome that you will come to the National Yangming Jiao Tong University in this August. It's a very honor to have you to this very good, very great university. I have some question for your talk because the national medical profession in most of the country is privileged and need license. So if we use the digital mental health services, will it be qualified by the government, or it can only offer some very superficial services? And how can these services be charged and to maintain the running of the website? Thank you.
Okay, please.
So thank you very much, and it is actually my real honor to join National Yangming Jiao Tong University, and really look forward to it. And also thank for your question, because I think regulation is an issue that many people are worried about. What I present today is probably a rather special case in which, as many people probably know, in China, there is a lack of regulation. And many companies actually take the chance of this regulatory vacuum to step in, and sometimes they create their own regulation, but these regulations are not, supported by authority like the state or the profession itself. So these regulations could supposedly one day become quite problematic, I have to say, even though the future is actually quite unpredictable. While in other places, for example, in Taiwan, the situation might be quite different, right? So some people may argue that there is too much regulation. For example, in Taiwan, I know many of my colleagues, either psychiatrists or psychotherapists, they know that digital technology have been available for quite a while, and they are tempted to use it. But they are also worried about, for example, health authorities may crack down on them, or maybe they will be punished by, for example, by the government, or or not recognized by national health insurance. And these are issues that I believe the profession and also the government and perhaps also some related stakeholders like clients would really need to sit down and try to find out the solution as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Is that the question?
Yes, another question from the audience here.
Yes, please.
Hello, Dr. Huang, and thanks to your excellent talks. And I'm Dr. Wu from the Taipei Veterans General Hospital, and I'm focused on the medical education and also do research in neuroscience and neurology. And I have one question about the digital health platform. How to ensure the privacy of the digital health platform in non-democratic society? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. So this is like the kind of question we would call it like a punch to the heart, right? So you're punching the heart, which is like we all know that China is not a democratic society, and there is always a risk that the state may intervene at a moment that it consider suitable. Right. So in the case I present, as I said, there is a lack of regulation. So consumers, unfortunately, could only put their trust on these private companies. And we also know that ultimately, if the state really intervene, the private company probably won't have the power to resist the state.
Okay. Right. More questions?
Yes.
I have one. Is there a referral system in your platform that if the therapists feel that the case need more medical attention, is it built in your platform?
Yes. So this is why they are trying to have psychiatric consultation, but right now only refer from psychotherapy to psychiatry or the other around, but not to other kinds of medical specialties.
Okay, thank you. More questions?
Yes, one more question from the audience.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your excellent and inspiring talk, Professor Huang. I'm Dr. Liang from Taipei Veterans General Hospital, Department of Medical Education. I just wondering, in terms of medical educator, and thank you for introducing the concept of digital mental health. Do you have any suggestion about how to integrate this concept, digital mental health, to integrate this concept to undergraduate education or postgraduate education? Yeah, thank you.
So thank you for this really big question. So this is actually the kind of thing I would have to sort out later when I assume the new job at the medical school in National Yangming University. And I hope that at that time, which is going to be very soon, I will be able to work with you as colleagues to trying to find out a solution together.
Okay, so I think for the interest of time, I have to close the session here. Let's give a big probe to Professor Huang and look forward to seeing you in Taipei. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the organizing committee, may I invite Professor Lin Qihong to present our certificate of appreciation to Professor Huang Xuanying. Thank you. And may we pause for a quick photo? Thank you, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so due to we're a little bit behind the schedule, we'll cut the break and now move on straight to session 2. Okay, so in this session 2, the technological implementations in clinical practice, we are honored to have 3 expert speakers, including Professor Craig Webster from the University of Auckland Center for Medical and Health Sciences, and Professor Brenna Spiegel, the Director of Health Services Research from Cedars-Sinai, and also the Professor Liu Chen-zhong from the Department of Computer Sciences and Information Engineering of National Central University. and distinguished guests, including the head of Joint Commission of Taiwan, Professor Lin Qizhen, the lecture consultant of Yishou University and the former chairman of the Taiwan Medical Accreditation Council, Professor Lin Qihe, and the CEO of Taiwan Medical Accreditation Council, Professor Yang Renhong, will be joining us as moderators. So now, please join me and welcome the head of Joint Commission of Taiwan, Professor Lin Qizhen, to introduce the session's first speaker. Professor Lin, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another 3 excellent talks in the second session. To start with, it is our great honor to invite Professor Craig Webster to give us a talk on artificial intelligence and its use in healthcare. Professor Webster is now working in School of Medicine, University of Auckland, New Zealand. He has over 25 years of experiences in clinical and human factors research projects, including work on the cognitive ergonomics evaluation of the medical equipment, teamwork functioning, patient safety, compliance with safety initiatives, and a better understanding of the patient experience. He is also interested in the psychological and the practical aspect of the way people and the technology interact complex system and organization, and how artificial intelligence may change its relationship. Now, let us welcome Professor Webster, please.
Please hold on for a few moments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Craig Webster. I'm with the Center for Medical and Health Sciences Education and the Department of Anesthesiology at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. Today I'm going to be talking about artificial intelligence and its use in healthcare. So when I think about artificial intelligence, I often think about this man, Alan Turing. He was an English mathematician, logician, computer scientist, and theoretical biologist. He gave computation a formal definition, which has since become known as the Turing machine. This was a logical machine which described the process of doing of computation. So every single digital computer in the world today remains logically equivalent to a Turing machine. He was involved in cryptanalysis work in World War II, and he realized that because the German encrypted messages were generated by a machine, actually you needed another machine to help you crack them. And he was able to do that, and he shortened the war by 4 years, it has been estimated. So he was also involved in morphogenesis, which is the way plants and animals get their form through cellular division, and artificial intelligence. And he died at 41. So this is a replica in London of the world's first stored program computer, which ran the world's first computer program in 1948, June 1948. In a report Turing wrote in 1948 entitled Intelligent Machinery, he wanted to give a machine wheels, arms, and camera eyes so that it was mobile enough to find out things for itself in the world. You can imagine that in 1948, this was considered a pretty radical proposition. And some of his colleagues commented that Turing is going to infest the countryside with a robot which will live on twigs and scrap iron. But it wasn't until 1955 before artificial intelligence was recognized as an academic discipline. So Turing was thinking about this stuff long before people even had a name for it. So fast forwarding to the present, Hollywood tells us that AI is going to kill us all. And business media often tells us that AI will make us all unemployed. But we are very bad at predicting the future. So what do we actually know? The facts are that AIs are very good pattern recognizers, and that's largely what they do, whether it's numerical data or image data, they're looking for patterns. There's an estimate published in JAMA just recently that said that an AI could analyze 250 million clinical diagnostic images a day, which is certainly a lot more than a human being could. It has also shown evidence of intelligence in other kinds of human activities, such as in 2017, an AI system beat the world champion at Go, which is a very complex, subtle, but pattern-orientated game. We often see infographics like this, where we're told that AI is going to help us analyze data streams from wearable devices. AI is going to help us personalize medicine using genomic technology. It's going to help us with diagnostic process by analyzing data, and it's going to help us with drug development. And all of these applications are credible applications of AI, but there are some caveats around its use, and we do have to be careful to some degree. One of the great things about self-learning software entities or agents is that once you've got one, you can duplicate them any number of times you like at essentially zero cost. It doesn't cost anything to make more of them. And once one of them has learned something, it can transfer that information exactly to all of its neighbors. It can share that exact skill, which is something that humans can't do. But not everything goes right with AI bots. Back in 2012, Knight Capital lost a lot of money because an AI bot system that they had trained to make money for them started making very bad decisions. And in fact, they lost $10 million a minute until they're able to shut it down. What exactly went wrong here, I think, is unknown because this is a proprietary system, but certainly it wasn't behaving as the way it was intended to. Another example of a smart AI software system that hasn't behaved the way it was expected to or programmed to was the MCAS system on Boeing 737 MAX aircraft. The maneuvering characteristics augmentation system was designed to correct a problem with Boeing, the new Boeing aircraft, because they had heavier engines on them, which had a tendency to make the nose of the plane tip upwards during flight. And this system was automatically supposed to detect that and correct the altitude of the plane to a safe flying level. Unfortunately, in both these crashes, the system triggered incorrectly because it got wrong information from its sensors. So it thought the plane was tipping upwards when in fact it was flat. And so kicking in, it pushed the nose of the plane downwards and lost a lot of altitude. And ultimately, the safety system flew the plane into the ground, killing 346 passengers and crew. So this is something that no human would ever do, unless they're possibly suicidal. No human pilot or any human would try doing this just by following the rule without thinking about the consequences of it. Most machine learning systems in healthcare look like this. So you've got an input layer where you give it a diagnostic image or some other kind of data input. You've got the hidden layers which contain the learned rules about how to process that information and come up with a meaningful conclusion. And you've got the output layer which tells you, today's diagnosis or the estimates around it. In 2019, there was an interesting article in Nature looking at some of the problems of these deep learning systems. This system, for example, was designed to recognize street signs. So it got the first one correct, that is indeed a stop sign. But just by perturbing the image a little bit by putting these black and white squares over the image, the AI system then interpreted it as a speed 45 sign instead of a stop sign. Now you can imagine the consequences of this if this AI system was in charge of a driverless car. This system also was not very good if the image was rotated. So the deep neural network system thought that the stop sign was a dumbbell when it was rotated by a certain number of degrees, and when it was put flat as it would if it was sitting on a flat surface, it thought it was a racket. So a human brain interprets these three images as the same, but as the same physical object, but just being seen from different orientations. But the neural network decided it was three different objects. So how does our brain process information? One of the most common descriptions of human cognition or human consciousness is the dual process theory, which says that we have two systems, system one and system two. System one is about intuition and instinct, which is largely pattern matching. And system two is rational thinking, which is slow and effortful and logical and so on. It allows us to think outside the instinct reaction that we have to the world. So you can see that 95% of the time we're using our system one, and possibly only 5% of the time we're using our system two. System one is pattern matching, and system two is can be called reflection, our ability to think about what it means in terms of the context of what we're doing and so on. So consciousness is an awareness of our surroundings and our inner state. But AIs are all system one, but they're all system one without consideration of the context or knowledge of the world, which is something that we usually take into account. There's a nice example of this in Robert Wachter's book, The Digital Doctor. He describes a case where a robotic pharmacy dispensing machine was dispensed 38.5 tablets of a drug for a 16-year-old boy instead of just a single dose. Now, a human pharmacist would instantly know there's something wrong with this prescription. 38.5 tablets for a 16-year-old boy is an absurd overdose, but the robot just dispensed it with, because it had no understanding of the context of what it was doing. So why is it machines, AI systems are good at things like chess, things like Go, things like image analysis, but makes apparently really dumb mistakes when it comes to very simple tasks, such as images which are just slightly altered? I think it's to do with bounded and unbounded problem spaces. Chessboards, Go boards, there's only a finite number of squares, there's a finite number of moves that can be made. Every one of those moves can be considered within the logic of the game and appraised in terms of its quality and its usefulness to achieving the end goal, which is to win the game. So they're bounded problems. And analyzing images is a bounded problem as well. The image is always for a certain orientation, taken with a certain resolution and so on. But unbounded problems really throw AIs. And a good example of this is human language. And the Turing test for intelligence is the very, very well-known intelligence test. But it works on this principle that you're giving a machine an unbounded problem, and that is it has to pass itself off as a human being. The Turing test works by having an interlocutor communicating with two different people in a room, or two different entities. One is a human being and one is a machine. Now, if the person having the conversation can't tell the difference between the machine and the human being, then the machine is presumed to be intelligent, because by definition, the human is considered to be intelligent. It's a very simple test and quite an elegant test, but actually very difficult for a machine to pass. And it's because of this unbounded nature of human language. Now, I'll give you an example. So 19 words to confuse an AI. I took the juice out of the fridge and gave it to him, but forgot to check the date. So there's a whole load of worldly knowledge that instantly comes into play when our brain analyzes the sentence and comes to grips with what it means. Things like fridges are somewhere you store perishable food items. Juice is such a perishable food item. We don't need to know who him or I is to understand the sentence, but we know there's two different people involved. What the date of what? So interestingly, the word date and the word juice are opposite ends of this utterance, but our brain automatically associates the date with the juice, because we know that the juice is a perishable food item, and perishable food items come with expiry dates. So we automatically think about the date as being the date of the juice, not the date of something else. When you give someone juice, they generally drink it. So the conclusion here is that he may have drunk expired juice. But for an AI system to come to the same conclusion is actually very difficult because of the open-ended nature, the unbounded nature of the problem space, and the fact that all this contextual worldly knowledge needs to be pulled in order to make sense of the problem. One of the other difficulties of AI systems is determining what they're actually learning. This is an Archimedean spiral, and the equation for spirals is there, very simple. But in this book, Out of Control, The New Biology of Machines, they did an experiment to ask a bunch of AI systems to use genetic algorithms to evolve an equation for a spiral. None of them came up with the simple equation on the screen there. In fact, they came up with things like this. So this will actually draw a very nice Archimedean spiral, just like the other one you see on the other side of the screen. But it's unintelligible to a human being to work out what this actually means. So what deep learning systems are learning, or what our AI algorithms are learning, is often impenetrable and very difficult for human beings to understand. So AIs are all AIs are context and sensitive rule engines, but often the rules they generate are very difficult for us to understand or follow. In response to this problem, the explainable AI approach has been developed. And this is the idea that not only do we want the AI system to solve the problem for us, but then to explain how it got there so that humans can understand how it got there. In terms of image analysis, we can see here that this AI has tagged all the areas that it's been looking at in terms of what its diagnosis is, and marked them in yellow. So the human being can say, yep, it's given us a diagnosis of dementia for this patient, and it's tagged all these expanded areas inside this person's brain, which is consistent with what the AI should be looking at to arrive at a diagnosis of dementia. Augmented cognition is another very good way of keeping the human in the loop, so that the AI doesn't make decisions without human involvement, and the humans become the meaning makers or the sense makers, and the AI systems are just the assistants in that process. So here we can see someone wearing a Google Glass type headset, where the information from the ultrasound is being fed back into his visual field, so that he can see the information directly on the patient, which essentially makes the patient transparent. He can see what the ultrasound is detecting inside the patient's jaw there. So this paper in JAMA concludes these following things. It says AI may lead to rare but catastrophically incorrect predictions, a risk of doing well by attending to the wrong thing or learning the wrong thing. Many clinical predictions ahead of time. It's obviously powerful technology. It may lead to augmented cognition for clinicians, which I think is actually the most potentially promising approach of AI in healthcare, because of these other difficulties of it sometimes making mistakes. And it's certainly more likely to become common in the next few years. But I think it has to proceed in a cautious way because of the known limitations of deep neural networks and learning and so on. So what about data? How much data does healthcare generate every year? The current estimate is that healthcare is generating something like 2 zettabytes per year around the world, and that's at a global level. 2 zettabytes is an enormous amount of data. That's how much data it is. The 2 followed by 21 zeros, and that's 2 sextillion bytes, or that's equivalent to 1,300 billion full-length feature-length movies, and that's every year. That's an enormous amount of data. So one of the things that AIs are going to help us with, increasingly this necessary to help us with, is actually being able to navigate this enormous amount of data. And this, comes to this idea that, AI will converge with human intelligence. It won't replace us. It'll just extend our intelligence in an augmented way. So we're able to get through more data, we're able to understand more data with the help of the AI, because we can make sense of it. We can reject the occasional wrong conclusions, and we can actually navigate the enormous amount of healthcare data that's going to be coming in a smarter way with the use of augmented cognition or convergence of human and AI intelligence. So AI systems can help us through the whole life cycle of the human being, from embryo selection, genomic interpretation of sick newborns, to mental health coaches and health monitors and diagnosis devices, right through to death. So I think this idea that AI is going to be our sort of life assistant on all kinds of levels is quite an interesting one. The trouble with assistants is you want to get on with them. And the most hated virtual assistant, I wonder what pops to mind when I say that. Well, there was a vote on this, and it was this guy. Who remembers this guy? I think it was called Clippy. It looks like you're writing a letter. It was a part of Microsoft Word for a while until they got rid of it because it was so unpopular. We don't want a Clippy popping up and saying, it looks like you're experiencing poor healthcare, and annoying people. We actually, or clinicians, patients, everybody. We want an AI assistance system which works with us in a meaningful way. So how we work together is still unresolved, but it will take quite a lot of work in order to develop a system which can assist in a way which is meaningful and useful and not really annoying. So in conclusion, AIs will be useful clinical assistants, possibly through augmented cognition, but will not replace clinicians in the medium term. We will need them to navigate the oceans of healthcare data, which are accumulating as we speak. There remains many ethical, technical, and social challenges to incorporating AIs wholesale into our lives and our healthcare trajectories. And can we solve the context and sensitivity problem by giving a learning machine wheels, arms, and camera eyes so that it was mobile enough to find out things for itself in the world, just as Turing suggested back in 1948? This is a completely open question. I don't know. And I don't think anyone actually knows, but watch this space. It's going to be an interesting future. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for an excellent talk. Is there any question from floor, or I can ask my first question? Greg, you seem to emphasize on the role of diagnosis by AI with the help of machine learning and the neural networks, its advantage and potential hazards. You also mentioned that AI does not use diagnostic tool in human sense, and it can therefore be difficult for clinicians to be sure that an AI diagnosis is correct or reliable without an understanding of the steps involved. I would ask you to comment on what AI can help as a whole in the so-called 4P medicine, namely prediction, prevention, personalization, and participation. Will you comment on this issue?
Sure. Thank you for the question. That's a great question. I think because of that difficulty of the AI not ever really understanding anything at all, I mean, it's just processing information. And we build it in a way that means that the way it processes information will mostly give us the right answer. But it never knows when the right answer is correct or not. So that there's always that possibility that the conclusion can be catastrophically wrong. And when you're dealing with people's lives, that means people might die. So in terms of the 4P model, I think prediction and possibly prevention are things that it can help, with those caveats around its reliability. But personalization and participation, I think, is still largely up to the clinician. So that's something that they will have to do, because the clinician will understand the context of care for the particular patient.
Okay. Dr. Yang seems to have a question. Can you give your
thank
question?
you. Yeah, yes. Thanks for the president of the Joint Committee of Taiwan, the Professor Lin Qizhen, moderate this excellent talk, and also thanks for the Webster, your excellent presentation. I remember that the last year you have an excellent presentation in the Taiwan Society Simulation Healthcare, and the topic is about the simulation in the healthcare. And today, your topic is the AI in the healthcare. My question is that in Taiwan, we have the more than 24 medical simulation sites in Taiwan, and the Joint Committee of the Taiwan, led by the President Lin Qizhen, they monitor the healthcare system of our society annually. So, in your opinion, in the medical simulation, how we can simulate the possibility of the AI in the healthcare, maybe the damage or some human factor that we can emerge in our daily medical simulation. So, what is your comment about that? How can we combine the medical simulation and the AI healthcare in the organization? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think most AI learning is a form of simulation. So you're taking a deep learning system, you're giving it a whole load of stimuli, which are perfect exemplars of a particular thing that you want it to learn the rules for. So spotting cancer in a breast scan, for example. So you want it to learn the rules for spotting cancer in breast scans, and it's able to look at millions of images and to learn that. So that in itself is a kind of simulation, because you're simulating the process that a human would do by looking at each scan individually. So the learning process is a simulation. But then when you're thinking about, well, how am I going to get the AI to interact with clinicians in the real world, then you can simulate that too. I mean, the AI could appear on a screen or a device in a clinical simulator with a patient actor. And so you could simulate that interaction between the clinician, the AI, and the patient, and iron out wrinkles in that way, so that you know the AI is more reliable when you start using it on real patients in the real world. So I think the whole idea of simulation and AI fits together very nicely, and there is a kind of continuum all the way through from developing the AI itself to using it in the clinical world, where simulation can be useful at all those steps.
Okay, thank you for the question and the answer. And I would also like to thank Professor Yang, because she is the main person of organizing this conference. And Greg, do you agree that artificial intelligence is now still at a stage of augmentation of human intelligence?
I think in some ways, yes. I think there are some useful applications in augmented cognition right now. And I think, the question is that people worry about is, will the AI get so smart that I don't have a job anymore? And
Okay.
I don't think that's going to happen for a very long time. In fact, we really don't know when it may happen, or if ever, because that solves the meaning problem. We haven't solved that problem at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Greg, for your excellent talk and also for the discussion. Let us now move to the next talk.
May I
Thank you.
invite Professor Ling to present the certificate of appreciation to Professor Webster. And can we pause for a quick photo?
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to move on to invite the lecture consultant of Yizhou University and the former chairman of Taiwan Medical Accreditation Council, Professor Lin Qihe, here to introduce our next speaker. Professor Lin, please.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to moderate this talk. It's really my honor and privilege to do that. Our next speaker is Dr. Brennan Spiegel. He's currently the professor of medicine and public health, and also director of health service research in Cedars-Sinai healthcare system. As you know, Cedars-Sinai is a very world-renowned institute in Los Angeles. When you mention Los Angeles, California, I think Hollywood will pop out in your mind. Hollywood is a place who produce dreamlike movies with artists, designer, and engineers, all the world class. So with that background, I won't be surprised if they can use that kind of technology to produce VR for fantastic medical education, encourage their students or trainees in that manner to facilitate the education skills or communications or any other goals. But in the next 15 minutes or so, Dr. Speakers will share with us how in his institute, Cedars-Sinai, used the virtual reality as a revolutionary therapeutics to treat their patients. So that's a welcome, Dr. Speakers.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today about the topic of virtual reality, or VR, as a treatment for patients with a variety of different conditions in healthcare. My name is Brennan Spiegel, and I'm the Director of Health Services Research at Cedars-Sinai and a Professor of Medicine and Public Health. I'm going to share my screen to get us started with a presentation that I will give to you about virtual reality, the science and practice of using VR in healthcare. This is a picture of me with one of my patients who has been using virtual reality here in the hospital to help manage her pain. And I'm going to show you what happens when we use virtual reality and how it works for our patients. Now, most people, when they think of virtual reality, they think of these headsets, which are mainly used for gaming and for entertainment. But we now know that they can do much more than that. And in addition, we know that the metaverse is coming. This is Mark Zuckerberg, who of course founded Facebook. And recently, Facebook changed its name to Meta. And that's because we're going to see a new version soon of the internet that will be called the metaverse. And so we don't yet know what this is going to look like exactly, but we do know that it will be important to save a small part of this metaverse to help support human health and medicine using a new technique we call medical extended reality, or MXR, which I will be talking about today. Now, this is a picture of one of my patients using virtual reality. Moments before we took this picture, he was in great deal of pain from sickle cell anemia, but at this moment, you can see the emotion on his face, and he is now currently in a helicopter in Iceland. And this is another patient who has advanced liver disease. And she right now is in Hawaii, although she's actually in the hospital. This is a man who is a patient of mine who has inflammatory bowel disease or Crohn's disease. And at this moment, he's in the hospital, but he's actually going around Earth in space. So I'll talk about what's happening in these moments and why do we use virtual reality. Now, I want to show you the first time that I used virtual reality here at the University of Barcelona, where there's a laboratory by a guy named Mel Slater. And Professor Slater is a professor of virtual reality, and he has a very unique laboratory. And when I went to his laboratory, they showed me this room, which has these dark black walls with drapes, a table, and a chair. And they sat me down in the chair, and they asked me to kick my feet out onto that table. This is a picture of me, and the postdoc, Ramon Oliva, is setting me up with this virtual reality headset. And then he put a headset on my face, and with one picture per eye, I looked around, and that room turned into this beautiful living room. And for me, it felt like 3 dimensions. Like I saw one beautiful room as if I was actually in it. And I noticed that my legs were there. They then drew blue lines on the table, and they asked me to trace out those lines with my feet, which I did. And then I started to wonder, well, whose legs are those? But of course, those were my legs. Then what they did is they dropped some balls from the ceiling, and I could feel the ball hit me. Then what happened is they separated me from my body. I started to float up to the ceiling. These balls continued to hit me. And as I looked down, I noticed that I had left my body. I was having a complete out-of-body experience. And to this day, I remember that it felt like I was dying. And I'll show it to you again because it's a lot to sort of understand. It felt like I had left my body. And this is something that you can do in virtual reality. And so this is a study called a virtual out-of-body experience reduces fear of death. And what this teaches us is that virtual reality can be a very profound and impactful way to affect the human mind for educational purposes, but also for health purposes. And so VR is a tool that modifies our perception of the world around us and our perception of the world within us. And if we use it to recalibrate unhealthy perceptions, then VR becomes a radical new therapy with potential to improve quality of life. Now, I want to show you here a video, and maybe you can hear it. This is a video with dolphins that are swimming. And as they're swimming, you can sort of see them moving around. And I use this video for many of my patients to help them escape wherever they are. If they're experiencing pain, for example, or if they're experiencing anxiety, I can put them in this experience to look around. Now, what we notice is when people get into these sorts of environments, it can affect their brain. And in fact, it can help reduce their pain. And so this is a famous study from the University of Washington by Hunter Hoffman, who did a study with people who were experiencing pain. And then he did MRI scans of their brain. And on the left, you can see while the patient is in pain, you can see the signals here in the cerebral cortex and in the limbic system. And on the right, when they're in virtual reality, it reduces the pain, both the emotional pain and the physical pain, both types of pain. And these are 2 studies that are randomized controlled trials using virtual reality. First on the left, for people with severe burn injuries undergoing bandage changes, and on the right, for women undergoing childbirth. And in both cases, they were randomized to use virtual reality or no virtual reality. And in both cases, those in the VR group had less pain. This is the black bar is VR here, and the white bar here. Both had less sensory, cognitive, and affective or emotional pain. They spent less time thinking about the pain, had less unpleasantness with the pain. And so these are 2 famous examples demonstrating that virtual reality can help reduce physical, emotional, and cognitive forms of pain. Now, what we've been doing is going a step further. we've been using virtual reality, but also collecting data about the experience through the headset, sensory data, where we can measure information about heart rate, about the heart rate variability, about the pupil size and the eye tracking. And then from this, we can see how effective the virtual reality is on the nervous system and on the brain. And so this is an example of me wearing this headset. And you can see that as I'm wearing it, the signal is changing. And so first I'm trying to meditate, and then I am meditating peacefully. And you can see how this changes very quickly. And then my colleague interrupts me, and then I meditate again. Then he interrupts me, I meditate again. And you can see how quickly that my nervous system changes as I move from state to state. Now, here is an example of a patient who is using this system. This patient here is using a breathing app that we created with a mandala that expands and contracts. And as this patient is breathing in and out on a beach, we are monitoring her biodata. And you can see here that initially she was very anxious and had pain. And then right here, she's almost hypnotized by the virtual reality. And you can see her nervous system change quickly. And right here, she said that she saw God. So quite an emotional and almost spiritual experience in virtual reality. Now, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, where I work, we have the largest hospital in the Western United States. And we've been using virtual reality here for about 7 years and have treated over 3,000 patients at Cedars-Sinai. This is a picture of one of the rooms where people are treated here in our hospital. And it's like any other hospital room. But if you spend time in a room like this, this is what you see. You look up at the ceiling all day. And then every so often, somebody like me shows up. I might not be smiling and I'm wearing my white coat and examining the patient and disappear and come back again. And all day long, this is what patients experience. So we wanted to know, could we do better than that? What if we gave people the opportunity to escape the four walls of their hospital, to go to fantastical destinations? Here's a patient who is reaching out to a blue whale that is swimming across her visual field. And we've been talking with our patients and learning from them about what works and what doesn't work with virtual reality. Where do they want to go and what do they want to see? And you know, some people have preferences. For example, they might want to go on a trip, like just go to Hawaii, or maybe they want to go to an ice cave or go on a safari. Whereas other people are using it for more involved cognitive behavioral therapy or neurofeedback therapy, or even for stroke rehabilitation. So here's an example of two of my patients using virtual reality. So we'll see if it helps with the pain or not. You'll tell us.
Yes.
And we'll go from there. Okay, any questions about that?
Pull that down over your eyes now.
Should load up.
Whoa.
What do you see?
Horses.
Yep, okay.
And
It's a
over
little
the
hard to
bridge.
hear,
Is
but you
that
can see
working?
the patients having emotional reactions. And this is what they're seeing. So this is an example of one of the experiences that we use when people are using virtual reality in the hospital. Now, we've done some studies. This is a randomized controlled trial comparing two forms of virtual reality versus a television screen where people are not in virtual reality. And when we look at virtual reality versus the televisions, we see a greater reduction in pain with VR compared to the television screen. And this is with the patients with the most severe pain, we see the greatest reduction in pain. Now, this is a study using a form of virtual reality for chronic pain. This is for people with lower back pain, a very common and impactful condition. An 8-week study where over the course of 8 weeks, they were randomized to either a cognitive behavioral therapy intervention or they received a form of sham or placebo type of virtual reality where they got the headset, but there really was no immersion. It was just looking at like a TV screen. And you can see pain scores dropped more in the VR group for lower back pain compared to control. Now, in the United States, the Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, has been starting to evaluate these virtual reality treatments. And that particular treatment in the last study is now approved or authorized by the FDA as of November 2021. And we're starting to see more and more interest from companies to get FDA and regulatory approval. And the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, now calls this a new field called medical extended reality, or MXR. Now, we're doing more research. This is a study also for lower back pain, where we're using sham VR versus a distraction form of VR versus a skills-based VR, where we use psychoeducation and pain training and breath training and so forth. Now, there are many, many other applications of using virtual reality, and these are some of them, everything from autism to depression to childbirth. And if I had more time, I would talk about many more of these examples. But what I like to say is that if virtual reality is a therapy, then we need a VR pharmacy. As a doctor, I need to be able to pick the right treatment for the right patient at the right time, and that's what we call VRX. Now, as I said, the FDA in the United States has been looking carefully at this, and it's interesting. This is a picture the FDA used for their first MXR meeting just before the pandemic in March of 2020, and you can see hospitals like mine, Cedars-Sinai, and Johns Hopkins right next to Magic Leap and Facebook and Microsoft. So if you're interested in this topic, we have a website. This is our website called Virtual Medicine. You can learn a lot more on this website, and there are videos, and we have some recommendations for programs that you could use or patients could use on that website, virtualmedicine.org. We also have a conference every year in Los Angeles in March that you can learn more about on this website. I also published a book on this topic. It's called VRX, How Virtual Therapeutics Will Revolutionize Medicine. If you're interested in this topic, you can read a lot more about this area in the book VRX. So with that, I'm going to end. Since I'm here in Los Angeles and Hollywood, I'm going to end with this scroll to thank all the different people that are participating in the research that I've presented today. We have many different students and collaborators from around the world who have been helping us to do this research. I'm also on Twitter if you want to follow what we're up to. And I look forward to hearing any questions you may have about this presentation and answering them in the Q&A session. So thank you very much for your attention. And I appreciate again the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this very enlightening talk. But unfortunately, Dr. Speaker is not able to be online answer any question. But he did show us how VR can do in applying to treating our patients, not just in the pain control or relief pain. It could be also used for eating disorder or behavior problems, or even treating schizophrenia or autism, and in rehabilitation. So although he is not able to with us today, but he said you are welcome to communicate with him through emails or through watching the virtualmedicine.org. Then I'm sure he will be happy to do more talk with you if you can connect with him. Yeah.
因为我们那个特别要感谢，因为我们现在可以 shift 到中文哦。那因为这样子可能我们的意思会比较完全。这次非常的感谢，就是我们的药学部的张义立部主任，他特别帮我们邀请到这位非常优秀的 VR 的专家，他在这个 VR 的应用上真的非常透彻了，而且有很多的这个应用呢。那我们这边最美丽的这个主持人也是他们药学部的陈美仪药师哦，那他的英文非常的流利。那我要再次的感谢，就是林奇和院长从一大早就陪我们到现在。我们知道林奇和院长是我们这边现场所有的人里面唯一曾经在沙烏地阿拉伯医院工作过的医师，我不知道有没有看错。对对，然后后来又到那个 就是 Hoskin 去做科技，他那个做客座教授到成大医学院院长，然后再来是新生儿学会理事长，跟 TMAC 104年到现在，那得过非常多的这个杰出的奖就是他包括台湾医疗贡献奖，还有台湾医学教育的杰出贡献奖等。那所以在我们整个台湾医学教育上面，林院长他是整个 leading 我们的这个发展。那我想问一下院长说，在今天的这个演讲里面，就是 VR 有这么多应用的话，我们在未来的教育训练，不管是师资培训跟学员的这些上面，我们有没有什么要注意的？不管今天是 VR、AR 或者是混合实境，还有 AI 的时代来临，整个科技的翻转这个部分，谢谢。
谢谢给我这个机会哈。刚刚莹莹提的，就是我们大部分大家所熟悉，我想大家在座很多都是医学教育的专家哈，我们都用这 virtual reality 来 simulate 那个临场的实景，让我们的学生或者是trainee 学员呢，他能够在亲自实景照顾病人的时候，能够先准备好。那但是 outcome 最后是什么呢？当然还是病人有没有得到我们那个照顾的结果哈。所以今天 Dr. Speaker 他用 VR 来用在治疗病人上面，其实他最后的结果，但希望病人能够更早出院啊，或者用到比较少的资源啊，那以及呢，那个他回家以后可以跟一般的人一样的过生活啦。这其实最后才是我们医学教育，我们培养医疗人员的一个最主要的目标啦哈。那不过因为他讲的这个功能呢，到底它的 mechanism 怎么样？例如说，假如是我们在治疗病人，他 dose 啊、duration 啊、效果啦、多久要给一次啊，他在这个电影里面都没有好好的说明啊，可能还有很多有待我们一起再进一步这个开发的。所以那我们今天的这一个 symposium 的主题啊，用那个 metaverse 现在在元宇宙的一个环境社会，那除了在医学教育的使用上，那在病人的治疗方面，我想可以 open 那很多的可能性哦。那今天在座或者在线上的参与的同仁，应该从这边可以让我们下一步可以做更多的有关医疗或者医学教育的研究。这样。
是，谢谢林教授。那主办单位在这边想要邀请教学部杨莹主任为我们致赠一个纪念品，谢谢林教授今天的参与支持。谢谢，再次感谢。好，那接下来进入到下一场演讲，我们邀请到台湾医学院评鉴委员会杨仁宏执行长为我们介绍下一位讲者，谢谢。
好，今天很荣幸我们回到国内的这个 keynote speaker 哈，那很荣幸大会的邀请。那我们下一位 speaker 是请到国立中央大学的刘承宗教授。我简单介绍一下哈，刘教授是国立中央大学资讯工程学系现在的讲座教授。那他很简单哈，他在网络上他也就这么介绍他自己。他说就是中央大学的资讯工程学系的学士、硕士、博士哈，所以他然后服务的机构主要也都在国立中央大学，从这个资讯网络学习科技研究所的助理教授，那一直到现在的讲座教授哈。那这些年来，他最主要就是怎么样把这个科技应用到 science education。那我想这个部分在国内算是个pioneer哈，他做的相当的杰出。那他的专长大概主要在 computer game system、data mining 或是 multimedia 的 system。那最近几年他特别在强调所谓的 电脑数位的这个合作学习collaborative learning 这一个部分，所以想他是在这方面得到很多的这个学术的肯定他也是科技部的杰出研究奖得主，吴大猷先生的这个纪念奖得主那目前也是数位科技学习期刊的主编，那另外还有一个是国际的这个 Research and Practice in Technology in Enhanced Learning 这个杂志的主编所以我想他的这个成就非常的了不起我今天刘教授跟我们谈的题目就是怎么样谈一下这个 Development of Online Learning Technologies for Science Education in Taiwan。我们热烈欢迎刘教授，请。
好，谢谢杨执行长这么恳切的介绍因为很久已经没有站在台上演讲了，因为那疫情的关系，大部分都坐在电脑上面，然后上面都穿着西装笔履，然后下面都是短裤。那今天还是要穿长裤出来演讲。那谢谢杨主任的邀请。那我们是在上一次有一次在他们部门里面的一个小 talk， 然后之后就好像有一些交流。那时候我是科技部资讯教育学门的召集人，那时候就有一些还蛮不错的 conversation， 所以就有今天的这样邀请。那谢谢大会的邀请。那我大概今天就从因为我不是医学教育或是医学研究的人那我是从资讯工程跟教育的角度来看这个议题。那包括我们的经验放到这边来，也许不是在说 present 有什么解方，但是也会有一些我觉得激荡一些火花出来，也许我们看着那我大概是从 COVID-19 的这疫情开始，然后我们的教育其实受到非常大的影响。那台湾其实如果你去看台湾的数位学习，其实是发展的非常非常早，在国际上是非常的快。在2004年的时候就已经成立了一个国家型计划，就是数位学习国家型计划，就是包括那时候有几个国家型计划，比如奈米。鸡蛋计划、基因蛋白质计划，那其中一个就是数位学习。那国家其实我们台湾已经把数位学习在10几20年前就已经定为一个很重要的一个研究领域，这是一个发展方向。那经历了8年，其实有培养了出非常大的研发的能量出来。所以如果你去看国际期刊上面，在数位学习上，其实台湾都是在前面2名、3名，是美国、英国，这接下来就是台湾。那么在发表的品质跟量上面是这样子，那我们其实在这方面在底下的底蕴其实已经培养的蛮强了，所以这个疫情一出来，那时候国家型计划在推动的时候，其实推动起来非常辛苦。为什么？那时候台湾没有这样的条件，因为台湾不大。那你说我要用数位学习吗？还是到隔壁的大学里面就去进行学习就好？那到处都是大学，实在在数位学习上没有独特的条件。但是疫情一起来之后，我们以前推动的一些理想马上自动的实现了，老师也要愿意用。不如我们通常在推动遇到最大的困难就是老师的接受度，他要不要使用数位科技去帮助他教学，或是帮助学生去学习。那老师的阻力非常大。可是当疫情一发生的时候，这样的社会发展呢，自然把这个东西推到一个自然而然的去采纳。那我们不能说我们乐于看见但是这是一个趋势，那也是一个转机。那我们也许可以做什么？那从去年开始，台湾也受到影响吧。5月的时候，几乎所有学校都 shut down 了。那这个时候，应该是说所有的老师都手忙脚乱。那包括教育部也很快的赶快宣布一个政策。还好那时候政策是，其实我们教育部常常的采取的态度是比较保守啦，就是说，因为我们要保证我们教育的品质是有一定的水准以上。那可是这个疫情一发生的时候，教育部马上做了一个决定。那时候我记得在记者会上面，教育部的记者是说，你可以采取任何的方式去帮助学生。你可以采取任何方式去教学，不一定说我一定要用什么平台一定要做什么认证过，并没有。他说你可以做任何的方式，你可以做任何时候的方式去评量那时候就开始了。 那当然是这个阶段其实是非常的乱啊。那我也看到我自己的小孩在国中里面发现说，他有一门课他从来没有去过，后来发现他那一课被当了。好，所以这个呢不是说老师的问题，而是说老师跟学生都在做这个转接。可是今年又开始你就可以发现进步很多，老师非常的 organize 去进行他的教学的。那包括说我什么时候该 announce 什么，比如说我们导师在前一天晚上就会跟你讲说，是一个公立学校，不是什么私立学校。他前一天晚上就在 LINE 群组会讲说，明天的课程是几点到几点要做什么，几点到几点，所以都已经先弄好。而且跟你讲说，你明天几点我们要先上线，先点名一下，然后接下来每一堂课是可能要做什么事情，要用什么平台去做什么事情。所以几乎是每一个老师跟学生都已经进入状况。那这个画面大概都很熟悉了。然后以前大家第一还没有进到疫情的时候，大家老师我不会用啦，那个太难了。可是这个时候他没有理由，大家都用。那可是平心而论，这个到底效果好不好？它到底效果好不好？那这是最新的研究就是说这是这样突然所有的数位学习期刊都会有这个 special issue 它针对这疫情下的数位学习，那其实它有好处，可是它坏处也不少。那包括例如说，学生会感受到孤独，然后会 low emotional regulation， 他其实有些学生不会自我管控了，他可能没有办法起床了，然后他也没办法专心的上课，因为老师没有盯着他。那他也很难长久时间的这样的方式去学习。那还有他的 interest， 他的学习的兴趣跟 motivation 其实是非常低的，在这个情况底下。那我并不是想说用一个科技的方式去解决这个问题啊，其实我想要提一个更高的，比如说从 resilient education 的角度去看这个议题，这是韧性教育。那我们的教育系统是不是够韧性？所以即使是在没有疫情的情况底下，我们的体质就够强壮。那在很多突发事件发生的时候，我们还是可以站立得很好。那这个是 OECD 最近的它的定义的 resilient education 是什么？就是说我们可以抵抗或是从这种很突发的负面的事件里面去站起来，去 recover 回来，然后甚至是适应它。好，那这样的能力是那。我们面对的问题是说，现在的 online education 就是像我们现在在进行的方式，那是不是可以真正的达到现在 resilient education 的这样的目标？那这个大家可以思考一下，就是说 resilient education 到底是什么？这是非常非常难达到的一个教育的目标。那从这个角度来看，我大概就是就是说我们的数位学习是不是能达到这件事情？我们是不是把数位学习这件事，或者 resilient education 把它简化变成是 one man 的 teaching show， 就是Google Meet 或是 Zoom 或是 Webex 一打开，然后就开始上课，然后好像所有人都能上课都没有中断，那这样是不是一个 resilience， 或者是说它是一个我们很理想的一个学习的环境、学习的模式啊？那或者是说，我们把东西放上去网络上，那大家都可以看得到，那这是不是一个数位学习？但是当然，这个答案是不是是 no 呢？我们不能把它简化成这么简单的一件事情。好，那这是很早以前，就是2006就提出来，就是说这是一群那个合作学习电脑辅助合作学习的专家就很早就提出来，就是说 online learning 你不能，它要有效，它必须在一个更大的动机跟互动的情境底下，我们必须要让学生觉得这个是他有兴趣去做这件事情，而不是要把它演完而已哈。那这两个是差别非常大。我们要有效，必须要这样。那但是很平心而论，我们在用数位学习的这段，我们大部分只是我们想要把它演完，我们尽到我们的责任。那但是是不是真的吸引学生去进行学习？这其实是很大的问号。好，那我自己觉得，这是我自己觉得啦，哈，那可能每一个的角度不一样。resilient education 就是教育的韧性，我们需要有一个生态系统，它不是单一的一个数位平台或是一个管道、一个软体就可能做到这件事情。那这样的生态系统必须要能够可公平化的参与，可公平化参与，等一下我会多讲一些。 那他在知识建造上面，他可以跟人家合作，而且是基于他自己想要呈现出来的识别，他的 identity， 他是什么样子，我必须基于我想要成为什么样的人，然后去参与这样的活动，能够尊重每一个人不一样的形态，而且要在不一样形态底下的可以提供 learning support。因为特别是在他没有办法跟老师亲密互动的时候，这样的 learning support 怎么样提供给他们？那我大概一个一个去讲我自己的看法了。所以我认为说 resilient education 它包括 construction， 就是知识的 construction， 跟同侪之间的互动合作，然后他自己能不能从里面得到他的 identity， 然后最后是有没有到 personalized 的，就是说他可以针对他独特的特性、特质去进行自己的学习啊。那这是我讲4个方面啊。那 equitable 的 participation 就是说它可公平化的参与，那就是所有学生都能参与。那你说啊，我们的 Google Meet 可以啊，所有学生都只要能上线都可以参与啊。那但是你想想看啊，我们从小到大，我不晓得，就是说有些比较成绩比较落后的学生，他其实在参与上其实是非常的受到挑战的。那可以各位看一下，说你去统计一下一个老师，国小老师、国中老师、高中老师好吗？大学老师都一样，你会去上课上，你会去眼神会关注到比较成绩好的学生。如果你知道他成绩比较好，跟另外一个成绩比较不好的学生，你会关注到哪一个学生？这个是很自然的现象哈。那一个老师自动会吸引去的眼光会被同学的眼光给吸引。当学生注意到老师的时候，老师也会去注意学生。可是当学生不注意老师，老师也大概不会去看他。那所以这可公平化的参与，其实是非常难的一件事情了。我们虽然说我们尽量做到可公平化，公益这件事情，可是这在教学现在其实是还蛮难。就是说，我们根据学生的不一样的他的性别、他的成绩、他的社经状态、他的所处的地理位置，跟他的 technical environment 到底是怎样，他能不能可公平的去竞争，其实非常难的一件事情。特别是在刚刚我们如果用 Google Meet、用 Webex 这样的情况底下，老师更难去关注到每一个学生。那学生，比如说比较落后的学生，他能不能够参与？能不能很公平的参与这样的学习活动？我们是不是提供一个只适合高程度的学生去参与的学习环境而已？那 video conference 其实它只能够给予很有限度的可公平性了。啊，就刚刚讲的，我们在视讯上面，也许我们以前做过，我这个数位学做过一个研究哈，就是你认为知识是什么东西？你认为知识是什么？那你认为知识考试，考试怎么样才学得好？那考试学校你就必须要演练，必须要做模拟题，就要做什么事情？好，那如果你觉得学习就是考试，你要做这件事情。那有人会认为学习其实是去学到我们不知道，去建构出不知道的知识出来，这个是建构论。那这两个有同时存在。那通常就是说比较低程度的学生哈，程度比较他会觉得是要通过考试。那比较 open 的学生，他会觉得我们是在建构。可是国内有一个研究做过对于医学生的这个认识论哈，那这医学生都怎么认为？你知道吗？你觉得这两个系统是好像是互斥的系统，你是建构论还是考试论？结果呢，做出来的研究是说，国内的医学生是2个都有。什么叫2个都有？你要考试的时候，我考得赢你；可是你要我建构的时候，我也是在建构，我也是可以参与科学的探究，这个都可以。那也就是说，成绩好的学生，他基本上在任何的学习环境下，他都学得好。可是相对的比较受到挑战的一些学生呢，他并不是这样的，他必须要某些特殊的情况他才学得好。那也就是说，我们用 video conference 的方式去进行，其实很难照顾到这些比较欠缺自我调控能力的学生，因为他这个需要自主，特别是在 online 的情况底下，所以这个 equitable 的 participation 其实非常难达到这件事情啦。那第二个 knowledge construction 哈，那可能如果各位有小朋友在国中小高中的时候，你大概知道军医啊、英才网这些很多的平台， 提供非常多的数位内容，可以来数位学习内容。可是大部分这些内容都是什么教导式的，就是他提供很多影片，让你可以回去我们讲说它是补救教学啦，就是他老师在上课我听不懂，所以我回去可以再继续读。好，这些影片哈，那这些当然是一个好事情，可是大部分这些都是教导式，并它在国内产出来的比较少建构式，让学生在上面去建构知识。那这个就需要有很多 things to think upon 或者things to think with， 就是说他可以用这个东西去思考。那譬如说我们在科学上面就很着重在 simulation， 那在医学教育当然也是非常着重在 simulation 的应用，那非常，但是国内就是做的比较少。那第三个就是 collaboration 哈，就是说几乎所有的 digital content 我们讲的都是 individual based 的，就是给一个人看的，不是给一群人去做的。好，那这就比较可惜一点。那我们就想要去改善，就是让这些 digital content 可以变成一个合作化，是一个社交化的一个工具。那第四个是 identity 哈，就是我们的教学系统或者我们现在的教学法。到底是就是可以让学生自由的发展各式不一样的成就出来，还是我们只注重单一的标准？很不幸的哈，就是我们大部分还是做 test score， 就是说你的成绩是怎样。那我们有没有办法支援他们去做 self pursuit 的 achievement， 就是他自己想要去做一件事？那我们现在去看，如果108课，刚刚我很高兴看到这件事情啊，虽然网络上很多人在批评这件事自主学习。就是高中的课程里面有一个后来就是自主学习时间，所以每一个礼拜会留一段空白的时间，让学生自己去定说你要做什么东西，你要学什么东西。所以呢，有的人说我要去看看，我要去自己量测一下地球半径是多少啊？这个课本上没有，可是他有兴趣，他可以去量测。他可以用他的方法去量，他可以收集很多资料，他在这个地球科学呢，他就可以做这件事情。所以他也，譬如说有些学生他也是说我想要去自己做一部脚踏车出来，那这个是他自己可以任何事情他都可以做，所以这是自主学习，那这个是 self pursuit 的 achievement。那课纲里面开始做这件事情，但是每一堂课里面其实还是非常的僵硬的哈，就是能看做的事情还是非常非常的有限，能够自己定自己学习计划，其实还是非常有限。那 personalization 就是说，我们现在的 support 对学生来讲，其实还是蛮有限的，因为我们现在的生师比都很高，一个老师要面对了，特别是国中小哈，大学也是一样，一个下面做那么多东西，我怎么可能对他们做很多的 learning support？ 那很好，就是今天刚刚有听到刚刚前面2场都是 AI 上面就扮演很重要的角色，也渐渐起来可以做很多事情。但这个地方就可以做 adaptive 的 learning goal， 就每个学生也不一样，自己不是每个学生我都要求一样，而是每个学生我们要求可以都不一样，因为每一个这个 AI 可以针对他们的需求，给予他们的学习辅助。那或者说 learning companion， 他也许一个比较受到挑战的学生，他没有同伴，那 AI 可以在上面扮演某一些角色在这边。好，那我大概介绍一下，我们大概在这个方面上，我们的团队有做了一些事情，当然是中小学，可能不是跟大学相关。那从这个角度去看，也许可以有一些反思，说也许大学要做一些改变，有什么东西可以继续做。那 cosine 到如果你有兴趣，你可以扫一下，就可以看到这个我们做的网站。那这个是一个科学学习的网站。那说国际上有很多有1-2个也是很有名的网站，我们为什么要做？第一个是我们希望对国内的国中、高中提供一套virtual lab 出来，让国内的高中也能够回馈到国际上面去。那所以我们就做了非常多 virtual lab 出来，这是我们实验室自己开发出来。那刚刚杨主任讲的 simulation， 其实 simulation 是非常贵，是非常非常贵。包括我们在中小学做的每一个 simulation 都非常贵，因为它非常精准，它必须要在科学上面可以经得起挑战的这个精准度。那在医学上它更贵，医学上比起我们这个可能10倍、1000倍的昂贵的一个系统。那我们还有一些独特的特质在，它是一个 collaboration， 它是一个合作。那它也是一个我讲的 metaverse， 我们希望把它放到 metaverse 上面，可以让很多人在上面逛，很多人上面用。那 AI 也可以进来。好，那 那我们上面就是提供了很多 virtual lab 让学生去建构啊，这是关于建构上面。那你可以看到我们现在有100多个 virtual lab， 就是给国中、高中使用的物理的。那这些都是在 online 上面 free 的。那国际上也看到这个东西，也邀请我们到欧盟的里面去把我们东西 share 到那个平台上面去。那几乎所有课纲你可以看到的主题都在里面了。那包括浮力啦、液压啦、速度加速度啊，然后摩擦力啊这些，自由落体运动啊这些，然后科氏力啊，然后 momentum energy， 那这物理上那 collision 啊。就是简学运动啊、热力学啊，这些都有，波啊、光啊这些，还有电磁学啊，这些都在上面。可是你单独就是单单的把 simulation virtual lab 给学生，他就是学不会，他是玩了就算了。所以我们平台还是要做一些 guidance 就是老师可以设计一些 prompt question 给学生就可以一步一步去建构出这些知识出来。好。那第二个特质是 collaboration， 所有刚刚讲的 virtual lab 都是 collaborative 的 virtual lab， 也就是说一群学生可以进去一起去做这件事情。那如果你有兴趣，你就可以点这个，扫一下这个 QR code， 你就可以跟我一起进到，可以帮我点一下这个 link 吗？好，你再回去一下哈，投影片一下。对，你如果扫这个 QR code。你扫进来，你就会看到这个刚刚那个 simulation， 好，刚刚那个 virtual lab， 那我们就两个是在同一个 section 上面的，我们就 connected， 我们就是同一组人在做这个 simulation， 好 ，OK， 那这个所有的都是，那我们也做一个学习的引导，让一群学生可以在上面一起去做这个探究，好，那就变成一个合作。那 identity 就是说，我们希望学生自己不是一个 consumer 而已，我希望他也对这个东西有些贡献，所以我们有一个 use scientist 的一个功能，就是说，年轻科学家啦，就是青年科学家的意思。那他不是来这边只用 simulation， 他自己可以进来开发 simulation， 他自己可以做。那我们现在在高中也在推动这个，他自己去建造这个 simulation， 他也可以用这个我们的平台去建一个 game， 读出来都可以。所以他其实在建立的时候，就是我们这个 function 给他，这个 system 这个 platform 给他，那他可以很，如果他懂得物理，他就可以自己建造一个自己的模型出来。那他这个我们用在自主学习上非常多哈。那这些都是学生建的，高中学生自己建出来。那我们如果看他的 log， 他做了很多这些事情，然后我们就会给他一个证书，说他是一个 use scientist 的，他可以做这件事情，他不必一天到晚去算那个评量里面的东西，然后只是说为了要1-2分，而是他可以建造自己的系统，而且给别人用这样子。好，那 ecosystem 就我们的东西不只是一堆 virtual lab 的集合一样。如果你刚刚进到那个 cosine 里面，你看来是一堆 virtual lab 集合，我们现在把它变成一个 virtual space。那 virtual space 就是像这个东西哈，可以帮我点一下吗？这是一个，好，我们把所有的 simulation 都放到这个 virtual space 里面去，这个是 Gator Town 里面。那我们可以 deploy 我们所有的100多个放到这个 space 里面去。那这 space 里面学生进去就可以到处逛。那有一桌一桌的，就像你在实验室一样，一桌一桌的平台的 simulation 在那边，你就好像你在真正的实验室啊，我们一起在做这个实验一样。那旁边有很多的学习资源，有些书，有些影片啊，你可以到处逛。所以这个是在做，这是两个学生在使用我们的 simulation 进到那个平台，进到那个桌子里面去做这件事情。好 ，OK。那所以呢，在我们这个 Gator Town 里面，学生是在到处逛，就好像你去逛街一样，你不是看到的是你自己而已，你是看到别人在逛，你看到别人买什么，你看到别人在怎么样做这个 simulation， 你看到别人怎么样学这个事情，所以它变成是说 peer 的 proximity 变得你可以感受到这件事情，而且你有这个 space 的感觉，你不是只是在网页上 selection 而已啊，这不太一样。网购跟真正的到百货公司去逛还是不太一样的感觉。那你就有很多的学习机会在这个里面。那这是我们现在在做。那 personalization 就是我们在这上面还做的比较少，但是我们希望就是说，这个 AI 可以变成一个 tutor， 也可以变成 companion， 它也可以变成一个 tutee。好，那我们现在做的事情，我们是 做一个 AI 的机器人出来，一个 bot 出来陪小朋友读英文书。那这里我们用到很多 AI，就是natural language processing 的技术在里面 ，AI 的技术在里面，然后去让这个 AI 懂得去看童话故事，像这个就是懂得 Cinderella。它这简单的故事，你要让机器去懂这些事情，就是刚刚的前一个第一个就我们 Craig 讲的说，要让学生去要让机器去读得懂这些非常难的一件事情，因为是 unbounded 的。因为我们做好了一个机器人，然后我跟他讲啊，白雪公主吃着毒苹果啊，你知道 AI 说什么？你昨天去买了多少颗苹果？啊，他马上出了这个情境，你知道，所以他是非常去难了解这件事情。那这是一个非常长的路了。那我们大概做了大概一小段的这样的研究，就是说让 AI 去懂这些童话故事，然后再用 machine learning 再去训练出一些对话上面的智慧出来，跟小朋友一起，当他读这些书的时候，可以让他有一个，特别是后段的学生，他不敢面对老师，不敢面对同学的时候，这 AI 就可以陪伴他去读这些书。好，那这是还蛮有趣的。那在我们的平台，大概就是说从大前年是比较没有人在用，可是疫情一起来的时候，你看到那个使用量就每一周就非常多人在使用这样子。那也很高兴看到说这样的平台，就是科技部的计划是对我们的现场的教育是有帮助，特别在疫情底下。那有看到我们大量的使用 social media， 这疫情起来的时候，有各式各样啊，像 Wonder 啊，像 Clubhouse 这些非常多不一样的 social media 在使用。那我们看到一些机会。那我们现在进入到 post pandemic， 就是后疫情时代，也许快过去的，也许它会拖好几年。那 online 的 learning 是不是就这样结束了？我想应该不是的，就是它其实影响到我们每一个老师，所以我们这个后疫情时代，我们是可能更能善用这些数位资源，让我们不管教室或者 online 或是任何的形态的学习，都可以受惠于这些 online 的 resource， 而不是说我们只是当一个替代品而已。那这个是一个我讲到 hybrid education， 就是即使再回到教室底下，我们还是应该要善用数位资源啊，然后让学生学习的更好一点。好，那谢谢。
好，我们非常感谢刘教授非常精彩的演讲哈。我不知道我们有没有时间可以讨论哈。好，那我们是不是看线上有来我们现场这位同仁？
看得到吗？我坐下来好了。啊，那刘教授，谢谢你的精彩的演讲。那我是台北荣总教学部黄孝宪医师，那我也是一个精神科医师这样子。那您的演讲里面很有趣哦。那我有一个可能有2-3个问题。那第一个是有关于说，就是疫情时代的线上教学，那以至于说目前主要可能就是先把课程教完。那但是对于这些自主性可能比较没那么主动的同学，不晓得现在有没有什么研究方式是说可以去了解他的上课的这个投入度啊，或者是专心度。那据我所知，像有一些像是他在电脑前的时间啊，然后或者是说他在观看这个荧幕的持续度啊，那甚至也有我自己有听过一个研究是比较有趣的，它是透过当你专心在看那个荧幕的时候，那藉由脑波的侦测，它是可以让那个画面越来越大的。那不专心，它会越来越小。那不晓得这一方面是不是有类似的应用在这个远距教学的这个上面这样子。那第二个问题主要就是说，刚刚我觉得很有趣的就是大家在逛课程校园的这件事情。那我自己有一个想法是说，他会看到别人在上课，那会不会有一个类似像是等级还是积分系统的？那每个学生可能会因此更有动机去那个想要上这个课，让他的所谓外显出来的这个课程等级在提升的这件事情，这是比较像是一个建议或者是突发奇想的例子这样子。好，那主要就是这2个问题，那再请刘教授为我们解惑，这样谢谢。
好，谢谢哈。现在非常 critical 的问题，而且非常重要的问题。第一个问题是说有没有一些数位工具可以去监控学生的专注力或是投入度啊？这个都是有的啦。那 譬如说眼动也常常被用到。它现在眼动的装置其实并不用到太贵，那甚至这一个几千块而已就可以做到这件事情啊。那投笔的这些系统，那它的解释当然不能那么高，不像跟医疗级那么高，但是它其实可以知道说它大概在哪个地区。那也可以，因为老师如果在上某个地方，他一定是说他的 indicator 在那个地方，那学生有没有 follow 上？那这个是可以做得到的，在技术上都是可以做的。然后脑波也有人在做这件事情，我知道交大，就是阳明交大有在做这个，有一个孙志远老师有在做，就是脑波的相关，就是学生 engagement 跟脑波的关系是有。那他在教室上也可以，然后在网络上当然也是可以。那不过那个这个都是比较多就是复杂的做法。那其实老师在做的时候，应该是着重的是说我怎么样设计活动，让不一样的学生都有参与的机会。所谓不一样的参与机会，我们常常以前都会期待说每一个学生一样的参与方式，可是不一样的学生，他有譬如说比较受挑战的学生，他应该是可以比较简单的参与，而不必我们期待他像很厉害的学生一样的参与。那也就是说，我们的设计里面必须要让学生不一样程度的学生有不一样的参与的方式。那比较落后学生，他参与比较初阶的参与，我们就应该要感谢他去做这件事情啊。那比较厉害的学生，我们可以挑战他去做。那在设计上面，其实在线上学习就可以做很多这样的比较好的教学设计去做这件事情。那第二个问题是你刚刚讲逛校园，那确实你刚刚讲的就是我们现在在所有这个数学研究领域讲到一个很重要的议题叫 gamification 啊，就游戏化。所以游戏化不是说我真的去发展一个游戏，然后让学生去学的，而是说在整个学习的过程里面，有一些游戏的成分可以在这个里面。那我刚刚讲 identity 其实就是这个东西，譬如说一个学生在玩 game 的，所以我们现在小朋友或者说青少年在玩 game 的时候，他都会想要去得到某一些，譬如打一个怪之后，他可以得到什么样的宝物什么，那这个都是在累积他自己的 identity。那他得到这个东西之后，他就可以在别人面前炫耀这个，我得到这个东西。那在我们的这个设计也是一样，我希望他在这个空间底下，他有某一些特殊的才能，他可以达成这个东西。好，那也不是说所有人都一样。那也许某一类学生他喜欢做这件事情，某一类学生他喜欢做另外一件事情。那在我们的教室里很难去达到这件事，因为我们只有一个老师。可是，在这种虚拟空间底下，我们可以去做这件事情，因为所有的资源都在上面。那老师要做的是说，鼓励你们去达成各个不一样的 achievement。那这个必须要在我们提供的学习的材料、学习的活动更多元性。那 Metaverse 其实是在这个方面是有独到的好处，就是因为它是一个 free 自由的空间。那老师要做的不是要去教他，而是启动他们自己去学习，在这个空间底下去 exploration， 然后允许他们去做不一样的事情。那这个反而是我刚刚讲 identity 很重要，他想要成为一个什么样的成就的人，这样子。谢谢。
好的，谢谢。因为我想时间很有限我们大概只能再 take one question 请林院长
刘教授，谢谢你跟我们分享那么多很棒的 idea 那我有2个问题，一个是在你的 cosine 的那个网站里面，你所设定的 outcome 到底是什么？因为这么 fancy 那么好玩outcome 有没有达到？这是第一个第二个，因为我以前的经验跟 engineer 在设计，他们很高兴，好像在设计电动有玩具什么这，但因为这是教育嘛教育上在设计你所的理念跟所使用的工具，有没有教育心理学的 theory 在里面，让你能够更 implement？ 因为以后结果出来要解释也是要靠相关的，像你刚刚提到这种 constructivism 是吧？这些原理，不晓得这结合在你的团队里面是怎么样进行的？
谢谢林院长那这个第一个问题是非常非常难回答的问题就是我们希望有什么样的成果有什么 outcome 出来。其实我们在设计这个平台的时候，第一个就是我们希望学生我们设定一个目标，学生自己能够去从里面 去建构科学知识。那这个比较起来，就是当然是比较起来，就是我们传统大概我是这样那个年代长大的，是反正就是填嘛，一直填，所以我就背嘛，背然后就去考试嘛。那这个方式到现在还是主要 dominate 的一个教学的理念的。那我们希望是渐渐的影响到学校的教学里面，那不要一下子就给学生去背这个公式，背这个东西，而是他希望能够引导学生去建构，他自己去操控这些 simulation 这些 virtual lab， 然后他不必他还是要进到实验室，可是他是没有办法进到实验室之前，他可以用这个东西去支援他去建构这个知识出来，那比较属于是建构式的建构主义啦。那我们整个还是在建构主义底下建构，所以我们设计的学习的引导还是引导他自己去建构这些东西。那你说，我好像这跟美国好像不太一样，美国都非常的他们的建构或者是探究都非常的 freestyle， 他希望学生里面自己去找出问题去做。但是台湾有独特的现象，就是我们有非常非常严谨的课纲。那老师面对这个东西，他没有办法让学生去这么大的自由度的 exploration， 所以我们讲的是 guided inquiry。guided inquiry 就是说，在引导有限度的引导下的有一定特定目标的探究。那至少是说他在课纲底下的一些概念，我希望他自己能够去探究的出来。说，这个东西 pressure 到底是怎样，压力到底是什么？为什么会这样？他就可以去自己去量测。他不用是拿到真正的仪器，而是在我们的平台底下，他至少可以去 simulate 一下这个情况是怎样，所以能够自己做到有限度的探究，在我们现在的课纲的情况底下，我们现在的升学制度底下，至少那我们的结果是，其实有这样的训练的学生，我们发现说他的 literacy scientific literacy， 他在后侧没有马上发生 improvement， 但是延宕后侧就上去。就是比 control 的学生呢，他在延宕3个月之后再去测一次，这些学生真的有上去，维持住他的探究的能力在，对，所以这是我们现在发现的事情。谢谢。
好，谢谢刘教授很精彩的这个回应哈。我想除了建构式的这个理论之外，我想体验学习那个经验，我想也是在这个线上学习一个很重要的，尤其是加上 gamification VR 等等这些的引入哈。这种体验再加上建构的这种教育学的这个，我想 theory 是应该是有慢慢越来越形成了哈。那但是我想是多元理论的那个基本上还是不是用单一的一个 pedagogy 可以解释现在线上还有很多的 AR、VR 等等这些的介入哈。那我想时间的关系，大概最后做一点小结论哈。我想 technology 对医疗的这个端影响的更早哈，那个在达文西等等很多的医疗上的应用，那今天早上也有很多，甚至在精神科的这个 mental health 的 digital 的 mental health， 这样的观念，我想慢慢的已经进入到医疗这个领域里面，但是在 technology 在教育方面我想不可否认就是一句话的结论就是 technology enhance learning， 所以大概怎么样去辅助这个学习那这个部分我想大概可能与其拒绝或者是否认或者是观望可能倒不如是用拥抱这个态度来会比较更好一点，因为科技的这个影响无远弗届所以我想应该是要早点怎么样让这个科技 integrate 到我们的 medical education 或者integrate 到我们的 healthcare， 但是这个 integrate 是非常不容易，需要时间，需要大家的努力才有办法达到这个，尤其要跨域跨界的这个合作，我想更是困难所以我想还有很大的挑战在面临在我们前面那谢谢大家，谢谢刘教授今天的这个非常棒的演讲，谢谢。
谢谢刘教授以及杨执行长的主持。那主办单位在这边邀请杨仁宏执行长为我们致赠感谢状给刘成忠教授，谢谢。
那我这边把握一点时间，还是谢谢我们的那个杨仁宏杨院长那大家知道说今天刚发问的那位黄孝贤医师，他也是中山医学大学的。那杨院长他是中山大学跟慈济医学院的两个学院的院长那后来到彰基当这个协同的医疗 教务长，那现在回到中山哦。那院长他得过我们的2019年的杰出校友哦，所以他也是我的学长。除了医学系以外，我是林医所的一个学长。那非常感谢就是林院长跟杨院长今天全程的陪伴我们。他是我们医学教育界的3剑客哦。我们台湾医学教育的那个协会里面，第一个就是我们的那个就是张尚存副校长，还有林奇和院长跟杨仁宏院长，在很多的医学教育的引导，给我们很多的方向。我们再次感谢2位院长的莅临指导，谢谢。
主办单位这边也请杨林主任我们致赠一个纪念品，谢谢杨仁宏执行长今天的参与与支持，谢谢。谢谢，谢谢，谢谢大家的参与。OK， 那谢谢大家参与早上的 session。那接下来是午休时间，下午场的场次将于1点20分准时开始。那提醒本次研讨会的海报、必报论文都已经公告在大会网站上，欢迎大家抽空去浏览。
这些
你们可以帮忙倒数吗？剩1分钟嘛，可以帮忙倒数吗？对啊，倒数10秒，让那个陈院长准备一下。
Okay, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now move on to our afternoon sessions, interprofessional personnel training at industry-academia collaboration. And in this session, we are honored to have 3 expert speakers, including Dean of Seattle University of Washington School of Pharmacy, Professor Sean Sullivan, and the President of National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Sciences, Professor Wu Shufang, and Professor Tong Henxing from School of Nursing at National Yangming Jiaotong University. And distinguished guests, including the Superintendent of Taipei VGH Hsinchu Branch, Professor Chen Zhenji, and the Superintendent of Taipei VGH Taoyuan Branch, Professor Lu Xinhua, and the Superintendent of Taipei VGH Yuli Branch, Professor Hu Zhongming, will be joining us as moderators. So first, let's welcome the Superintendent of Taipei VGH Hsinchu Branch, Professor Chen Zhenji, here to introduce our first speaker of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are honored to have Professor Sean Sullivan as the first speaker. I would like to make a short introduction about Professor Sullivan. He is the Dean of the School of Pharmacy, University of Washington in Seattle, the United States. He had received the pharmacist education at Oregon State University. He also has obtained the master's degree at the University of Texas and the PhD degree at UC Berkeley 30 years ago. Since then, he went to University of Washington and became the Dean of a Pharmacy School 8 years ago. Under Professor Sullivan's leadership, the University of Washington School of Pharmacy remains the global leader in pharmacy education, research, and service. Here in Taiwan, the western border of the Pacific Ocean is now lunchtime. At the eastern border in Seattle, it's now almost midnight. Professor Sullivan, thank you for the bedtime speech. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Can I confirm that you all can hear me in the audience?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I am in Seattle, and as you can see, it's dark outside here. I am sorry that I am not in Taipei for this conference. I have enjoyed visiting Taiwan on a few occasions, and I look forward to my next visit there. What I'd like to do now is share my slides, and I have just a very few to talk about improving pharmacy's workforce capacity
Please hold on for a few moments. Our staff is working through some problems. Thank you. Professor Sullivan, can you hear me?
at the University of Washington, and how we, as health sciences professionals, support interprofessional education. So first, our unique goal for interprofessional education is a training that we provide that occurs when students from multiple health professions learn about, learn from, and learn with each other to enable effective collaboration, ultimately to improve the health outcomes of the patients and the communities that they serve. This is our goal, and our curriculum is designed to achieve this goal. At the University of Washington in Seattle, we have many health professionals that participate in interprofessional education. This slide lists all the professional training programs. The MedX program, which is our physician's assistant program, the public health school, nursing, both the bachelor's and the doctorate in nursing, the PharmD program in the School of Pharmacy, medicine, dentistry, dietetics and nutrition, and social work. You'll notice that there is a small mark next to social work's MSW degree. Social work is the only school at the University of Washington where interprofessional education is not a requirement for graduation, and it is not a requirement for the school's accreditation. All the other health professionals and our training programs have IPE as a requirement for graduation. Our general competencies at the University of Washington are to create health professionals who are self-aware, who are sensitive to power dynamics and power differences, both between professions and between the professional and the patient and their families. To create professionals who are curious, who are open-minded in spite of differences in training, differences in background, and differences in scope of work. To create professionals whose approach to care is non-defensive, who are confident in that they show assertiveness, but they also have patience. They exhibit humility to others around them, including other health professionals, and they're generous in their time and generous in their approach to their work. Those are the general competencies. In the School of Pharmacy, we've taken the general competencies and created very specific core competencies for all of our students. Now, I show you these. They're very similar to the general competencies, but I show these to you because we assess our students' ability to achieve these competencies throughout their training program. And we do that in a variety of ways that I'll talk about in a few minutes. But these are the specific core competencies for our pharmacy students. We then have taken those competencies, the goal and the competencies of IPE, and created a curriculum, an integrated curriculum. And that curriculum brings together the students in all those programs to achieve the following. First, to create a sense of teamwork and to build teamwork skills so that when students leave their training programs and go into practice, they take with them these teamwork skills. And some of these teamwork skills include an understanding of not only the role of their specific profession, but the roles and responsibilities of all of their professional colleagues. Second, we give them skills to learn how to communicate with each other, not only within their professional practice, but also across professional practices. We help them understand that individuals have different values and how to respect those values as they engage in their work. And then fourth, we help train them in the ways of being a human: humility, curiosity, generosity, open-mindedness, and most importantly, and I'll return to this topic, is critical self-reflection. We spend a lot of time in our curriculum helping our students learn how to reflect on what they've learned, learn how to reflect on the behavior that they've exhibited and others have exhibited, and to be critical about their self-reflections. Critical not in a destructive way, but critical in a self-improvement way. Now, I recognize as a professor of 30 years that this slide is not very good because it has too much detail. So I don't want you to read the slide, please. What I want to reflect with this slide is that we have many, many stakeholders, partners, if you will, who have helped us bring together our interprofessional program and to make it work. And the very top of this slide lists many of those partners and stakeholders. And then the bottom part of the slide shows how we're delivering now classroom, skills, practice, and service learning components of our interprofessional curriculum, what we call the work. So people, stakeholders, and partners coming together to create the curriculum and ultimately the work. Now, students, of course, are quite an important part of the interprofessional training and experience. And here you can see that we've organized a lot of our work under a center, which we call the Center for Health Sciences, Interprofessional Education, Research, and Practice, or CHISE is the moniker for this center. CHISE is our organizing structure for our interprofessional education. It's also an organizing structure for research. Many of our faculty who spend their time training our students also do research on interprofessional education. So they have a research aspect to their work. And all of this is organized under the center we call CHISE. So if you look at the very top part of this slide, you can see the name of the center, and I would encourage those of you who have interest here to investigate this website and see all that we're doing with respect to our training, but also with respect to our research efforts. So this slide here is the student portal part of the center, and students can enter this portal and go to the core curriculum, go to an aspect called the Health Sciences Common Book, which I'll mention in a moment, and then various other specialty programs that we've created to help students who want to specialize in various parts of interprofessional practice, including a whole series now of electives, interprofessional electives. So for us, the way that we deliver our curriculum is through a core element of IPE, which we've recently redesigned and now implemented to capture both the core aspects of the engagements as well as active learning and skill development and then reflection. So here's some highlights of what we've been doing this past academic year in terms of revitalizing and re-envisioning some of our interprofessional training and developing some electives. Some of our electives include topics around age-friendly healthcare or team-based management of substance use disorders. We also now have some partnerships where we can take our students out into the community with a mobile outreach vehicle that is located at our tertiary care hospital called Harborview Medical Center. And then also a series of electives that are targeted towards learning more about and managing the health needs of our indigenous populations, the native tribal populations in the state of Washington. And here's an example of that. So one activity we do every year with all of our students is we choose a book to read together. It's called the Health Sciences Common Book. And the book we read this year, and you can see the title at the top, called Braiding Sweetgrass: Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge, and the Teaching of Plants. This is a fascinating book about our indigenous population, our Native Americans, and their approach to health and science so that our students can better understand the culture of our indigenous populations. And then we brought, after the students have read the book, we brought together some speakers to talk about some of the very specific topics that were addressed in the book. And here you can see 3 speakers. Each of these 3 fabulous individuals are from Native American populations in the Western U.S. Now, any educational and training effort wouldn't be complete unless we undertook standardized assessments. And we do assess our students and how they are progressing in the curriculum. For example, we'll ask questions after specific sessions like this. Please identify after today's session what you may have learned about another profession. Here's an example. 720 students responded to this after one of the training sessions this year. We also asked them to give us a whole host of other types of assessments to write whether they agreed or didn't agree with whether the session gave them the opportunity to practice communication skills as part of an interprofessional team. And you can see here we use this information to help us refine our curriculum. Here's another question about values. And here is a pre-post question about team readiness. So we would ask the students at the beginning of the session how ready they were with respect to these domains, and then ask them after whether they believe they had improved in these specific domains. Another example of our assessment. And the faculty who are interested in research will publish this kind of information to the community of researchers who are interested in interprofessional education as part of their scholarship. Now, I'll finish here by looking forward a bit. By the way, this is one of our faculty development rooms where we bring the faculty together to do some planning. And you can see behind here is the waterway behind our medical center, very beautiful setting at the university. And one of the key elements of our continuous development of our interprofessional curriculum is to now integrate our core curriculum, which you'll see in the left circle, with service learning. So service learning for us is a form of experiential learning where a student learns theories in the classroom and then at the same time volunteers with an agency, usually a not-for-profit agency or a social service group, to practice what they've learned in a classroom. And then the third element of service learning is that they engage in reflection activities to deepen their understanding of what's being taught, both in the classroom and through their experiential learning. And we've integrated this now as part of our next academic year's interprofessional training programs. The notion, of course, is to have both aspects working simultaneously, our core curriculum and our service learning component. The final slide to show you here before I finish is the university is so committed to interprofessional education that we will this year open a brand new 100,000 square foot teaching facility dedicated to interprofessional training. This is a stylized picture of the outside of the building and some of the inside classrooms. There is nothing in this building except teaching facilities. No faculty offices, no research laboratories. It is purely a teaching and learning facility for interprofessional education. And I have to tell you, we're all very excited to come this fall to start our work in that building. Well, with that, I will stop, and I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to any questions you might have for me.
Thank you, Professor Sullivan. Thank you for your inspiring speech. Any question from the audience?
Hello, thanks, Dr. Sullivan's excellent talks, and I'm Dr. Wu from Taiwan. And I'm a neurologist who specializes in medical education and neuroscience research. And I have one question about your talks. That is, did you introduce the concept of competency-based medical education in your training programs?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Wu.
Hello.
Thank you for that question. And yes, absolutely. I should mention, and I just assumed that this was understood, but interprofessional education is an important part of our total competence-based training program. It is not the entirety of our program. So I would say interprofessional education takes about 20% of our total curriculum. The other part of our curriculum is, basic science training, therapeutics training, clinical skills-based training, all of which is competency-based. And that's the same in the School of Medicine, and that's the same in the School of Nursing, and the same in the School of Dentistry, as it is in the School of Pharmacy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Hello, Professor Sullivan. I'm Charlie Zhang. Nice to meet you online.
Nice to see you, Charlie.
Yeah. I take this opportunity to thank you for your great support during my stay in Seattle and also the following continuous year for our department. Thank you for your inspiring speech. I have a question for your presentation. I think you have done a great job in IPE. And can you point out what is the main barrier or difficult to during the years to improve the IPE and how to overcome the barriers? Thank you.
Yeah, very good question, Charlie. And we were very delighted to host you while you were here. And I look forward to seeing you again soon, I hope. So there were several barriers. One barrier is inertia, right? You know, many professional training programs are designed, you know, historically, and the individuals who are responsible for those programs, they don't necessarily like to change because change means more work, right? Or doing things a different way. So we had to overcome the inertia part. And the way we addressed that was in each of the schools, we identified a champion from each of the schools. So one physician, one pharmacist, and they were a senior leader in the school. And they then were responsible for working together as a team to overcome the inertia of the unwillingness to change things, right? That's one. The second is, and this is a pragmatic barrier, to bring students together from the different health professionals, training programs, you have to have a common day of the week where they all are available to come together, right? So historically, we didn't have this common day of the week. So it might be that the nursing program could commit Tuesday afternoons, and the medical school could commit Wednesday mornings, and the pharmacy school had Friday afternoons. So we had to align our curriculum across all the schools to have a common day. So now we have that. That common day of the week is Wednesday, in the middle of the week. And we call that day Wednesdays in Practice. Every school that you saw on my earlier slide devotes about 6 hours on Wednesday where there is nothing in their curriculum except IPE, so that we all can get together at the same time. That's a very practical, right, barrier, but it's something that took a lot of time and effort to achieve. And we've achieved that now, I think about 6 or 7 years ago, we achieved that finally. So those are two: inertia by having a champion, and then a common day where all the students can come together.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope I can see you either in Taiwan or in Seattle soon. Thank you.
I hope so too.
Thank you, Professor Sullivan. Thank you for your speech. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank
I
you.
hope you all have a nice conference.
Thank you. And I would like to invite Professor Chen Zhenji to present the certificate of appreciation to Professor Sullivan. Thank you. Can you smile for a quick photo?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay. Yes, and the organizing committee would like to invite Professor Yang Ying to present a souvenir for Professor Chen Zhenji. Thank you for joining us today and your support. Thank you. Thank you. And we will now move on to our next talk. I would like to invite the Superintendent of Taipei VGH Taoyuan Branch, Professor Lu Xinhua, here to introduce our next speaker. Professor Lu, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Xinhua Lu.
I'm a professor of urology in National Yangming University. I'm also the superintendent in Taipei Veteran General Hospital, Taoyuan branch. The next keynote lecture, the topic will be cultivate interdisciplinary talents for precision aging care, the mechanism of international courses and certificate integration. For responding to industry needs in the aging society, National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Sciences established the base in 2019 to cultivate talents for precision aging care. The cooperation between industries, government, and schools was carried out by 7 international and local corporate bodies, as well as 7 school partners. Currently, the talent cultivation base benefits to talents of precision health industry in Taiwan. So this interesting topic will be delivered by Professor Shufang Wu, who is a distinguished professor and president of National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Sciences. So let's give a warm welcome to Professor Shufang Wu.
Thank you, Director Lu. All the ladies and gentlemen, all the distinguished participants here. It's my great honor to be here to share with you my some study experiences. 各位嘉宾，各位先进，那今天由我来跟各位分享，我今天的题目是有关于精准高龄照护跨领域人才培育。那当然在这一部分以国际客政合一发展这样的一个机制的主题来跟大家做这一部分的报告。我今天的报告大概分成4个部分。那第一个部分是有关于精准健康照护的一个发展跟分歧。然后呢，在学校，在我们北护大这边，刚好在这几年当中，致力于创新研究中心这一部分。如何去结合产官学的能量去建制一个跨领域合作的一个范例？那第3个就是在建制精准训练基地的一个经验，如何培育一个跨领域专业人才？那最后就是客政合一的这一部分的一个经验。那首先提到精准健康照护哈，那在精准健康的发展，应该是在2015年奥巴马在我们的国情咨文里面，他投资了2.15亿的一个美金去发展精准医疗，所以在2015年奥巴马提出来之后，我们就宣布精准医疗时代到了。到了2016年到17年，我们会比较常看到的是一个个别化照护，以病人为优先的一个导向的一个照护，我们称为 individualized care。到18年的时候，我们看到在文献或者在 literature review 里面比较看到的是精准照护精准护理。那精准护理的话，曾经就是我们在国际跟国内的一个发表看到是以癌症病人为主的一个范例。那19跟20年代的时候，就会比较聚焦在跨领域团队跟大数据健康、跨领域整合大数据、个人化的一个精准照护。那未来在2030年。我相信就是一个全人健康照护的一个健康体系，那会透过产官学密切合作，打造台湾完整的精准健康照护的体系。所以我们在看到之前我们的一个照护，或许会比较传统的照护可能是以疾病为导向的一个照护，或者是说我们在高照护的压力之下，会比较是以疾病。或者是说比较没有整合性的一个照护为主，但是慢慢会发展成比较个别化的照护，去着重病人的一个喜好，他的一个优先次序跟他生活品质的一个关照，所以在这一部分有这样的一个演进趋势。然后在 卫生福利部在2019年10月30号的时候启动国家级的生物资料库的整合平台计划，所以在这时候强化了精准医疗药品、创新智慧照护等等，加速精准健康照护体系的应用。所以这时候我们就看到了精准医疗 （precision medicine、precision healthcare） 以及精准用药的一个演进。那所以在这一部分，我们可以比较清楚的了解，所谓的精准医疗大概着重在病人的疾病照护、诊断跟治疗。那何谓精准照护 （precision healthcare）？ 大概就是着重在病人健康问题的优先导向为照护。所以在这时候，我们在创新研究中心这一部分，我们就打造了一个精准健康产业，在台湾对准精准健康战略的产业。所以在跨领域部会的一个合作，包含经济部、科技部、中研院、卫福部共同打造了精准健康战略产业。那有5个面向，包含从诊断面、治疗、智慧医疗、照护跟精准预防有5个面向。在培育未来产业精准健康生态系所需要的一个专业人才。那以 COVID-19 这一个疫情，我们就发现到非接触性的远距照护或就是居家的医疗照护的加速发展，会让我们整个科技发展以人为中心的暖心的服务。这个就是在我们在提到最近我们一直在倡导所谓精准健康产业这一部分，它的一个发展的一个契机。所以在北护大大概在我们108年开始，我们成立的大健康产业照护为主轴的一个特色研究中心。那当然就是结合了教学、研究、产学、照护一体化。那聚焦在精准护理跟我所谓的健康智慧照顾的2个主轴。好，那在这一部分108年成立，我们聚焦。那在学校里面是成立的一个我们应该是叫做任务编组的1级单位，所以它有3个部分。第一个就是研究的功能，第2个就是我们的咨询功能，第3个是训练的功能。那在研究的功能的部分，我们在这一部分当然都有国家型的一个计划挹注，所以我们申请了教育部的相关的特色就是特色要生计划，是针对国立大学，所以这部分1年大概2800万的一个经费，我们有5年的一个计划，1亿4千万去堆叠这样的一个研究量能。那我刚提到2个主轴，一个是 Smart Care， 另外一个是 Precision Healthcare。那另外一个咨询的一个功能的话，大概就是我们在全国的一个长照策略联盟，我们学校有一个单位叫做健康照护产学合作中心。那这一部分是聚焦在我们长照人才培育的部分。那第3个功能就是训练。那等一下会一一来做这一部分怎么去做整合。那在研究功能这一部分，我们结合了医疗机构、AI 科技产业发展精准照护的一个特色研究。那在这时候，我们跟国内包含跟台北荣总，还有我们振兴医院、星光医院、联合医院等等，那当然还有我们学校5000多个学生的一个相关的医疗跟照护的实习机构。那在国际的合作部分，包含刚刚 Professor Sullivan 他是来自于华大，其实我们在跟华盛顿大学也是近期做了非常多的一个特色研究的一个积极的一个合作。那跟澳洲 QUD、跟日本佐久大学以及我们新南向白语所大学，因为我们在印尼也设置了印尼的台印教育中心去做这一部分健康照护，以及我们讲到的一个跨领域的一个研究合作。那我刚有提到2个主轴。在核心的部分，我们可能就会聚焦于 Precision Healthcare 跟我们的 Smart Care。那我们研究中心里面包含除了教授团队之外，就是有我们的国内外的研究员。那我们聚焦在5大研究领域，包含精准照护、社会科学的研究，或者是说在 Smart Care 的科技的一个元素里面。那还有我们的 Data Science Center， 就是我们的一个临床数据分析等等，大概有这5大的一个分类。所以在109年，我们举办了11场的国际研讨会，以论坛、工作坊或者是研究我们的一个研讨会的一个形式去做一些合作。然后呢， 好，那这个就是在110年，我们也有6场。好，那在我们的所有的研讨里面，尤其在社会科学，我们去抓出所谓的 precision healthcare 它的一个元素跟它照护的一个定义。所以我们从描述性定义，尤其是操作性定义，发现什么叫做精准健康照护，它是个别化的一个需求为主的整合性照护，包含跨域合作跟患者本身共同去决定他的一个健康目标，那以病人为优先等等的一个照护。所以其实我们抓出了6个重要的元素，称为精准健康照护。第一个很重要的，我们称为6P 哈。第一个 P 是我们团队共定目标哈，所以是一个 purpose 是第一个 P。第二个是 patient preference 病人的一个喜好，他的照护的喜好。那第3个就是病人优先导向的照护。那第4个很重要是病人的一个自我管理科学的一个元素。那还有2个就是其实跟今天的主题有非常大的相关，包含我们必须要运用到不管是生物资料库或者是我们的病例去做一些资料库的分析。好，其中有一个很重要的元素是这一部分。最后一个就是必须要是跨领域 interprofessional collaboration practice。好，那有这6大元素，我们可以称为 precision healthcare。所以在这一部分，我们去这3年里面，我们去做这一部分的一个发表，大概有10来篇是有关于我们在找出这个精准照护的一个元素跟它的一个核心目标。那当然，如果说以这2个族群，包含精准照护跟 smart care， 我们大概团队跟教授群里面大概有发表97篇的 SCI paper 哈，那是针对这2大主轴，是非常聚焦在这2大主轴，在这几年当中。那如果说以我们现在合作的一个研究的主题，大概有24个主题，我们是聚焦在创新研究这一部分。那在讲到第2个功能是咨询，那其实在我们学校的行政大楼里面，其实有一个单位叫做健康照护产学合作中心，其实是在我们卫福部，尤其是在长照 2.0 哈。那如果说长照 2.0 白皮书里面101页有明文讲到这一个单位，那这个单位其实就是我们教育部跟卫福部的一个幕僚协助单位。那我们学校主要是在做人才培育的一个主责单位，所以在长照的一个专业发展里面，从104年教育部委托我们去做一个长照相关课程的一个盘点。那我们盘点出来的话，那时候只有18个全国的专科以上18个学校有加入。那慢慢到2016年，已经100%41所学校41个科系有加入。那我们推动4大模组去做课程的一个整合。那在这一部分的话，到目前为止每学期在我们学校开会大概有41所学校哈。那这是每学期都固定在这边做一个长照相关科系的一个研讨。那当然成立研究中心之后，我们也大力推动，到目前为止长照专业分级的部分，我们现在正聚焦于这部分的一个发展。好，讲到第3个功能叫做 training 训练。那我们配合行政院的前瞻计划，我们建制了一个我们讲到的5+2的前瞻产业。那在我们所谓的不管在绿能或者是说在水资源等等啊，轨道建设，其实我们拿到的是所谓的长照这样的一个基地。那总共拿到这样子的一个计划3500万，我们去打造一个优化的一个基地。那在这个基础建设之下，我们大概107年到110年，好，那我们就是建制这一个所谓的优化技职院校实作环境的一个人才，也是在培育一个跨领域的一个人才。那推动的一个历程，除了建制一个硬体的，当然软体的部分人才的培育是非常重要的。好，那这个计划里面，我们结合了跟所谓的伙伴学校哈，那伙伴学校大概有6所的专科学校，那还有我们的产业界当然就包含荣总，还有我们的弘道星光医院，还有我们阳明交通大学等等，一起去建制这样的一个人才培育跨领域的一个人才培育。 那这个基地在硬体的部分，刚刚讲到，除了3500万的建制，我们学校现在新盖大楼，我们也搬到新大楼里面，所以我们又加码200万，好，让我们这样的一个基地能够具有专业化，而且让很多的伙伴学校或者是产业界可以来应用。那我们聚焦在这一个里面，我们聚焦在2部分，一个是 aging care， 因为像我们老年人口已经非常的到达了20%甚至25%，都进入了一个超高龄社会了哈，所以我们 aging care 跟 re-environment 是我们的2大主轴。那当然在这一部分计划很重要的一个元素，我们要把那个国外澳洲的一个老人的一个相关课程技术引进到台湾。好，那这个后面我会再做进一步的说明。好，那这样的一个计划的话，为什么要推动这样的一个计划？我们是希望我们的一个学习不只拿到学位，我们也拿到所谓的证照跟职业资格。那如果说以全球的一个职业资格来讲，在职业教育里面非常有名的不外乎是德国跟澳洲，所以我们借鉴国外的一个经验。那在国外的一个证照，它从 C1 到 C10， 这个是澳洲的一个职业的一个历程哈。那在我们学校的系所举例来讲，以高龄健康照护系来讲，它除了在我们学校修完2年学位，它可以直接到国外去修 C3、C4 的一个 aging care 的一个证照。那他会拿到我们的，当然4年毕业，他会拿到我们学校的一个学位，甚至他会拿到国外的证照。那这张高龄照护的一个证照的话，其实是可以在全世界26个国家里面去做高龄照护的一个职业资格。所以这个就是一个证照合一，也是教育部非常极力要推动的一个就是我们的学位加证照的一个取得哈，在同一个时间里面。所以在澳洲高龄职业的一个衔接学位这一部分，可以看到绿色的部分，它是一个学位，再加上非学位的一个培训。我们希望不管是学生的年代，或者是说产业界的一个回流教育，再一度回到我们这样的一个基地来做培训。那我们去促进这个社会，我们要推动的一个是推动的一个很重要的一个 aging care。那在澳洲的一个照护认证的部分，我们引进的是 C3 跟 C4 这2张证照。那其实在国外的话，它大概 C3 的话，大概要学习时数也大概600个小时，包含实习。C4 进阶版的话，也是要650个小时。那以目前来讲，我们去年就是也执行了30位种子教师，也就是完成了 Trainer Program。好，那这一些种子教师通过之后，当然他会拿到 C3 跟 C4 的结业证书，加上他的语言，他 IELTS 5.5以上的时候，经过Trainer Program 通过，他就可以在台湾，他有具备澳洲的一个机构认可的师资，甚至在台湾他可以开设相关的一个 aging care 的一个课程。那其实刚刚有看到这个照片里面都是线上 online， 是因为疫情的关系，所以我们就是很弹性的，在去年跟前年，我们就是很机动性的把它改成一个线上的一个课程方式。那我们也去做这一部分的一个培训跟扩散到各个伙伴学校。那高龄这一个基地的话，不外乎是我们一些设备的一个建制。那在软体的话，就是我刚提到的，包含它的一个国外的一个能力考试的一个模式的一个建制。好，那在这一部分的话，当然因为我们有这样的一个技术引进之后，我们也把它化成一个国内比较 modify 比较合适的一个方式，所以我们也是去扩散成不同的一个课程。包含我们去建制不同的核心能力，好，然后加入不同的一个 curriculum， 它的一个不同的课程，那培训出来的是具备这样子的一个 competency 的一个学生能力。好，那这一部分的话，除了我们在学校的一个学员跟学生具备这样的能力，我们也扩散到业界，好，就是产业端，我们去做回流教育，包含星光医院的 PGY 他们的一个长照 PGY 医师的一个培训，也在我们这一个基地，那包含 NGO，就是我们的一个弘道，甚至关渡医院的一个相关的一个培训，也跟我们学校去做的这样的一个密切的合作。那未来的话也是会持续这样子做。所以在疫情期间，我们结合这些师资共同规划了一些线上的课程，那跨域的共学也是这样子的一个成长，走过了3年哈。那现在的话，就是这样的一个模式也深受教育部甚至劳动部 APEC 在去年的时候，也把我们的一个数位，就是我们的一个数位健康照护的一个数位技能班，先行在我们学校做示范，包含它 iPass 已经通过，所以在今年年底的时候 ，APEC 26个国家会送我们的国外的这一些学者来做这一部分的一个培训。好，在台湾做这样的一个培训。所以在 COVID-19 之后，我相信对台湾经济发展的对策包含非常重要，打造非常大健康的产业，就是数位科技结合大数据，这是一个必然的一个产业发展。那包含台湾会成为亚太新创中心，包含它运用 AIoT、5G 等等的应用，会深具国际的一个竞争力。这是一个新创环境，也是必然的一个趋势。那在今年度，教育部又再一次提到第2期的优化，所以它是聚焦在精准预防。那它是一个案大概1亿，那我们也很积极的在做这一部分构想书的一个争取。好，那以目前为止，我们是希望加值在第1期的 Aging Care， 我们希望在赋能科技上面，包含智慧医疗的部分，我们已经构想书送出去，也通过初审。那这一部分我们很努力在这1期的一个计划申请，希望打造台湾未来在我们所谓的6大核心，尤其是在精准照护这一部分，去提出一个更精进的一个人才培育计划。所以我们在整个计划的一个起心动念，我们是希望能够从研训简用一条龙的一个方式，包含你研发整个核心模组的一个课程，一直到训练，一直到检定，就是它能够通过取得这样的一个 certificate 的，最后送到法人，送到产业来去做非常实用的一个人才哈。那这一部分是我们学校跟业界一直在努力合并一起去做的一件事情。那最终的话，在学校端也是这几年非常努力的在做这一部分的，包含我们不管是教学研究部分，所以也取得不管 QS 或者是 ARW 的一个 subject ranking 哈，也成为一个百大的一个学校。不过我们还有非常多努力的空间，我们希望我们的一个经验，好，我们的经验能够一个传承或者是做分享。所以在大概从104年开始 ，APEC 它也是教育部指定我们学校作为一个这样子的一个我们教育模式的一个分享，所以连续4年都有做这一部分的分享。当然，我们看到的从104年开始4次的分享，其中其实在台湾非常有名的，我觉得在台湾值得可以去做分享的，大概有非常珍贵的2颗珍珠，一个叫做科技，另外一个叫医护照护。这个是台湾非常能够可以去做一些输出的一个很珍贵的一个来源。所以在这一部分，我们也经由不同的一个经验模式的分享，让 APEC 以及我们其他国家知道台湾的一个健康照护跨领域的优质教育模式，我们去做这样的分享。那以上就是做一个简单的报告，也希望大家能够顺利愉快。如果有问题，也欢迎大家垂询。谢谢。
好，非常谢谢吴校长，好，那精彩演讲。那是不是有在场有提问啊？有提问，
谢谢吴校长非常精彩的演讲哈。高龄非常精准的人才培育，跨领域的培育哈，也看到我们在高龄那一直在临床这个部分，我们也在想一个问题哈，精准医疗哈，我现在比较以临床的角度来看哈。那精准医疗，我蛮想要知道，就是说护理在精准医疗这里的角色，跟我的人才培训应该，因为校长在讲的就是我们学跟用之间就是一个连贯。但是在医学中心里面，诊断跟医疗还是最主要的部分。那护理在这个精准医疗中可以扮演什么样的角色？另外一个部分就是我怎么样做这样的人才培训？谢谢。
好，非常谢谢副主任的一个提问哈，我觉得这问题非常好。我们在这3年当中，一直试图要去找出精准医疗跟精准照护它的一个元素跟定义。那现在我们藉由这几年的经验，让我们知道，其实现在不管是在基因检测或者是癌症的一个对准标靶等等，这个我们都很清楚，这个 precision medicine 这是在医疗的部分。那在照护的部分，我觉得就是搭配我们医疗的精准医疗这一部分。但是你必须，就像我刚讲的6P 的元素，尤其有两个元素，我们发现是非常重要。我的一个博士生在印尼哈，他把这个精准护理应用在印尼的一个临床上面，糖尿病的一个照护，他发现说，必须要用2个元素，也就是跟我们今天的主题非常 match 的，叫做智慧医疗的部分。所以你可以用病例的收集或大数据，我觉得一定要用这个部分，用 bio database 去做分析，你就会知道它现在的一个大数据分析出来的一个元素在哪里，你才能够对准那一部分去给病人他所需要的。那这是其中一个。第二个我觉得非常重要是跨领域的合作，这个也是我们今天要探讨的。那跨领域的合作就不止，因为医护本来就是密不可分，但是现在所谓的 interdisciplinary 或者是 interprofessionals， 我觉得一定是要跨3到4个不一样的一个领域去做结合，因为你光是医跟护其实是不够的。我们发现所谓的跨领域，你至少要结合3到4个专业，那以病人为中心为主体。这个是我们很早就知道的 patient 病人为中心的，这个是我们很早就知道。但是我们找出这6个元素，我觉得我们现在临床上面比较缺的是刚刚提到的那2个。好，不管是从 database 里面去分析出来的大数据，这个一定要应用在病人照护上面。好，那谢谢副主任的一个提问。
好，谢谢。
谢谢校长的经
谢谢。那我觉得这个刚刚这提问非常好哈，精准医疗。那其实还有一个很重要的一个面向就是precision healthcare， 还有 precision aging care。啊，那是在除了精准医疗之外，我们一个精准健康照护。精准健康照护其实它的层面还有更广啊，除了我们在临床的这个医疗及慢性疾病的医疗之外，我们还有一个，其实在分院有很多的这个 precision healthcare 是正在进行当中，一些 healthcare 在进行当中，但没有 precision healthcare。啊，所以我是觉得这可以把它导入进去。好，那分院有很多的长期照护，啊，有这个长照，我们有长照 A、B、C 啊 ，A、B、C 都有啊。那有非常多的这个护理之家，啊，那都是长者啊，事实上都是我们的这些精准的这个高龄照护，还有精准健康照护，可以去很好的发挥跟一个施作的一个很好的一个场域，啊，那我想这个将来，也希望能够有这个机会，能够跟校长这边做一个合作，啊，然后也希望能够把校长这么好的一个理念啊，我们把它推广到，来照顾更多的这个长者跟这个长照的这些住民。
对，谢谢卢院长哈。那我非常的乐意，尤其现在老人或者是长照是一个显学。那早期的话，我们的一个实验室 lab 它就是内外科，包含所有的科别。那为什么特别这一个3500万的基地要成立？以国家前瞻计划，他愿意去投入这一部分。的确，他把长照跟老人的一个 aging care 是独立拉出来，是因为我们现在正面对一个银发族的一个浪潮，所以我们要面对的是这一个 aging care， 就是一个非常大的一个冲击来到，所以我们要用最快的速度去赶上我们这老化的一个人口数增加，我们的速度一定要迎头赶上。所以不管在我们人才培育、跨领域培育，或者是基地的一个建制，无疑的都是在赶上这一波。我们希望能够来得及去做这样的一个老人照护的一个针对老人照护的一个预应，跟我们未来能够做好准备。
好，非常谢谢今天这个演讲啊，非常的 informative， 非常inspiring 好，那非常感谢校长给我们这么精彩的这个演讲，还有我们现场的非常好的一个提问。好，我们这个接着进行，我们再以热烈掌声来谢谢校长。
是，再次感谢吴校长的演讲。那我们主办单位邀请卢新华院长帮我们致赠感谢状给吴淑芳校长，谢谢。好的，谢谢，再次感谢吴校长演讲。那这边主办单位杨莹主任也特别感谢卢新华院长今天莅临，然后在这边致赠一个纪念品，谢谢您的对活动的支持，谢谢。谢谢。好的，接下来下一场演讲，我们邀请台北荣总育理分院胡宗明院长为我们介绍下一位讲者，谢谢。
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to this section. I'm Dr. Zhong Minghu from Taipei Veteran General Hospital, Yuli Branch. I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Professor Hengxin Tong. Professor Tong's current position is Director, Department of Nursing, National Yangming Jiao Tong University. Qualification including health system, executive leadership, Doctor of Nursing practice at the University of Pittsburgh, and nursing PhD at the University San Diego. This presentation topic is clinical immersive experience in nursing cultivation. Let's welcome speaker Professor Tong.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for Dr. Wu's introduction. And I'm going to deliver my talks in Mandarin since all of the audience, most of them are from Taiwan. But my PowerPoint is in English. So you can ask questions in English if the audience is from other country. 那很感谢各位今天受北荣的邀约来到这一场演讲。那我的题目是 Clinical Immersive Experience 沉浸感的体验，在这个护理的教育 Metaverse。那 background introduction 呢？因为今天我们 conference 的主题是医教跨域新解放，科技赋能创新运用。那我本身呢非常喜欢的拥抱革新与创新，所以每当有改变的时候，我不会去 deny， 我会去拥抱它，试着调整。那很多人问我说，做这个 VR education 有没有很多的挑战？事实上有很多很多的挑战，但是呢，我们的教育者，还有我们的医师、护理师、教授们是一个团队，我们才是教案的灵魂，科技只是辅助，这是第一个很重要的观念。然后所有的 VR 其实我们都是以 simulation base， 只是用 virtual 去 create 一个 artificial 的 environment， 让我们可以重复的运用这一些教案，而且学生可以在比较不懂的时候可以重复看，所以其实它 resource 是比较有效的运用。 那今天我们会开始从结果面来看，会先直接给各位看几个已经在护理教育或是专科护理师上面已经运用的教案，然后再回到我们要怎么做 VR 在 nursing education。最后，因为疫情的关系，其实有很多改成线上，我相信疫情后还是一样要运用这一些科技，就像之前早上中兴大学教授刘教授讲的，即使疫后了，其实是用 mixed method 混成教育。之后会提到，就是我们可能会有一些困境，那我们要如何的克服这一些挑战，然后未来的一些展望。那再来，我就会拜托后面的肖美女帮我播放。那我们就直接第一步，你要回上一页，对，然后游标放在 PowerPoint 的下面，对，然后就直接按 Play， 它就会开始。然后声音可以，对，声音这样是 OK 的。这一步是跟 HTC 运用在疫情期间，我们内外科的护理学的 lecture 没有办法实体上，那有一些课是老师们不是直播主，所以没有办法说你原本3小时的 lecture 你就这样疯狂直播，其实这会让 audience get a little bit tired， 所以我们的影片呢有3D 的动画，那他就可以去看。那这一片最主要讲的是这个 valve disease， 所以他先了解一些解剖学。那请直接到1分41秒，因为我们每个影片大概有2分钟左右，可是因为我们的时间是20分钟，我想我应该是在15分钟后结束。那这边我们就会结合说，如果你有主动脉狭窄的症状，那你的这个解剖结构大概会在哪一边出现？然后学生如果有一些想要重复复习，他可以搭配着他的教科书去看。然后也有很多人提到戴 VR 呢，会不会有些人会头晕？确实会。所以其实 VR 一般一个 chapter 它不会过于冗长，所以它大概会2到3分钟。那有不同的 chapter， 那这个是我们用在这个 lecture 的部分，然后再下一步。那这一个呢是用在我们的 physical assessment， 是在教 nurse practitioner， 就是专科护理师。那一样游标，拜托肖美女帮我放在下面，然后直接开始 play。那在其实早期的时候用 VR 的时候，它是用 white paper。那现在 HTC 我合作的这个吴坤嘉经理在 medical VR 部门呢，他们现在是用 Verti。那 white paper 刚刚你可以看到，我的书架上有很多不同的书。那像这边你就可以选是从直升机救援，还是从这个 ambulance 来，所以你可以选，因为有一些医院是有空中救护，有一些医院没有，所以你可以选择你们医院比较适合的情境。那这一些 case scenario 都是医护团队研发，然后根据真实案例做一些调整。然后所以这一个 scenario 是从直升机过来的，然后我们这是实境拍摄。然后你看到这一些很漂亮的专科护理师，还有护理师，还有这一位急诊医师，都是真正的急诊医师跟专科护理师还有护理师哈。那我们也是因为他们在用词上比较会贴近我们临床的用词。然后学生会有 challenge test。因为他才是 novice， 他还在上学，所以其实他只是 novice 的阶段，所以他会有一些 challenge test。那你会发现说，怎么上面有很多的字幕？因为我们不是在看电影，很多人会误解说我上面就一直演，然后身临其境。重点是我们这是教学，所以要有 teaching quality， 还有学生的 learning efficacy， 所以你上面必须重点你要告诉他。 所以你会重复看到一些重点。那它如果错，我们会进到另外一个路径，它就不能一直往下走。然后请到53秒。你现在到1分钟，那如果到1分钟就1分22秒。对，大概就在急诊的场景，然后他后续怎么处理哈？好像不小心按到了，对吗？没关系，小美女，你回到对，再往后到1分50秒，好的，我们就看后面就可以了。所以它里面可以载入一些情境题，然后让学生去做一些选择。你再往下一点到1分40秒那边，对，往下，然后对，再往下到1分50秒好了，我们看后面的就可以了。然后这一片就让大家有概念就可以了。好像肖美女那边很难控制哈，没关系，那我们就下一片，那我解释一下就可以了。Technical 的东西就是这样，有时候它会可能我们事前没有先演练，所以它那边就没办法控制得很好。那我们没关系，你就按停、按 pause 就可以了。那我们等一下再看下一片哈。所以这个 physical assessment 的话，就可以让他看一些情境，而且上面会有 hint， 比如说先给他 chief complaint 或者 symptom。然后他们可以做 discussion。其实，在不管是线上或线下 mixed method， 其实事实上，早上我有聆听这一场研讨会，那刘教授有提到 loneliness， 学生会感到很孤单，所以必须用 teamwork， 学生就不会孤单，它是可以讨论的。它是可以在线上也可以分教室做一些讨论，而且用 gather town 非常的方便。然后另外的一个重点就是，其实学生每一个程度不一样，你也可以做到 personalize 的个别化，因为它可以重复看，你希望达到什么样的成效，你先设定好。所以有人快，有人慢，这是线上最大的好处。可能 A 他可能看1次，他可以达到成效，那 B 他可能要看5次，所以这个就不会影响到，就是如果实体教学上时间的不一样。那再下一个。那这个是一样，游标到下面，然后按 play 就可以了。那像刚才其实早上有一位演讲者，他就是专门用 VR 在做照护嘛。那他也有提到，其实会有这种 immersion 的感觉 ，VR 才做得到。但并不表示每一个教案都需要用 VR， 你需要有沉浸感的在做 VR， 不然其实是浪费资源。那这个是一个 adverse event， 那它需要有一些情境，所以学生他不管戴头盔，或者是他可以由2D 转成3D 的感觉，他也可以用游标，他就可以看到3D 的不同角落。好，那这个直接到1分29秒。那其实它中间 adverse event 重要的就是已经发生了，它要用 root cause analysis， 所以学生他们一起看的时候，发现有问题，他就会 pause， 然后就会开始讨论，然后开始用不一样的方式去了解哪边可能会有 risk point， 可以防止这一件事的发生。然后最后其实这一些学生们，还有我们请来的标准病人跟演员，然后你会发现都会有一些字幕。那我们影片就先看到这边。好，那我想请教各位一个问题，至少有我的主持人跟我互动哈。那如果没有人举手，我就请主持人回答。这3部片子哪一个片子最便宜？主持人可以看看你想要点谁，如果你不愿意点别人，那您可以自己回答。
那个副主任，
第二个骗子吗？你是第二个骗子，回到第二个骗子，你只有直升机那一个吗？哦，你是指第一个吗？这个吗？恭喜你得到我10本书。为什么这一个最便宜哈？因为它只是剪接。对，那第二个跟第三个都有拍摄，哪一个最贵？我们换一个人回答。
有没有这个与会同仁？那个黄医师。
来，最后一个。
最后一个哈，抱歉，您从10本书变成1本了。所以不能一直同一个人回答，因为第二个片子是实境，所以非常耗时。然后它360度的这个摄影机要一直拍，因为不可能我们都会想象360度就一次就好了，不是，它的特写必须要用不是360的。所以它就会一直拍，然后再来就是它要收音，因为它实境。然后第三个片子，它因为是在 simulation center， 所以它可以把那边弄得很干净，就是把人先清空，所以它收音很好收。那第二个片子是在真正的急诊、真正的医院，所以就会耗时，然后成本就增加。那再来我就开始继续分享哈。那下一页，谢谢。这个不用了，下一页。所以 immersion 的 scale 其实你有需要，你才需要用到 immersion， 并不是所有的情境都需要用 immersion。这样是在资源的这个协调上是不需要的。所以第一步一定是 engagement， 再来是全神贯注 engrossment， 最后 total immersion。所以刚才早上的讲者也有提到，其实total immersion 这个情境非常适合用在 healthcare 的这一些训练，因为我们有时候在一些状况我们想重复练习，或是它是有 risk 的，我们可以重复的去演练，去 practice， 降低 reality shock。所有的替代方案不能取代实体，但可以部分。然后下一页。那这个呢，刚刚提的都是在教育层面的运用，这个是实际用在病人。那其实这一页的话，其实没关系，跳到这里也 OK。它是用在 disc herniation 的病人，然后病人的成效是很好的。那它自动跳页没关系，我就讲到这边，就讲这一页哈。这一页是护理杂志邀我写的专栏哈，就像我刚才提到的哈 ，embracing renovation 哈，要去拥抱这一些革新跟创新，然后在疫后的时代，现在与未来，这是没有办法抗拒的。即使你的实体教学，你还是要运用科技，哈。所以如果想要更多的跨域，更了解护理跟医师，还有我们专科护理师整个团队，还有各职类别，其实就可以一起往前走。好，下一页。那这一个就是我刚刚提到要送副主任的书，还有我们长官的书。好，那长官1本，那我们的副主任先10本，可以分5本给长官，长官就变6本哈。你有买？那最主要这个是我们比较特别的是，我们阳明交大护理学系，在疫情期间，就是去年的5月，突然 discontinue 我们所有的实习。那教育部、考选部还有护理学会有共识，可以部分取代。那我们就用这个方式部分取代，所以其实只是把老师的成果把它集结起来变成手册，然后还有邀请 HTC 的吴坤嘉经理，也是我们交大校区的校友，帮我们写前面的操作。那再来下一页。那因为时间的关系，我们没有办法一个一个影片展示。那这个可以直接扫 QR code， 这是学生在综合实习的时候，我们是用symptom 去引导他要思考，他有可能是什么样的 health problem 造成这个 symptom， 这个是后面他比较需要的能力。那所以这一步的话，其实后来的答案它是口 V， 可是它不是用 breathing 来表现。一开始不是每个个案，有的个案可能是 diarrhea 也有可能，所以有其他的 symptom。所以我们这个教案是这样。那在下一页。 那这个是术后的护理，如果你扫 QR code 下去可以看30秒。那因为后来有非常多的这个护理教育的单位还有学校，那希望我们不是只有 po 30秒，希望是全部。就是可以一起看。那我们现在在研拟这个共享机制，就是希望说，其实我们是互相 share， 不是同一件事有很多个单位都在做，而是我们一起往前走，一起做。那在下一页，那这个是儿科的哈，都可以欢迎大家可以一起去看一下，给我们一些建议跟指导。在下一页。那这个再来就是刚刚提到的哈，大概会跟各位分享一下，其实要完成这个 VR 基本上要怎么样的可以很顺利哈。第一个就是 leadership 本身它不抗拒改变，那 leadership 愿意 input resource， 然后第二个是 faculty， 我们老师也愿意提供教案，可是要搭配行政资源。比如说我们那时候7个科一起做这件事的时候，老师们当然需要各种不同层级的协助，那就会搭配硕士级的，还有学士级的工读生，而不是专门请一个专人，因为一个专人这样子的费用我们是没有办法去负担的，所以就会一起搭配，然后也让学生成长。然后 faculty 其实最主要训练的是 debriefing 的技巧，然后还有提供教案。那科技的部分就是一起往前走，然后 student 他也愿意学习科技的 literacy， 然后让自己的科技势能更进步。然后还有 hardware 跟 software。最后就是刚才其实前面的中兴大学教授其实有提到，我很赞同他讲resilient education， 这是非常非常重要的。所以那个 accessibility 就是你要让这个教育是均衡的。比如说他在家，那他要怎么做？那一个头盔过去贵的10万，那现在可能2-3万，但是这个对于教育单位的负担，那我们要怎么处理？第一个，其实它现在有很多变异的 cardboard 用手机，那 cardboard 一个50块到100，那这个就是可负担的哈。所以有很多不同的方式。那在下一页，我大概剩5分钟嘛，对不对？已经时间到了，好，那我可以结尾了哈。这个就是我讲的 Gather Town 哈，在下一页。那 Gather Town 呢，它还可以分区。然后呢，你做 OSCE test， 它在 communicate， 然后我们的考官可以到考官区1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，然后去对应去听每一间，像中控室 Gather Town 可以自己盖房子，然后这是双和医院目前在进行的，那我们也在谈合作案这样。那下一页。那所以后面的 challenge 其实就是看不到、听不到、摸不到，也不知道。那在下一页。那其实如果你先跟学生讲，是可以开镜头的，可以多一点互动跟 interaction。下一页。好，那最后就是很重要的是，你要让这个专注力 sustain 哈，要用不同的这个技巧，还有游戏式的学习哈。下一页。那所以未来呢 ，Metaverse 这个是不可逆的。那希望大家一起可以运用这个混成的方式 ，digital learning 还有传统的这个 lecture， 然后 we can learn anywhere and anytime. Thank you.
好，非常谢谢童教授，非常生动有趣，这个又有非常精彩的这个演讲哈。这样是请坐。那不知道与会的各位贵宾有没有什么问题要请教童教授？
谢谢童教授哈，你的大作已经拜读了哈，也是非常的，我觉得哈，我在看那本书跟刚刚听童教授演讲，我就觉得跟我以前在学校读书的时候，真的科技的改变是我们真的就是一直都在往前走的，就是非常的 amazing 哈。那我有一个问题，就是我们沉浸感非常好，都是非常有临床感。但是有个比较大的问题，就是说，毕竟我们 care 的是人，那这样的沉浸感如何跟临床上 如何结合哈？这是我现在一直在思考，也是很想要知道的答案。谢谢。
谢谢副主任的提问哈。其实，在 immersion 的训练，它有很多种。那其实心理师也有做 immersion 的这种所谓的 empathy 同理心，所以它其实还是更可以在沉浸的当中去感受病人的感受，甚至是癌末的病人在安宁的照护期间，因为我们没有办法在还没有临床经验的时候去想象那个情境。然后甚至在偏乡离岛，他们有一些情境是我们难以想象，医疗资源非常的 limited， 所以在那样的情境，他怎么样发挥同理心去照顾这个病人，就很像你如果用游戏，你会有刺激感一样的道理，就是你带上这一些装备之后，你很像在另外一个世界，你就会感受到那个情境，不是像我们现在想象的，就是说2D， 然后没有沉浸感，那样确实就没有温度感。可是如果你有 immersion， 就有那个感觉。我举一个例子，我刚刚的片子不是有一个开场是一个山，还有山谷，还有河水。我刚开始想说，那样很放松，结果我学生有一个一戴上开始冒冷汗，原来他有惧高症，他一往下看不到底。那所以就是戴 VR 第一次戴最好都是坐着戴，然后所以我只是要表达，其实那个是可以感受出来的。现在精神科也运用的很广泛。谢谢您的提问，很重要，谢谢。
黄医师。
好，谢谢童教授，我是教学部黄孝先医师。我刚刚看到那个教案设计其实蛮生动的哈。那想请教说，以现在实务上来说，它有真正是应用在譬如说大学部的学生，还是说他们是实习之前？那因为我个人的想法是觉得这样子是持续推广，但应该会遇到蛮多实务上的困难，譬如说VR 仪器是不是够使用啊等等的。那不晓得在阳明大学这方面未来的规划或者是现行的状态是到什么程度的情况这样子？谢谢。
谢谢您的提问哈，这非常重要，确实有一些挑战，可是去年是不得不，所以它像一个加速器，就是学生不得不，因为就是 discontinue， 去年5月就突然停止，那就变成学生他不得不，所以他在推广上其实是加速的。虽然表面上看起来疫情让人有很多的困境，可是它其实加值了在 VR 上面的推广。那第一个推广上就是要系统性，比如说我老师个人，那我个人比如说我是做安宁的，我就只有安宁，这是一个 individual 的这一方面，它就很难。那我们在学生那时候是产儿精工内外社区。再加上综合实习，7大科全部都有。我们是一起走，就是一起开会，有共识，然后拿模板，每一个人的这个 template 一样，然后再做 training， 有 workshop， 然后做 training。所以您说有困境，确实有。然后在推广上，如果leader 还有行政资源有 input， 那就可以落实，所以我们确实有用在大学部，有用在 DNP program， 然后我们下一阶我们就会用在专师组 Nurse Practitioner Program， 就会一直往前走，不是只有单次，会让它 sustain， 就是永续的往前。因为也不瞒您说，其实厂商他会希望有这个 ecosystem 出来，所以我们也有想过共享。然后呢，让它持续永续的继续下去，这样很谢谢您的提问。
好，杨主任，
谢谢就是童教授非常精彩的演讲。那我在此也要再次感谢卢新华院长以及胡忠明院长，从早上陪我们到现在。那因为2位院长跟 VR 真的很有关系哦，因为是精神科哦，现在就是刚那个黄孝先医师，他是我们教学部 精神科也是做教育做得非常热忱哦。那当然胡宗明院长是在心理精神科的专家，玉里也是这个专门的医院。那个卢新华院长他其实过去有很多的杰出的国家发明奖，还有国际的一些奖项。那我想胡院长也是，所以在医疗创新跟教育创新跟 VR 跟 AR 跟混合实境好像一直没办法就是说分开了。所以我在想说，以机构的角度来看的话，不知道说胡院长跟卢院长在整个机构的教育的这种 healthcare 有没有说觉得说怎么样去把这东西置入到这个在服务里面？因为我们过去做了8套的这个 VR 的教材，我们是后来用在这个医病沟通，包括说就是说那个 AF 心脏电烧之前，先让病人先用这个 VR 来体验，就发现是可以减少他对于一些手术的这些焦虑感哈，还有他的配合度增加。我们也发表在那个中华医治上面。另外一个就是说，我们的学生他在病情解释的时候，用 VR 来解释的时候，就发现说他自己觉得他在这方面的 knowledge， 还有因为互动式工具可以让他比较上手。那我们也用在口腔癌啦，还有早期肾脏癌这些。所以我非常同意童教授的这个演讲，就是我们这些东西，它就是要让它一直 run down， 就是让它 ecosystem 一直良性循环。那我们的教材，我们是有一个平台可以去 monitor 说这些教材在全院15个 site 使用的状况。所以这就用在服务了，那也可以用在教学，里面也有一些医疗废弃物分类，还有针扎，那可以让我们的职前新人的学员，像护理部跟药学部，他们都非常支持，我们就让他一直在那边 run。所以在机构上面，我不知道这胡院长跟卢院长有没有一些想法，说未来在这 AI 的时代，这种混合实境的时代，跨域发展的时代，怎么样在这方面去做一些介入？
谢谢卢院长有没有要讲？哦，好，那刚刚其实我其中一个问题也是想要了解一下，说这个虚拟实境在这个精神医学的教育，我们最近也正在想要做这方面的，因为精神医学向来一直被认为是形而上，然后在这个传承跟教育上面，是不是有一些比较可以一致，或者是怎么样让这个学生能够更清楚说老师看到的？因为我当住院医师的时候，就常常觉得，主治医师的诊断怎么老师跟我不一样？等到我当主治医师的时候，我才发现啊，主治医师是对的啊。所以这个怎么样去传承？怎么样用这个虚拟实境让大家真正看到这个不同面向的病人？这个可能就是我们将来目前这个玉里下一步准备要继续跟总院很多这个相关的这个师长一起来做学习的。那不知道卢院长那边有？
好，谢谢，谢谢杨部长，谢谢杨部长。那刚刚杨部长这个提问这个讲comment 非常好哈。那我在这边就稍微回应一下。那我觉得这个 VR 在教学上，还有在临床的训练上，除了在教学上像我们比如说这个教学医院，我们会有学生，那学生的时候，如果说能够用这个 VR来做一个教学的话，会比我们光是看影片这个2D 要来的要好。那这个虚拟实境就像他到现场他看到的一样，而且我们可以把它录制一个非常标准的一个，那会比 individualize 不同的老师，那可能会有一些 bias。好，那我们可以用一个比较 standard 的一个方式把它录下来，然后让学生在 VR 的时候虚拟实境，就好像他到现场一样，他感受到一样的一个情境。那这个除了在对于医学生、护理系的学生，还有检验科放射师等等复健师等等，还有心理师都还有社工师等等，都非常的有帮助。那么对于临床的医事人员，还有医师都可以做很好的一个在职教育除了在学校的这个毕业前的教育，还有在毕业后的一个在职教育，我觉得在医院来讲都是很好的一个可以运用的一个地方。那尤其是在分院的这个教育的这个教学的这个资源比较欠缺的这个地方 那这个有 VR， 我们能够有这样的 VR， 可以比如说可以从总院这边录制，然后到分院的这个护理同仁医师人员，他们也可以接收到一样高水准的一个老师的一个教育那我觉得这个是非常好。还有一个就是在COVID-19 的疫情的这个时候，如果能够让这个 VR 发挥它更大的功能，那可以减少我们的这个互相的一个之间的一个传染的一个这个机会我觉得这个是更是有它的一个很大的一个功能。好，那谢谢杨部长刚刚给我们的这个comment。校长，
吴校长要不要？
吴校长，
帮我给我们一点 comment。
恩勋优秀是我们以前的老同事的他非常有 creative， 而且他都走在时代的尖端所以现在在我刚提到所谓的浪潮上，其实现在用科技，尤其 VR 做一个教学的一个工具，我觉得这是一个非常好，也是一个现在我觉得是不可缺少的一个应该说是技术或者是说教学方法啦那我觉得很开心看到有这样子的一个 VR 的一个教学互动式的一个情境。我知道说在书已经出来了，刚有讲到一个很重要的观念不管是 STC 或HTC， 或者是说刚童教授讲到的，我觉得那个分享的概念，我一直觉得如果说有国家资源，或者是说像他有讲到一个概念就是说已经有这边例如说阳明交大已经有做这一部分，那如果说把这样的一个教案这样的一个方式能够分享给其他学校或者在医疗院所，我觉得就不用同样的一组人在做类似的一个事情。我觉得这个观念是非常的应该说是非常很伟大啦，我可以这样子想所以我觉得如果大家都有这样共同的信念，或者来做成就一件事情，会让我们很多的医疗院所能够共好，然后我觉得会互利。所以这个概念我在这边也要致上我的感谢之意，也谢谢童教授跟团队就有这样子的一个最新的一个方式跟大家做分享，我今天收获很多，谢谢。
好，谢谢。因为时间的关系那个我们这个段落到这边，那我相信大家一定还有非常，因为童教授真的讲得非常精彩有很多生动的。那好处是还有书，我们可以先看书。那如果还有更多的问题，我们将来这个也可以跟童教授在一起这个学习请益。那我们都到这边再次热烈掌声，谢谢童教授的演讲。
是，谢谢童教授的演讲。那我们这边邀请胡宗明院长，我们致赠感谢状。谢谢陈新教授今天精彩的演讲。是，谢谢。谢谢。那主办单位杨颖部主任也在这边要致赠一个纪念品给我们胡宗明院长，谢谢您今天莅临与支持这次的活动，谢谢。好的，谢谢。那这个 session 到此告一个段落。那我们接下来有一个短暂的休息，下一个 session 会在3点10分的时候准时开始。谢谢。 好，各位午安，欢迎回到今天最后一个 session， 主题是 The Impact of Metaverse upon Future Medical Education。那我们很荣幸有3场演讲，分别是来自佐臻科技公司梁文龙董事长，以及研发处的王宪章副总，以及台大医院急诊部黄建华主任，以及主办单位台北荣总教学部杨莹莹主任，为我们带来精彩的演讲。那此外，也非常感谢可以邀请到国立阳明交通大学医学院陈振环院长、国立成功大学医学院沈延胜院长，以及台北荣总林永阳副院长参与担任此 session 的 moderator。那首先邀请到国立阳明交通大学医学院陈振环院长为我们介绍第一位讲者，谢谢。
好，大家好，我是陈振环。首先，我先确认一下，我们的 speaker 梁文龙董事长是不是在线上？我们也可以秀出他的影像。首先我要介绍的演讲者是佐臻科技公司梁文龙董事长。梁董事长他是台湾智慧眼镜产业协会的理事长，也是台湾实境科技创新发展协会的理事。梁董事长呢，专精于微型化的技术，带领佐臻科技深耕 AR 领域，也是 AR 智慧眼镜的重要推手。那么他今天要跟大家演讲的题目是 Entrance to Metaverse: Innovative Applications and Services of AR Smart Glasses in Medicine， 也就是 AR 智慧眼镜在医学领域的应用。这里面包括了 Smart Care、Telemedicine、Simulation Training 跟 Surgical Navigation。今天也是非常有趣啊，就是刚好梁董事长他临时有事，所以他就必须离开台北荣总，所以他就是请了他的分身，是真实的分身，是王宪章副总。那么在今天的现场，那么为我们演讲。那接下来我们就要请梁文龙董事长亲自在线上来介绍王副总，这也是一个 Metaverse Metaverse 元宇宙的概念。我们接下来就把时间交给梁文龙董事长，请他亲自来介绍一下，在线上介绍王宪章副总。梁董事长在线上吗？
梁董事长的声音好像没有打开，是画面这边也还没有看到。是看到了，谢谢您。
好，梁董事长，请您来在线上介绍一下王副总，欢迎您。麦克风要打开。
是，抱歉，刚刚这个网络的问题稍微 delay 了一下，抱歉耽误各位的时间。各位可以听到我的声音吗？
可以，很清楚，谢谢。
可以，谢谢。今天很荣幸来参加这个国际研讨会，好，那也跟各位致歉一下因为公司我个人在公司临时有一个状况要我亲自处理，所以不克参加，马上请我们王副总来参加。那我是佐珍公司创办人，也是目前董事长梁文龙。那我今天也特别请我们王副总王宪章王副总，他也是佐珍公司负责智能眼镜开发超过10年以上也是我们公司重要的研发的一个主管。那也希望透过今天的机会，能够跟大家一起来分享Metaverse 元宇宙 XR 在未来智慧医疗的一些创新应用。那以上我请王副总来跟各位来介绍说明。好，那我也会在线上各位如果有什么问题，我也在线上可以跟大家一起共同来讨论来交流。谢谢。
好，谢谢董事长院长主任，然后各位先进各位医师大家午安我是王宪章今天我想就代替梁董来跟大家来分享一下这个我们在这几年从跨入到这个智能眼镜，一直走到现在很热的议题元宇宙、虚实整合这样子的一些未来运用，尤其是在医疗上面，我们有已经有许多这个应用的一个碰撞讨论、开发，甚至有落地的一个时机包含在台湾、在美国，所以我就借这个20分钟来跟大家来做一个分享。好，那我想AR 有别于传统的手机跟平板，它是一个穿戴型的电脑它是一个移动式的装置，那它更是贴近我们人最接近的一个载具。我们可以试想，就是 AR 它未来其实它就是像手机一样，只是说它的行为它的方式是被穿戴在我们最贴近我们尤其是人眼前面的这样的一个电脑。当然我们不太希望说把这个电脑真的带在身上，我想很多人可能会考虑到重量舒适度甚至它的这个电磁波等等那我想这是一个未来，因为我想各位看到全球的各大厂商，尤其是台湾的半导体，包含我们 TSMC 的董事长刘德音，在上个礼拜接受财经杂志的访问的时候，也有提到，他觉得未来这个 AR 的这个产业 VR 这个产业，仿佛这个 AR 这样的一个虚实整合产业，未来是无限的可能。他怎么形容？就是仿佛现在好像是只是在隧道的一个出口看到光而已那我觉得他的形容非常有趣。其实，在前几年，我们大概在2023年的时候就接触到智能眼镜，那刚好有这样的一个机缘，在当时 美国的 TI 介绍了我们佐真，因为我们佐真专精于微小化封装，包含这个 wireless sensing 还有 CPU 等等。在当时我们就有那样的一个机缘，在2013年，也就是 Google 它第一代出的那一款眼镜的时候，我们刚好就 support 了美国一家新创公司叫做 Vuzix。Vuzix 这家公司当初推的智能眼镜，在2013年实际上是被拿出来跟 Google 的第一代眼镜来做一个比较的。那我们就是这样的一个机缘，每年就开始在进入到这个智能眼镜的这样的一个研发设计服务，一直到今天我们甚至走到这个场域上面的应用，所以有这样的一个机会分享一些案例给各位先进来了解。那我想有关于 AR 的一些趋势，其实这张图是历久不衰啊我想它就是我刚刚讲的，其实它是一个穿戴式的一个载具，所以它跟我们的人类的行为，跟你走的空间，你走的一个位置，走到哪里，还有包含我在这个空间里面的角色，我的行为跟动线，其实跟这个载具上面的使用的方式都息息相关所以我想做眼镜除了科技上面是有非常多的地方需要突破，实际上在场域上的应用，如何融合虚实整合，在让人可以很容易的去使用没有负担的去使用那需要的时候它就会出现我想这几个都是非常非常大的一个挑战，跟未来的一个大家在不断努力在这个眼镜的这样子一个方向。所以我们看到其实眼镜戴在身上呢，它以这个图来看，就是它应该是比以前我们在桌上在用平板用手机来得更自然，更符合人体工学吧。那我想这边大概稍微如果我大概帮大家稍微 remind 一下 VR 我想就是一个纯虚的一个状态。我想 VR 这个产业已经发展了很久，尤其是 VR 的 content 那 AR 的话，其实 AR 这个技术也是已经非常多年了。那顾名思义，它就是增强 augmented reality， 增强现在的实境里面的内容。那我常常用一个方式来形容，如果我们姑且来用我们的眼睛看到的这些实相世界，然后用我们的大脑去思考的这些内容，我们姑且都叫做真的实的部分。那实际上在眼镜上面，所有不管文字、不管图片、不管 video、不管3D 的东西，我们姑且都叫虚。所以各位从这个角度来看，眼镜它就是真实的虚实整合的一个最佳的一个工具也就是说，当我们看眼睛看到外面的实相世界的时候呢，实际上这个载具它会有一个跟手机、平板又跨越另外一层含义，就是说它是我们人跟这个 device 跟环境三位一体的一个应用所谓三位一体的应用，就是我们传统真实的状况，就是我去认知这个世界，那加上这个载具的时候呢，它要处理的问题，除了我跟这个载具之间的沟通之外，这个载具跟这个环境之间的沟通也非常的重要。这3个需要一起来讨论，才能把这个眼镜这个虚实整合、元宇宙这样的一个概念做到一个比较能够更往一个可发展性的一个方向来走。所以我们刚刚一直提到一个关键字，就是空间也就是说，当眼镜呢，举个例子，我们走在路上的时候，戴着虚实整合的这个 AR 眼镜，不管是 AR、MR、SR， 我在这边可能先用一个比较简单的、大家比较熟悉的 AR 这个名词来讲那好像右图一样我们看到这个空间里面，我们就知道这些资讯哪一个地方有一些这个优惠，或是哪边的旅馆 能够有一些什么样的一个有什么样的资讯可以带给这个旅客啊？那我想其实这些资讯已经都在网络上面的，也都是在 Google 集大成的这些应用软体上面的。其实实际上我们可以看得到，就是欠缺的一个比较舒适的一个载具，让 user 来使用这些资讯所以这也是为什么我们看到 Google Microsoft、Apple 在市场上一直在提出来，他们尤其是 Apple 非常的积极，每年都在希望明年能够推出最具代表性的眼镜那我们实际上它这几年每年都喊明年会有一个新的眼镜实际上我们真的非常拭目以待我想 Apple 之所以每年一直 delay， 我想这里面当然有许多东西需要探讨的，里面当然包含很多技术上面的一个堆叠，是不是因为它跟人因跟环境又有关系？所以这几个地方，什么是它的 killer application？ 什么样的人去穿戴是最好那我想这些品牌商当然希望大部分的人都可以穿戴，为了要满足大部分的人，现在的科技是不是足以承载能够支撑让大部分的人都穿戴的舒适但是我想如果各位对 AR、VR 之前有一些接触，可能印象中就是还是蛮大的那穿戴上面其实还并不是那么舒适，的确但是我们现在看到的就是慢慢因为跟场域的一些这些朋友们我们伙伴们我们的客户有一些应用上面的碰撞，我们发现在有一些场景上面的确它是很值得去试用的， even 只戴1分钟戴5分钟，它可能都有别于之前的一个服务的行为能够再提升这是我们看到的。那我们今年真的很荣幸，连续2年我们的眼镜出了不同的，我们 J7EF 是我们国内第一个 AR 智能眼镜的品牌。那我们在前年的时候提出第一款，去年提出 J7EF Plus 那也获得这个 Computex 的那个 Best Award 然后今年也拿到同时有一个我们把这个 eye tracking 放上去眼球追踪也得到了一个奖项那我想人机互动的部分呢不外乎就是这个手势这边有影片，是不是可以帮我播一下就是像这个是一个射飞镖的一个游戏它直接用手去射飞镖那左侧跟右下角可以帮我播一下吗？谢谢。
Looking at it, the icon will be highlighted.
那右下角是用这个 eye tracking 来去控制这个这个 UI 上面的 icon
You can gaze to play the video.
我想眼镜这个载具呢，除了 output display 之外呢，就是资讯回馈之外，资讯的交换的回馈，立即在空间中跟实相来去做叠合、虚实整合的这样资讯的融合之外，另外一个部分就是人机互动，就是我刚刚提到，我们跟这个眼镜能不能变成是一个好朋友，两个人互动就跟人与人之间沟通一样。那所以在眼镜上面，因为它穿在身上的，所以我们常常用一句比较简单的语言来讲，它其实它的人机互动是需要比较就像人与人之间沟通，它是属于自然语言自然的 communication 的 interface， 所以自然的就不外乎语言，用嘴巴，用你的动作用你的肢体，用你的手势，用眼球、眼神来去做沟通。那我想我的时间其实非常不好意思，我可能前面占用比较多。那我们进入这个医疗的部分，我们实际上做了蛮多医疗的案例包含跟像高荣、圆融这我们圆融体系，包含最近我们跟杨主任这边帮我们也就是来提到包括接下来的青创的大赛，我们也非常乐意去支持。然后还有主任这边提到的很多创新的一些 教学的运用这个 AR 的 XR 的技术来去做这些运用的教学的部分。那当然在除了教学之外那远端的这个照护，还有包含这个实境的这个手术导航，也都是我们在这几年有一些实际的案例。那这是高荣我们在那边帮他建制的一些场域也做了一些教学的一些内容。我这个影片就先不播了。那这个的话，右下角这个可以帮我们播一下。这个是在训练他的这个肌力所以他戴着眼镜的话，那左大腿抬腿的时候呢，我们就可以看得到他的这个肌肉跟大腿之间的一个互动的关系那这个部分是我们跟基隆市消防局然后结合在地的4G、5G 的建设，来去形成一个在紧急救护救难的一个系统。也就是说，我们的眼镜可以让前端的这个消防队员救难的这个在救护车上面的人员来使用，也可以让后端的医师，尤其在急诊室这些医师来去使用等等。那我想这些情境都一直都在开发中那另外在在三军总医院这边，我们也有做手术直播的case。那另外我们实际上跟美国一家就是 Striker 的供应链我们有我们的客人他开发了一个3D 的camera那这个3D 的 camera 经过眼镜来去做观赏的话，可以取代传统的3D 的电视。那因为3D 的电视还是平面，那眼镜实际上我们知道眼镜投射出来的资讯，我们常常讲它是一个空间中的资讯。那这个空间让3D 的相机映射到你的眼前是更真实的那包含就是之前我们跟对岸团队在这是一个美国的医师，那他在杭州那边成立了一家公司，做了一个用 AR 眼镜来去做模拟就是去远程去做这个开刀的一个系统。也就是说，它是一个human to machine 的一个 system 就是人在这个远端，然后他做这个一些操作的时候，那远端的这一台类似像达文西系统就可以来去做一个操作。那这个我一定要提，因为这个是我们今年去年在实际上这个案子已经 run 了2到3年了那我也蛮佩服这家新创公司的，他们用了我们的也开发给他们的光学引擎，还有整个系统，开发出一套这个髋关节跟膝关节的置换手术。那去年7月的时候拿到510K， 那现在已经有6个医师，已经每一个医师有10个人刀，所以他已经对不起，他已经我知道最新是已经超过100个人刀了，所以我相信他马上就会 announce。那我们也跟他讨论说，我们也得到他的授权，未来也会引进到台湾希望能够加惠到就是让各位台湾能够来使用这样子的一个移动式的手术导航的载具那这个内容我想时间有限，我想就秀一些图片给各位看它里面就是包含一些这个 AR 的载具，包含一些定位的系统左边这边有一个 video 是不是可以帮我播一下？那这个 video 是它实际上操作的一个过程那它现在在控制 UI控制完之后呢，它利用这个 probe 上面还有 pattern 去做影像对位然后把这个髋关节像这个股骨或是髋臼一些需要量测的那些数值几何上面的一个空间上面的一些数值做一个精确的量测。 那传统的方式，除了达文西之外，可能就是右上角这样的一个系统。那经过这样子的一个一个轻便式的一个提升，我想对移动式的手术室跟远距医疗，还有整个价钱我所理解的是大幅的下降。所以我想这样子的一个系统我们所理解的就是它整个市场是一直在往上增长。那最后我想分享一下，就是我们在荣家在去年有一个案子，我们刚刚上个礼拜才有一个记者会哈。那我们实际上佐证是背后的一个最重要的一个支持这个案子的其中的一个伙伴。那我们在这个案子里面提到一个全方位的一个荣家数位转型 5G AR 的长照资源系统。那这里面当然跟现有的系统来做一个比较完整的一个结合。那当然里面也透过中华电信的一个5G 的建制，来把这个整个系统来做一个最佳的完善。那当然这里面包含系统，也有包含这个就是一些行为跟资讯的一个动线的一个刻画跟串流，透过软体的方式来实现。那另外在可视化的部分，除了 AR 之外，我们也做了一些3D 的一些更视觉化的一个呈现。好，那我加了几张 slide， 对不起，我再花个1分钟。就是我们这一次在 Computex 呢，我们又新定义了一个所谓的智慧数位展间。那这次这个数位展间呢，实际上我们希望能够提出一个概念哈，在一个3米乘3米或者4米乘4米的空间我们可以来做这样子的一个不同的内容的一个置换。那在这里面，其实我们想到一个蛮不错的一个看法，提供给各位参考，就是我想像医病关系的一个接待室或是大厅的一个介绍医院很复杂的一个流程跟动线，或是一个 VIP 室，我想透过这样的一个空间，我们可以让医病在术前、术中、术后，甚至在这个跟团队里面的讨论，能够用 AR、XR 的这些技术，让所有的资讯再更用更好的一个方式来呈现。我想这个是我想最后想提供给各位来做一个简单一个参考。这个是我们今年努力在研发的所谓的智慧空间。我们想把除了智慧眼镜，还有空间的投影immersive 的这样子的一个整套的一个环境还有我们跟空间跟内容之间的一个互动能够把它串联在一起那以上简短的分享，谢谢各位。
谢谢王副总非常精彩的介绍。我想在那么短的时间要呈现它的这种智慧眼镜的应用的潜力，的确不是很容易。那我们的梁董事长也在线上，那不晓得在座的来宾们是不是有什么样的提问？也许我可以先提第一个问题，就是这个戴这个智慧型眼镜，它跟我们真实的眼镜还是不太一样。那我不晓得有没有哪一个外科医生真的戴着智慧眼镜，他敢开刀的因为就是那种还是有一点点感觉是不一样。因为我自己有戴过，那我戴过之后就发觉说，我只能做一些教学讲解，但是叫我真正的戴着那个眼镜去做手术，或者是做其他的 intervention， 我可能还有点怕，因为它会跟我的真正的眼镜还是感觉上还是不太一样。我不晓得有没有这样的经历。
是院长，我自己的经历是这样，我之前去 Pittsburgh 那边的那个Allegheny 的 General Hospital 看的3个刀，那这3个刀是它有一个就是那个脊椎的一个开刀的团队那位医师他刚好3个刀，他特别安排一个是颈椎，一个是胸椎，一个是腰椎，那用的我们的眼镜。那他主要是 我想它是个用 endoscope 的这个资讯直接呈现在眼睛里面啊。那这个那是一个非常特别的经验呐，因为我自己到了那个环境里面，那当天下午这些病人也都恢复得非常好，所以我真的是非常 exciting。那我想那个医生，我当时三个刀，我怎么 exciting？ 就是他第一个刀的时候，那个医生大概差不多戴个3分钟5分钟啊就拿下来了。然后第二个刀的时候，他试着想要再戴更久。那第三个刀包含他的麻醉师都上来戴的，因为大家都觉得这个东西好像真的可以这样做，所以这个是我一个案例。那刚刚有分享，就是说我们在美国的那个 Inside Medical 这家新创公司，它真的蛮成功的，把这个髋关节、膝关节置换手术的整个行为跟动线跟它的运用，我应该讲就是说它医生讲的非常非常对哈，我也非常认同。那他们这些，我想这2个成功案例就是他适时的去用 AR 的技术，但是像刚刚讲，他只要专心看 endoscope 的资讯，因为他传统就是看那个大荧幕嘛，所以当他眼睛投射的这个 endoscope 的那个荧幕在他眼前的时候，他有讲到有几个优点，一个就是他这时候他更轻松的，因为以前他的第二束手在传递一些刀具的时候，他是完全没有办法去移动他的视线，因为他要非常专心。那他有的时候他很怕说这个刀具错了还是怎么样，这是第一个。但是荧幕在你眼前的时候，他可以更自然，这个蛮有趣的啊。那第二个当然就是这个荧幕就变得更大一点。那第三个，我觉得他讲的蛮有意思的，就是这个就是说他的颈椎，因为他们传统在开这个刀，那一刀可能平均20分钟、30分钟，所以他自己的颈椎可能有些也会有问题。所以当他戴了这眼镜，等于说他的颈椎也释放了啊。这个是我们当天晚上餐具的时候他告诉我的。那好。那另外就是那个 Inside Medical， 我想那个也是我们真的很希望邀请他来这边做演讲，介绍他的产品，来分享这个最近在美国的这些案例哈。那这个部分我想我就回答到这里。
OK， 好，谢谢。那这跟我当以前的体会可能不太一样。那当然这非常好，因为一直在进步。也就是说，当有一天外科医生敢戴着 AR 的这个智慧型眼镜，真正的动手术、执行医疗行为的时候，那就是真正的成功了。也就是他可以，这个眼镜本身并没有形成一个干扰啊。那么这个部分是很棒。不过因为时间的关系，是不是我们就先停在这个筛选停在这里？谢谢。我们谢谢王副总，谢谢。
那这边也邀请陈振环院长为我们致赠感谢状给佐真科技公司黄宪章副总，谢谢。
谢谢大家，谢谢。
是，谢谢，再次感谢。那这边主办单位杨莹莹主任也要致赠纪念品给陈振环院长。非常感谢您今天的莅临以及对我活动的支持，谢谢。谢谢，再次感谢。好，那接下来下一场演讲，我们邀请到国立成功大学医学院沈延胜院长为我们介绍下一位讲者，有请沈院长。
好，大家午安哈。首先谢谢台北荣总办了这一场这么好的医学教育哈，国际医学教育研讨会，特别是 focus 在这个医教跨领域的解方，科技赋予新创新应用啊。那我很荣幸介绍下一个 speaker 哦，黄建华黄主任哦。黄主任是台大医学系毕业，然后在台大接受完整 training， 也在台大的临床医学研究所拿到的医学博士。那他现历是台大急诊学科的临床教授跟学科主任哈，也是台湾急诊医学会的学术委员会主委。那黄教授除了他的学经历很好，因为他在教学上也有很多跟临床有很多特殊的经历哈。他曾经发表过中华民国心脏医学最佳论文哈。那另外，他也在我们的医策会医疗品质改善的一个突破系列贡献奖啊， 得到最佳标杆的团队的队长。那他特别是带领了这个台大的这个急诊护术后的照护团队，提升了我们的急诊的医疗品质，也得到这个台北市卫生局的医疗品质的提升奖那他今天跟我们讲的题目跟他的本身的这个专长是相关的是要跟我们讲这个题目是建制急诊的智慧医疗发展模式那我们欢迎那个黄建华黄主任
谢谢这个沈院长的一个介绍那非常的感谢也不敢当那接下来呢就由我来做这个后续的一个接下来报告了那就是说我们怎么样在以急诊的经验来去建设这样的一个模式的应用那这个部分来讲那事实上我们从临床的角度来讲，我会放比较多的地方在于说我们怎么样将我们这些概念来落地来应用那在临床的教学上，事实上就是从临床的服务那结合这个学习那同时呢，不管是医学生啦，或是住院医师他们在看病人的过程中，那怎么去学习到怎么去 approach 病人，或者怎么样去做一些急诊的医疗那在实际上我们在实务的这个比较偏模组开发以及落地的应用上，那的确也碰到一些更加实务的问题了那在这边呢，也跟大家来做一个经验的分享那我本身的学经历刚才感谢这个沈院长的介绍那我今天就从几个部分来开始那最主要就是说我们到底所有的工具所有的运用，大概都是要解决一些问题它才会有一个应用性或是才会有一个市场那所以但我们会先从急诊来发现一些问题那事实上急诊就是病人很多那会影响照顾的品质那接下来我们怎么样去从这个急诊的 workflow 里面去厘清这个问题到底在哪里那我们怎么样去 apply 这些部分那当然这个是急诊的问题，这是台大急诊那这是其他的地方那我们这个急诊这个事实上我想大概各个医学中心都一样，我们的病人就摆到走廊，大家看似好像很有这个还蛮有一个样子但事实上这根本是在急诊室的外面这是医院的大厅那的走廊，那上面事实上没有任何的监测也没有任何的氧气没有任何的东西，那所以这些病人一旦发生问题其实呢有时候可能会真的不太知道那这问题到底严不严重那事实上我们可以看到说急诊的人次在从2006年到2016年这个增加了21%我们人数事实上是一直的上升，那这样的一个crowding会增加这个 mortality那事实上这是一个问题那但急诊的另外一个挑战在于说，急诊是唯一的一种专科什么样的专科呢？就是这个 7-11就24小时随时都有提供服务所以我们也不能拒绝病人所以我们必须要所以这个病人来的各种的方式事实上都是一个挑战它并不是在我们 setting 好的一个门诊或是一个开刀房的 setting 去做事而是会有各种不同的东西要去适应那在这些急诊的这个 crowding 里面，对 quality 事实上有很多的影响我想这个大家都了解那所以我们怎么去检视说到底问题事实上是在什么地方那我们先引用比较简单的所谓 input throughput 跟 output 这种观念去看到底问题出在哪边是从病人 triage 来有问题呢，还是说在急诊看诊有问题呢，还是病人比较 critical 的状况有问题呢，他在观察室有问题，还是说呢他要让病人回家住院都有问题呢那事实上我们发现了其实每个关键都有问题每个关卡都卡关但是呢要怎么样来解决那所以在这里呢我们当然有因缘机会之下，我们想说这里事实上Machine Learning 到底有没有什么办法那或者 AI 到底有什么办法那我们检视一下我们在急诊做最重要的事情是什么呢？事实上就是 decision making 事实上每天每个医师甚至护理师都在做决策都在做决策那从这个诊断那到这个lab image 的研究的这个报告或是药物的使用或者要不要做 invasive procedure 到 disposition 那这些决定是怎么来做呢事实上就是根据病人的病史还有理学检查还有各种报告事实上我们就从这些东西来做那这些东西其实都在电脑的上面都在我们的系统上面那我们有办法来应用或是来把它做出一个预测的一个model， 但是呢，这些资料事实上都是很多了急诊资料其实很多，而且 我们也可以说好处是说很 comprehensive， 然后另外一个角度其实很 complicated， 那这样的资料怎么样去运用？那事实上这就是一个挑战，但是也是一个机会，因为我们这样的一个模式，我们能不能把它学习出来？那在这个几年前，事实上也最近的几年前，美国他们呢也提出说，在急诊的这个 workflow 呢，应该要使用这个 AI 的 intervention，他们也是分成说，包含 arrival 到急诊到 discharge，那在每个阶段，这个一开始的这个 triage，那后来在急诊里面很多包含 image 的报告啦、诊断，怎么去连在一起，那病人是不是可以安全的出院？那这些都在这个过程里面。那在这个2020年的时候呢，在美国的这个急诊的这个学会呢，他们也有做这样的一个 review， 就说在急诊大家可以做一些什么 intervention。那在这个到院前，当然像刚才这个王副总有讲到，就是到院前有一些紧急医疗，事实上是可以结合在里面。那到了急诊以后，事实上病人变化更加多变，那包含刚刚讲的每个部分，事实上都有人在做。那如果整理起来呢？有哪一些被发表的比较多？那事实上在这个prediction 还有这 diagnosis 那 triage 那这些都是那事实上 prediction 跟 diagnosis 当然是不太一样不过他们有一些观念上事实上是 overlap 所以这事实上的确是跟我们一开始看到的，就是说这些领域事实上我们应该要去发展那有哪一些呢？曾经有过比如说外伤的这个 judgment 的处理的选择那预测这个mortality morbidity 还有这个wound的 infection， 这当然现在都已经渐渐有一些影像软体都可以做出来那还有呢就甚至是病人精神科的病人住院ICH 在国外当然也有开发那国内有很多人在做，那甚至外伤的一些影像啦AMI 啦这个甚至 X-ray 这些事实上都是很多的方向大家可以来做那所以我们再回到说那我们急诊要来解决问题的这个部分，我们有这个 input、throughput、output， 那是不是在每个关卡上我们都可以来去做一个运用？那我今天这张 slide 其实在今天就已经落伍了已经落后了。为什么？因为我刚刚听了王副总的演讲之后呢，事实上我们本来的想法是说我们现在看到的病人大概只有这样我们只有 vital sign 这样，我们都没有 information。那在我们有了这些model 之后呢，其实我们可以做很多的判断跟预测。那这样判断预测呢，应该可以及时出现在我们这个电脑的终端的萤幕。那这样听起来好像蛮好用。不过呢，我今天有这个学到了就是说，因为呢，急诊医疗跟开刀房医疗又不太一样，跟门诊的医疗又不太一样，电脑不会跟着医师。电脑不会跟着医师走来走去。我们急诊是病人不动，医师动，所以我们是深入病人群。我们深入病人群，我们不可能带着电脑。我们有小的 iPad， 可是其实不太好用。那但是我们有没有更加方便的方式？但这个当然就是有很多的空间可以想，但是当然也有很多的地方一定要努力。我们如果有一个无敌眼镜戴上去，我们就可以看到这些来看到跟病人讲说，我不会讲错，我也不会忘记。因为的确有时候我们呢在比赛去以后呢，病人开始问问题，他会问很多很多的问题，有些 data 我们真的不一定记得住或者说有些决定它的 based on 什么呢？有时候我们会可能会有一点点的没有办法记得那么的清楚甚至一些东西。那这些东西当然，如果我们甚至有行动式的一个像刚刚讲一个行动式的电脑，我觉得那当然一定是更加的加分了那接下来我就分享一下我们做的一些经验那我们事实上是因为刚刚跟大家来报告急诊很多就是从这些资料检查，那这些事实上都已经有进到我们医院的这个系统所以我们来去回溯我们到底呢有多少的资料那事实上这是已经在几年前我们的回溯，现在市场更新过了不过我们这个台大总院云林分院跟这个新竹分院其实病人人数都蛮多，我们大概这几年大概就有100万笔以上的急诊资料可以来去做。那当然因缘际会，在我的一个这个 pilot 的这个科技部研究之后呢那这个刚好科技部有推出这个capstone 计划目前在台湾的话就是台大跟成大在执行那台大的场域呢就是在急诊所以这个因缘机会这个机会之下呢跟这个总院的资工系以及电机系多位老师那一起来去包含语言处理啦影像啦还有各种的这个一起来去做这一块。 那我们把它这个东西重新再想一下，到底我们在那个几个关键点，我们怎么样来去运用？那当病人来的时候，那第一个就是所谓的减伤那所谓的减伤的时候呢，那这个病人来，那我们通常减伤，大家就是病人问一下说你哪里痛啊，然后心跳血压多少，量一量就结束了，对不对？可是呢，以前呢，我们的老师呢，我觉得我们以前老师都很厉害我记得我当医学生的时候我们老师说，这个看起来不太好，那我们都看不懂可是那些病人就真的会变坏。那病人跑来跑去，那老师说这个病人可能会完蛋，我们也不太相信。病人过2天就完蛋了。那当然我们说觉得说，怎么那么厉害？当然我们现在应该也可以做到一部分但我们没有办法像我们老师那么厉害那但是呢，事实上这就是什么？这就是 visual diagnosis， 就是 visual diagnosis， 就你可以看得出来。所以我们从减伤呢，事实上就加上了这样的一个 component。那在进来之后呢，我们问病史，那病史的 approach 事实上就是一个逻辑的推导，就是说，他肚子痛啊，或者是摸起来又上腹痛，或是这吃东西更痛，这点这些，我想大家都很清楚。那这个呢，有没有办法一个方式去开发那去 approach 随着边问增加information， 我们就推出这个诊断。那当然急诊病人到多少都会照 X 光了那 X 光我想大家都会看可是呢，现在 X 光越来越复杂疾病也越来越多。那我们其实更重要还有就是今天谈到一个教学的一个目的那很多东西呢，其实不是医师讲一句就主治医师说这个就是 TB， 然后下面学生都不太知道为什么那事实上呢，在这里面我们就这个包含了这个教学意义在这个里面那在这个诊断部分也是一样就是我们常常主治医师问完 history 问3句答案就出来，那我们的学生就问很多那不晓得为什么。那我们这个开发的模式里面呢，事实上也是随着你 information 的增加它就有 approach 说那你现在应该可能要想哪些诊断那慢慢的去让这种临床的教学可以在这个系统里面来去发挥。那之后呢，当到观察室会有一些所谓 telemedicine 的一个 monitor， 然后之后呢，病人是不是该出院？那这个东西呢，也会在这里面的判断去提出一个看法所以我们是把这样的一个发展的模式的时候，事实上如果是这个模式是要给急诊很厉害的主治医师用，那可能都不需要但是呢，那我们为什么要发展这个模式呢？因为急诊有很多的学习的医师可能住院医师，甚至年轻的主治医师还有医学生他们都要从这边来服务来学习。所以我们这个系统事实上不是拿来服务不是拿来服务很资深什么都会的主治医师，事实上反而是在临床教学上希望从这边来去着力那去辅助那也增加这个病人的安全从这样的角度一起去进行了那当时我们那时候整个计划当然是相当的复杂了那我们把这个病人进到急诊的一个流程把它整个做一个规划然后当然这中间当然是跟一些协力厂商了因为包含很多的硬体的资源私有云还有这些事实上都花了很多的这个时间来再去架构这些那这当然是我们的进行的流程我们大概分为刚才讲的这几个点那来去做进行，这个也是在落地的过程其实是相当的花时间那我们也把这些 flow 画出来那接下来我就报告几个我们简单的目前的一个初步的状况一个是譬如说是一个是在我们的中控台那急诊的中控台我们现在准备要做的都是一个落地落地的意思就是说是打开不是只有研究人员在看，而是所有的医师都可以看，所以这东西必须要能够去经得去检验那也可以去看那所以这事实上是我们的第一个是急诊的中控版那我们有很多的项目希望能够在这里面都有那这是一个比较初级的版本包含病人的来源、回诊人数啦，还有甚至是我们过去这一阵子发生院内心跳停止的一些状况那在这个智慧管理系统里面我们还会各个区域啦需要住院病人的人数啦，各种的统计那我们事实上急诊的混乱有一个部分是在于说这个病人的到底在哪里那病床到底在哪里那所以呢我们也加上了这样的一个系统那我们现在急诊的天花板全部都是蓝牙的接收器全部是蓝牙接收器那所以它定位的点事实上可以到1-2公尺之内那我们的床跟病人事实上就是会加上这样的一个可以定位的东西所以我们的床位推到哪里去或什么大概都知道那这床是不是空床，哪边有位置我们大概都可以把它从中控台上都可以搜寻出来那这个是病人的这个 热点哈，就是说我们常常觉得急诊很拥塞，大家走路常常撞来撞去，到底在哪里撞来撞去哈？可能就是在绿色的地方，那我们就可以从这边来去做一些 solution 好，去做一些改变。那其中我们应用一个案例，好，其实我们也很关心我们的这个医护同仁，他们会不会过劳了哈？因为这也是另外一个重要的点哈。甚至我们的这个医学生哈，常常跟我们讲说来急诊怎么那么累哈？那所以我们讲说，应该也可以来监测一下哈。那这是先从医护人员的部分开始哈。那他们就是我们用一个 IoT 的这个Smart Watch 好，那去记录它的一些包含生命征象，甚至它的移动的这个走路的数目，事实上还有更多的参数哈。只是我们一开始先拿出这几个来，然后去跟一些量表哈来去做一个评估，好，发现说，事实上，在这个到底工作累不累？好，那你戴上手表，data 出来，我就知道你今天工作累不累？好，你到底走了多少路？你真的有没有忙到心跳加快、血压上升，或者说还有没有什么其他的参数？好，那事实上，这个也可以很及时的反映出来。我们也发现说，有的人员真的很辛苦，可他都不讲哈。我们也会发现说，他们真的辛苦的这个部分哈。那当然，这些我们事实上在过去也是一直积极去跟大家来学习，然后所以当然2年前我们也参加这个台湾的这个医疗展，好，那当时当然有很多的长官，然后也都来给我们一些意见，好，那跟回馈，我们在这边在这个继续往下做哈。那在这样的我们的过程中，其实我们在思考说，这到底是一个什么样的一种循环呢？就是说，我们预测一件事情，好，预测一个诊断，是不是它就结束了？可是我们常预测的时候，我们会觉得说，他如果再多做一个检查，搞不好这个预测就会更加准确。好，所以整个的预测呢，事实上在这个JAMA在去年年底的时候，他也提出一个想法，就是说，这是从 prediction diagnosis label to wayfinding， 就是说我们这个东西其实不是预测一个东西就结束了。不是一个预测东西说好，那我结束了，我这个程式用完了就好。它其实不是这样，它应该是一个巡回，就是说我现在一个病人进来，然后我做一些history taking physical， 然后呢做一些 lab， 然后呢他开始就会开始告诉我们说，那你下一步可能要做些什么东西，然后呢，那这些东西我们再来去做一些收集。那也许在这样循环之后呢，才会真的走到 leading diagnosis 或者 final diagnosis 的 label 才有办法出来，然后才有办法发展更好的一个治疗模式。所以我想，这是我们在做这些模组的时候，我们在思考说，它不是一个单项，也不是只是 two-way street， 它应该是一个 circle， 所以在整个模组的进行，或是整个这种就是 AI 或学习的诊断里面，它应该是告诉我们应该下一步可以做什么，然后再加进来以后，它就可以更正确的告诉我们说，我们的这个预测结果，或是我们的诊断，或是建不建议做什么样的 procedure，这个应该就会更加的清楚。所以这个是他们这个JAMA里面，他们认为说这是下一个世代的诊断的一个想法，然后是一个 dynamic 的一个 process。那最后简单报告1-2个我们自己已经这个在这发表的了哈，那就是说，像我们在讲说，怎么样去 approach 这个病人的时候呢，就到底他的诊断比较像什么呢？好，那我们做了一个 disease concept 的这个 embedding， 好，那我们也是用我们这些 EMR 来去做了哈。那当然我们是100万笔的资料，那当然我们先排除一些所谓的 outlier， 好，那当然一样照标准有就是说 training set、validation 跟 testing set 哈。那这边开始事实上是用上了一些它的vital sign， 还有一些简单的一个病史来去做一些之后的预测。那当然在这个部分是跟志工的老师来去做协作了哈，然后包含用了一些NLP 啦，还有 BERT 的 training 啦，还有各种的这种方式去 expand 这个 model 哈。那在第一个阶段做出来，它是一个 disease retrieve demonstration 它事实上是一个非常多维度的一个空间了哈，但是把它画成2个维度来看的话呢，就是说 OK， 我们现在这个资料进去，我们 localize 病人可能是在这个位置，那它事实上我们就可以列出呢，在它旁边的5个点，它5个病人的表现可能是什么哈？可能我们进去的 query， 我们询问的是说病人有右上腹痛，那有3天有解黑便、头晕，那他可能就会找出说这个过去呢有一个病人是bloody stool， 那 abdominal distension， 然后他的这个诊断可能是什么？那另外呢，可能有 abdominal pain dizziness， 它的诊断可能是什么？用这种 一步一步的 approach 的方式呢，也去提出一些想法，好让这个更可以去学习。那用这样的方式把这个体制重新再做 coding 以后，那拿来预测它的这个 mortality 或是 ICU 的 mission 的机会，那不管用我们自己的 database 或是用美国的这个 open source 的 database， 事实上都有达到更好的一个预测力了哈。那最后就是说，还有一个例就是说，这病人在，因为我本身是做 critical care， 然后我是针对这个复苏的治疗是有兴趣的哈，所以这类的病人来讲哈，那事实上我们还有一个就是这类病人会 readmission 哈，那 readmission 出院之后，事实上过去有很多的研究说这个是花钱哈，又很花时间，而且大概1半以上的病人都会 readmission， 甚至大于5次的都有。好，那这些的花了很多的 resources， 我想就不用说。好，那在这里面呢，我们事实上是先从第一个入手的，我们是先从这个资料库哈，是从健保资料库来看。可是健保资料库大家知道整理是最花时间的哈，所以我们在整理的时候其实花了非常多的时间哈。我们把这个 ICD coding 还有 demographic 哈，还有这个一些所谓 record status 好，那把它弄出来好，那我们用一些所谓 text note embedding 的方式好，那就是让这些所谓的这个诊断更加的准确了哈。譬如说，它就不会有一个错误的区分哦。譬如说malignant neoplasm of stomach， 那 malignant tumor of muscle， 如果说这个每个字都来看的话，malignant 也一样，neoplasm tumor 一样，这两个可能会拉很近，可事实上它是两个不同的病。好，那我们透过这种方式，可以把这两个做一个比较分开的一个区别哈。那之后呢，进行一些所谓的 hierarchical vectorization， 就是每次的这个 code level， 那把它整合到每次的来急诊的一个层次，那到病人的一个层次来去做预测了。好，那这是我们做一个预测的方式是比较有趣，就是说我们把这些 model 同时来预测 mortality 跟ICU 的 admission， 好，那跟 readmission， 好，那事实上这个在过去用传统逻辑式回归是比较困难，哈。那在这个做了以后呢，事实上他们两个会互相有帮助了，哈。那所以在 sensitivity readmission 跟 mortality， 比较过去的模式，事实上都还要好，所以在这边这个大概只是几个已经发表，那其他的模式事实上，我们大概预定在今年年中，已经准备要上线了，哈。那我们还是要回到医学的常规，就是要做一个随机对照的研究，所以像刚才讲的triage啦，诊断啦，还有 X 光啦，甚至我们还有brain CT，我们都会做一个 randomized control study， 这样才有办法符合医学的要求，那才有办法进到真的可以临床落地的这个使用啦，所以有几个点跟大家分享。第一个就是说，急诊的医疗事实上就是一个 information 的累积了，所以在这边来使用这个 AI 是非常的适合，然后我想也非常的有帮助，也值得更加去开发。那但是呢，我们希望做到就是能够真的有一个可以落地的 model。那但是这个很重要，就是要跟医院的这个HIS 系统，就是医院的资料要一直倒出来。我们基本上我们是从这个医院的这个资料端，我们另建一个私有云，那同步一直把它拉出来，因为医院端大家知道说，我们不可能让我们放进去我们的模式，影响可能造成病人资料可能的错误。那在这个之后呢，可能就可以帮助这些医师来去做一些decision， 那就可以改善病人的问题。然后那当然不管之后呢，在医疗经济上或者 payment 上，我想这些应该都会有一些的这个 impact。好，那以上是我的这个简短的报告，谢谢大家。
谢谢黄医师的简单的一个演讲啊，他这算很简单，可是他已经把这个做 AI 最困难的地方都讲得差不多了。那不晓得在座或是在网络上有没有人要问黄医师问题的？如果没有，我问黄医师个问题哈。黄医师刚刚讲到一个很重点哦，加码在去年年底已经提出一个 way run 的一个来促进诊断的一个方式啊。那我们都知道，事实上诊断在我们就好像我们的大脑成熟，实际上是一个神经的 network 哈。那不晓得你有没有在什么情况来期待我们的 AI model 可以做到像，就是这种way run可以快速到可以让我们的医学生可以快速的得到我们老前辈的经验，在很短的时间之内，做出一些诊断，这是第一个问题哈。那第二个问题就是说，事实上你也讲出了这个 AI 的这个建制哈，事实上是我们等于是我们在对机器的训练，让我们得到诊断或治疗，可是它就失去了我们传统医生对病人的 处理的感觉，是会不会因为我们这样太过于在 AI 的 model 的训练的之下，反而对病人的照顾上呈现更加的冷漠感？好，我们简单问黄医师这2个问题。
谢谢，非常这个沈院长的问题都是完全就是切中这个 AI 现在大家所讨论也是不管说是一种需要挑战或是突破的点我想就是沈院长指出的这2个部分那在这个所谓的这一个next generation 的一个 dynamic 的一个所谓 way fighting 的这个过程中那这个事实上就是需要提升这一个就是说 AI model 的算力以及它整个这个module 验算的一个方式那在这里面来讲过去我们常就是说我们把资料倒进去它就是一个答案或是一个 prediction 那现在会变成是说我们现在会变成说，这个 model 可能要变成说，我们现在倒进去以后，它可能缺了什么东西，就是说，如果我们有加一个什么东西，它的诊断的，这个正确性可能就会在升高。那这个东西呢，当然就是会是完全另外一种就是设计这一个AI 流程的一种模式，就是等于把它变成有点智慧，就是这个 AI 就是变得更加有智慧。过去只是我们问你一个问题，他回答一个问题，然后呢，会现在变成说，我们问他一个问题后，他会问我们说，那你应该再加这个问题，好像这个智慧又增加，但是这个过程就是会非常的困难。但是我觉得，如果做到这一点的话，对于医学生的教育就会更加的提升，因为我们事实上有时候我们就是希望说，我们问这个医学生在看病人看一看的话，他跟我们报完 history 报完 PE 之后，我们会问他说，那你觉得下一步应该要做什么？你下一步应该要做？其实我们很常问我们的学生说，我们教他们说，我们他说你的想法是什么？那 AI 如果可以慢慢训练到这样的地步，我觉得那整个对我们的教育就会非常的好。那第二个问题事实上是更加的 critical， 就是说这我们跟病人的关系，甚至是说我们这些 AI 好像就快要。就是好像这医师是不是就真的不用发挥我们的一种这个跟病人 interaction？ 那事实上基本上我觉得这个是可能从一些例子上面我们可以看得到，就是可能我们在当学生的时候，或是现在我们的学生跟我们讲说，这个老师你这样很奇怪为什么我刚刚才去问病人问了半天，我问了半个小时，然后就是问半天就是问不到这个 key point。那你一来问一下病人马上就说对他这个脚痛只有一脚痛摸不到这脚冰冷寒冷你马上就诊断出来所以事实上困难点就在于说我们怎么样得到正确的 history 跟 PE。我觉得这一点事实上是目前也很难突破就是我们再怎么样格式化的问法。那这个是不是可以问到足够的 history 来做判断？我觉得这个是您在 AI 跟这个临床上一个很大的挑战。我讲的比较直接点，就是说我们可能一个还没有临床经验的一个医学系的学生，他来问 history， 把他 history 通通倒进去 AI 里面，会不会得到诊断？可能也是不会。所以前面的训练以及跟人的互动，以及这个怎么样问到正确 history， 我觉得这个是。目前还是不可或缺。那当然 visual diagnosis 可以取代，也许一部分可以取代我们的眼睛可是这个触觉，甚至我们最重要的这是医生的这个神手一摸就知道是什么，这个可能都还需要更多的突破。那当然，如果是用想象的时候空间来讲，这以后会不会 AI 可不可以解决？也许可以了可是那个距离可能就跟自驾车什么时候开始完整上路，可能比那个还要远一些所以我想这也是一个未来的一个途径，可是有没有机会？应该都有机会。我想这是一个互动谢谢。
好，谢谢黄医师的回答。好像现场有一位听众要问问题。
是有一位提问因为时间的关系，我们可能这个提问的部分在此先提前结束。那再次感谢是那个不好意思，因为副院长说我们还是先接受最后一个提问，不好意思。
黄医师你好，那我也是黄医师，我是教学部黄孝宪医师。那想请教一下说，刚有关于这个 AI 预测的这个研究那在台大急诊室的临床上的话，目前会有搭配应用的部分或者是在未来，您觉得这样子的技术，比如说它的准确性，再加上您说的可能搭配一些老师的一些关键的问诊，它是不是可以提升的这个部分？ 那最后一个，我就一直今天一整天听下来，其实我最好奇的就是 AI 的部分，它未来您觉得在做到这个 reflection 哈，就是原本它只是一个 pattern 嘛，那我们经由那个它 AI 自己在升级，可以类似我们人智慧的这种 reflection 之后，在那个您觉得以目前的话有没有这样子的研究趋势呢？或者是说就您所知道的，有没有已经有类似的成果这样子？好，谢谢。
对，所以第一个部分来讲，就是说，在临床上运用，那 AI 的一个就是最大临床的挑战，就是说，它怎么样的运算、怎么样计算都不会是100%的正确，都不会是100%，所以那不是100%正确，临床上怎么运用，那事实上就是医师要决定，只是说他会去提示他。那譬如说在诊断上面这个部分来讲，我们可能就会提示他3个最可能诊断，还有2个比较不可能的诊断，那这样不要去漏掉。但是它能不能100%正确讲，它一定是哪个诊断？其实有时候我们连医师都没有办法，所以我们去教 AI 是我们教出来，所以 AI 当然可能也是没有办法。但是我们为什么要做这个提示呢？事实上就是怕会去遗漏一些重要的事情。那特别是如果经验不够的话，那这边事实上就可以去补足，去加强这个部分。那所以我们的这个第一个阶段都会是一个所谓的就是这个 CDSS 这 Clinical Decision Supporting 的这种 system 的方式去 apply 上去。那我们会真的 apply 上去，因为就跟刚刚报告，我们在临床试验现在已经在铺陈。那我们的 IRB 其实已经通过，所以我们会真的完全上线这几个模组，然后看看它的影响到底是怎么样？那它的效果到底是怎么样？这样子。那在这个 wayfinding 的部分就是刚刚讲 wayfinding 的部分有没有开始做？其实还蛮少的所以它才能够在2021年的这个年底的这个 JAMA 的这个大佬写出这样的文章。不过他指出来应该就是未来研究的方向这样子。
好，那谢谢黄医师的演讲那我们就请大会陈院长代表致送礼物了。
是因为沈院长今天是远端连线参加，所以这边邀请陈胜环院长代理颁致赠感谢状，谢谢。谢谢，再次感谢黄建华主任的演讲。那主办单位，没事。好，那接下来要进行今天的最后一场演讲。那我们邀请到台北荣民总医院林永阳副院长为我们介绍讲者，有请林副院长。
好，在座的陈院长，还有各位贵宾，还有我们刚刚沈院长，还有黄主任，非常感谢大家今天来参加。那今天我来介绍我们的压轴的演讲，我们的教学部，我们杨莹莹主任。杨主任实际上他在过去医学系，那一路以来他拿到2个 PhD， 临床医学研究所的 PhD。还有公共卫生研究所的 PhD， 都是阳明大学，现在是阳明交通大学。那除此之外，杨教授目前在理研所也是我们的兼任的教授。那杨教授在我们教学部里面从科主任，那现在是部主任。那我刚刚听到我们医学院的陈院长透露一个最新的消息，杨主任也刚得到优良教师奖非常恭喜他。那今天讲的这个题目，实际上很不简单的题目就是说，在整个教学系统里面，有很多的不同的评分系统啦，或者就是各种课程，还有满意度，那不同层级的这个学生或者甚至老师。这种非常复杂的这些 system， 如何把它云端整合，那做一个有效能的呈现跟管理，那这是一个很困难的题目。那这个题目，我想就是我们的杨主任才能够来讲那我们热烈掌声欢迎我们的杨主任，谢谢。
谢谢所有线上的 就是贵宾、师长以及听众，陪我们一整天，也非常感谢现场陈正环院长，还有林永阳副院长，还有台大的黄主任，还有所有我们的就是贵宾哦。那今天早上从我们的所谓的科技时代的数位时代的医学人文，这是我们第一个 section。那第二个的话就是我们的这个科技的辅助临床运用。那第三个的话就是我们的教研的跨域人才培育。那最后就是元宇宙的这个医学教育的角色，所以我们这样一路下来，就会发觉说，其实我们过去的医学教育的这个研讨会就变得很多元了，我们就已经跨到临床应用端。那现在我们就是走到最后一个 session， 所以大家已经听了一整天的 AI 跟人工智慧，所以我这边就来讲一个比较不一样的题目了哈，因为就是让大家的那个情绪稍微放松一下。所以我今天讲的是我们如何用一个就是透明化的这个临床教学服务的整合平台建制来做这个全院的课程推广，主要是在继续教育这一块了哈。那这份也非常感谢我的那个老师就是前教学部主任，就是现在阳明交通大学的杨丽教务长，他在过去的7年当中就是透过就是我们师培科陈明德主任，还有林记李仲明主任，还有包括行政组实证中心等，我们建制有一个非常好的这个全院的这个教育系统那我觉得这个是在继续教育推广上面扮演非常重要的角色，也推广到7家分院跟委托经营的医院这个跟大家稍微做一些经验的分享。所以我们在北荣的话，其实包括我们的新进的这个训练还有包括的在职教育跟医学院校等，就是有不同的这个任务那它需求的课程有非常的多，混合的、直觉的或者是视觉。那所以我们要怎么样去满足这总院7家分院跟2家委托医院，这需要有个庞大的系统。这个其实在很多的医院都有在建制这样的平台那我们在过去这样的平台遇到的困境是，它面对全院在5000多人的使用它就是有所谓的服务的对象，它是非常多元，所以它会有很多的不同登录的方式那就有时候会让人有点混淆所以我们第二个的话就是说，我们的医学教育的趋势一直在改变，大家今天可以听得到很多的元宇宙啦，很多不同的，所以我们在平台上面常会需要一些弹性的位置来创建一些课程那怎么样在系统里面达成这个目标？那第4个就是说，我们的母系统在更新的时候，怎么样让子系统不受到影响？第5个就是临床教学透明化然后友善、直觉式的一些介接等还有第6就是如何去维持这个教学评量的一个和谐的律动，是我们过去努力的一个目标所以我们在解决方面的话，我们就是用这种单一的登录机制让它整合多重的使用的对象另外就是我们有开课跟上课流程精简式、直觉式的这种设计，还有就是涵盖这个非常广泛的学习记录这部分在陈正环院长过去在师培科的时候也带着我们在管理。其实我们在北荣的教学部师培科的责任非常的重包括我们的 EDU 的所谓的数位教务处的全院系统，加上还有 TS 就是教学评量系统都可以达到这个可靠以及涵盖这个广泛的这个学习记录的一个记录。另外就是流畅的这个评核跟回馈的机制，所以我们老师可以在任何地方都可以做评量跟回馈那当然我们有专门的资讯的工程师，所以做严谨的系统维运的管理跟治安的管理所以我们在过去的话就是内聚就是凝聚内部的力量，跟资讯室还有各个40几个临床单位一起去努力这一块那在疫情之下，我们突然数位的课程的需求增加，所以在这时候刚好就是我们这个 EDU 跟 TS 系统就赶上这个需求可以我们本身母系统数位教务处下面有很多的位置，所以它在我们的就是说下面的系统在更新的时候，其实母系统是不动的所以下面的系统可以一直扩充各种的运用的弹性课程跟设计所以这是我们的系统有达到这样的一个需求那当然我们的院外的学员的使用也非常的多所以我们也用这个相关的这种方式让他们可以直觉的来使用。那我们也定期做一些治安的维护跟相关的一个建制的扩充那这是我们在这个系统上面的一个效果。所以我们可以看到，就是数位教务处它本身，就是可以看到它数位教务处EDU，然后下面就是有所谓的这个 share course， 就是我们的套装课程，还有 VHS 3是终身学习的，那可以满足所有的课程的需求，所以这是我们这个 EDU 系统数位教育署达到的一个目标。那第二个就是我们涵盖面非常的广，可以看到我们老师可以直觉式的去开课和发布课程，通知上课的人。那我们的上课的学生可以从自己的护照里面清楚的去浏览他需要上哪些课，这是非常的直觉的一个画面，所以使用量非常的大。那当然就是还有一个透明的双向回馈，老师跟学生随时就是可以做直觉的互动跟回馈。那学员可以从他的护照，也可以去连接他的学习的历程的手术记录，还有病历等。这是一个非常方便的系统，这是非常的不简单。过去花了这么多的时间去建制。那所以在智慧化之后，我们的资料就可以一直储存，所以可以做一些分析。所以我们最近也做了一些萃取跟分析，可以在里面看出一些我们发展的一些脉络。那所以资讯的比对之后呢，我们就可以看到这个概念，就是说，在这个弹性扩充这一块，就是有很大的弹性。那因为我们的所有的数位系统，它都每过几年都需要更新，所以在更新的时候是下面在更新，上面不动，所以在这个弹性系统的扩充就会有很大的一个弹性。那所以我们在资讯化的多机构使用者单一登录的时候，我们是利用电子邮件跟身份证双验证，确保资格符合。所以我们在使用者登录之后，他会到 EDU 去验证之后，再告诉他说他可以登录。所以密码是使用者制定，所以不需要经过本院的传递，所以降低了治安的风险。所以对于各种来源的使用者来讲，都是相同的发送动作，系统层面的验证过程完全被隐藏，所以有达到这个资讯安全的保护的这个效果。所以基于这样子，所以我们可以看到，我们过去就是在这个 EDU 系统里面，我们涵盖了广泛的资讯化的学习记录，可以看到实体课程还有数位课程的使用量一直都就是持续的有成长。那我们的使用对象包括西医、中医、牙医，还有11个职类，他们在这个系统上面建置了非常多的护照，所以可以看到这系统真的是一个继续教育的一个根基，可以整个散发全院的一些相关课程。所以可以看到，就是说我们这几年所有的就是医师职类，还有我们的西中牙医都非常依赖这个系统，所以需要很大的一个维运，所以直接也降低了纸张的消耗，也达到这个环保绿能无纸化的这些过程。所以每年大概有23万张的纸张可以被节省，那大概可以节省这虽然不多了，但是累积起来还是有意义的，就18万的制作费，也可以节省2立方公尺的储藏空间，所以可以达到节能省碳的贡献。所以我们在这个系统的话，包括北荣总院、7家分院还有委托经营医院都有相当的使用量。那我们最近就针对这个 EDU 到底可以做什么，就做了一篇研究。那我们就把我们的系统的资料从2014到2021把它萃取出来，经过一些分析那我们的 EDU 系统其实它本身涵盖资料非常多，包括你这个课程到底是全院性还是单位开课，教学模式是面对面还是说是实体是线上还有它的那个一些细节的资料都在上面那我们可以看到，就是说我们那个在机构式的全院性的课程里面开的最多的还是以这个教学部跟护理部，还有就是医学研究部为主。那在单位开课的话，主要是以内科部还有护理部跟药学部，所以的确是有符合需求了就是说因为我们的教学部跟医研部跟护理部都是开一些全院性课程，那单位里面落地之后还是以内科、外科跟这个护理部的开课为大宗那另外就是可以看到，就是从2014到2021的话，其实我们的全院性开课其实有减少，代表说我们达到了一个 dissemination， 就我们有些课是全院开课之后，它就散落到各地去开花结果，所以在单位内的开课量就变得逐步增加，这也是一个系统透明化之后的一个效果了。那另外就是开课的种类的话，包括师资培训还有一些全人医疗跟实证和感控等类别非常的多，最多还是以这个护理的这个师资培训跟医师的师资培训为主。那另外我们特别注意到一个现象，就是我们的系统 因为我们的国家政策跟整个评鉴制度非常的强调全人照护所以我们的系统也满足了这样的需求。所以可以看到，从我们的数位教务处系统抓出来，可以看到全人的课程跟实证医学的课程这几年在不管是在这个全院开课跟单位开课都有增加而且就是在单位开课的增加的速度比就是全院来得快就代表说我们这系统的确是一个可以让我们的全院的开课的这个效力可以穿透到单位，可以让单位各自化去设计它的课程，达到一个深入单位的一个效果，特别是在全人医疗跟实证的课程。那这就可以看到，就是我们的全人医疗的课程就是在不管是全院或单位都有增加，但是实证看起来的话，这几年就是都落地到单位了就单位里面的开课实证课是持续增加，那全院的课程是算持平或者是有点往下降。那这也代表说我们这个系统可以满足各式各样的开课的一个需求。那所以我们在这个系统里面也看到一些现象，就是说我们参加的这些课程的参加者还是以医师为主啦，所以是不容易。我们的医师都非常的忙碌为什么可以让这忙碌的医师都可以在这个系统里面去上课？代表说这个系统设计的非常流畅跟方便不受时间空间的限制，所以我们的医师参加的这个就是人数比我们的行政人员跟就是非医师的这个医师之类都是多的那尤其是在这种全人医疗跟实证的课程里面看起来就是的确是可以。那当然我们这个系统在建设当中包括当初的需求访谈，还有就是种子教师的训练，还有单位的种子人员的训练，跟后来的评估，还有一直优化，这个大概就是过去大概10几年的一个建制所以可以让这个系统本身越来越满足大家的一个需求。那当然我们可以看到，就是说随着疫情有一些这个线上课程的需求，就可以看到我们的课程的类别就从面对面到线上，跟以床边教学为主的课程都在这边落地生根那也可以看到，就是说在这个课程的类别里面，在机构性上面还是以这个 keynote 的演讲跟工作坊跟 seminar 为主啦。在单位内的话就比这边多元，这边只有大概4大类，那单位内就可以到10几种代表说的确这个系统可以满足所有的老师单位内开课还有上课者的需求，所以可以收纳非常多的课程类别我们也稍微去分析一下，就是我们这个系统使用的使用者他有没有很多是在院外可以看到，就是我们北荣的院内使用70%的话，院外大概也达到了接近30%那这个院外的有趣的是，它是很多的这种就是一些非常比较大型的电信公司的这个透过他们的网络来连接，包括中华电信还有远传、大哥大等，都是就是可以透过，代表说我们这系统它在院外随时随地透过不同的固网可以来使用。那登录的时间其实看起来的话，除了白班以外啦，大夜也还蛮多的，还有小夜，所以的确这个系统它的确是日夜不停的在运作达到24小时提供服务的一个效果。所以整体来讲的话，我们这数位教务处从我们的20应该有13年走过来就是说多机构的单一登录，加上一些治安的保护加上各种课程的满足，有非常多的一些优化了还有这个是我们过去一些满意度的一些分析。所以我想在不管是元宇宙或者是一些新的方式里面，它需要有一个系统来管理我们的学习记录可以让学员跟老师随时从里面萃取资料。那我们这边小小的经验大家可以跟大家做一个分享所以主要是因为除了这个 EDU 的系统以外，其实我们也有一个叫做报道的系统TMS， 就是我们的学员可以在里面进行报道所有的东西都无纸化。那这个报道系统的话，我们到现在已经到了第3代，那整个无纸化之后，可以节省这个使用者端等待的时间，就是跟换班的时间、观看作业等都可以达到一个效果。所以我们除了数位教务处以外，我们还有一个就是报道的离退系统，它可以满足各种的学员 UGY、PGY 还有海外学生还有在职教育等的需求。这个是我们目前的系统的建制。那所以可以看到，就是 TMS 这个是报道的离退系统，它事实上是可以让我们的资料保存，还有一些训练证明都可以从系统产出可以达到资讯的一个 那个智慧化的一些管理。所以我们觉得说，在今天这个就是数位科技、医学人文，还有这些各种元宇宙的这个世界里面哦，事实上我们在机构端，尤其在教育的教学的这样单位里面，我们要让我们的系统智能可以为学员准备好，他随时随地不受学习的限制哦。那对老师来讲，他的教学历程不中断，随时可以输出他的学习记录跟护照。那对我们的职员来讲的话，他可以节省他的排班的人力的时间啊，还有就是选课的精简啊，还有统计分析等。那对医院来讲，可以打造一个良好的一个教育环境哦。所以我想，在现在的这个时代里面，这些系统真的是有它的重要性哦，可以提供一个多元的一个感动的服务哦。所以我们过去也建制了这么多的系统，应该至少有11个哦。所以我觉得系统当中也带了一些故事哦。那最后的话，我们就是也跟大家分享一下，再回到我们的这个教学的这个主题。我们在过去的话，除了系统的建制以外，也发展了一些虚拟教材。那这边我们是针对心脏疾病的一个小的教材的一个分享。
更是高达50%。急性心脏衰竭常伴随急性呼吸衰竭，紧急进行气管插管为常见的处理方式。医师在第一时间的病因判定、急性期整体的照护。医疗人员的完整防护以及气道处置的熟练技巧，两组在互换。
所以我们是在呈现说我们过去AR、VR 等哦，这是我们因为我们一直在探讨说 AI 或者是一些虚拟的教材到底对训练的好处是什么，所以我们就是说希望找到重要的主题后，把它主题做一些重要的设计后，可以让我们的学习更流畅，而且也可以克服就是我们的学员到周边的人性单位的时候没有办法接近这些教学资源的困难哦。所以我们过去也尝试针对这个心脏衰竭并气道衰竭的这个主题做了一些努力哦。那这些教材其实是可以分享到就是说相关的教育的单位后，也可以达到今天我们探讨的，就是说资源共享，免得大家再去做一些建制。
若有操作错误，
好，那再往后面移一下。
像是有一些资源比较，
这个当然是我们透过这个混合实境，还有扩增实境哦，还有一些协作的这些教材的设计使用之后哦，我们希望说在这个重要的主题的训练上面可以达到它的效果。那这次选的主题是心脏衰竭跟气道处置的部分。
就是在每个关卡之间也有一个共同讨论。
算是有些地方可能是之前可能有上过，可是有点忘记，或是有些地方没有学到。培训学员透过问诊与评估。
那我的报告大概到这边，我们今天是介绍系统，那最后就是带入一点我们的过去的教材的一个建制哦。那也非常感谢今天所有的参与的师长、还有贵宾、还有线上的听众，谢谢副座，谢谢。
好，谢谢。感谢杨教授精彩的演讲哈，这个题目真的不容易讲，还有能够讲到让大家觉得感动哈，有收获，真的不简单。那不知道在座各位有什么问题或什么 comment？ 或黄建华教授在台大那边针对这个有没有什么 comment？ 不好意思啊，来麦克风。
不好意思，因为刚刚接一个电话，所以没有听到您的问题的重点。
就是针对我们这样一个 system， 整个 education system 整个这样子优化，在台大方面的相对的大概的现况大概是怎么样？就你所知。
对，就是说我们现在就台大教学部说实在，虽然我没有参加很多，不过大概我们的这个整个的医学生在 run 这个地方的时候，那我们大概就是有很多有一些所谓的模拟的学习，那还有我们的这个模拟的这个教学以及互动式的教学，那大概都有把这样的概念放进去。那在过去来讲，我们急诊也就是我比较负责急诊的教学，大概就是说我们急诊的一些我们有就是有一些系统，比如说 DX Diagnostic Assessment System， 那就是这个医学生可以透过这个跟就是电脑系统的互动，那来去做一些学习。那还有就是多点的学习。那目前还有就是说，因为我们也是有一些分院，所以在分院之间的连接，那事实上也是透过这样的视讯系统，那再做一些整合的部分。对对对，谢谢。
好，谢谢黄教授的 comment 哈。不知道大家还有什么问题要或评论或者是建议吗？好，很感谢大家今天参加一整天。那我想问一下杨主任，就是说针对你刚刚秀的几个 slide， 就是说，好像就是说有些全院性的系的开课，减少，那个别部门的开课增加，那这样的代表的意义有哪一些不同的意义吗？还是说，是代表说这个系统本身让每个部门都觉得非常好去应用，还是说代表某些主题或某些课是在个别专科的单位去开，是一个最好的一个趋势跟现况。
好，谢谢副座那个，因为我们这一次的那个研究主要是去看说全人医疗跟实证医学的课程，因为全人医疗它必须先建制概念，所以我们是认为说在全院性课程先训练了种子教师，可是它要落地的话，它必须要床边教学或面对面教学，所以它必须要能够在单位内开课，所以我们就看到这个系统，因为不只有教学部、护理部或者是医研部会用这个系统，专人会用，因为我们做了全院的人员的训练，还有单位的管理者，所以他们在开课的时候，因为流程很顺畅，所以他可以很快的去建制。所以我们认为这样的变化应该是说，我们这个系统它从全院已经友善到可以让所有的单位使用者都可以去开课。所以可以看到，就是我们全人医疗要落地到单位这个目的是有达到。那这个从这个系统上可以看到这样的一个迹象，包括全人医疗跟就是这个实证医学这块。那当然，我们如果去找其他的主题，可能也会看到不同的面向了。所以，我们是把这个认为说是这个对系统的正面的一个肯定。当然，系统还是有很多要克服的，就是说跟其他系统的嫁接、跟终身学习网啦，或者是其他的部分。那因为我们现在有10几个系统嘛，所以要怎么样把这些系统的功能统整，把它分成就是比如说是辅导行政是属于报道的，还有就是关怀评量的，或者是知识的备援。所以这11个系统，我们现在希望把它做这个分类了哈。除了 EDU 以外，我们有一些是做辅导行政，包括一些报道的流程的。那中间有一些就是培训循环，它是包括评量跟教学。那后面就是知识的一些建制，包括我们的那个医学图书组的这些 RPS 啦，还有自动化系统、资料库这些等。所以我觉得这个整个从这个系统上面好像有看到一些故事，所以未来可能还有一些事情要做，就是要把它做整合，然后怎么样由总院跟就是阳明交通大学啦，还有相关的体系的系统做一些连结，让我们的学员从他的校园端的资料可以到医院端，然后再连到他的未来端，这样子。
好，非常感谢哈，非常感谢。不知道大家还有什么问题？如果没有，那我们再次掌声感谢杨教授的演讲哈，谢谢。
是，谢谢杨教授的演讲。是，那也邀请林副院长为我们致赠感谢状。好的，再次感谢杨教授精彩的演讲。那杨教授这边担任主办单位，也要致赠纪念品给林永阳副院长。谢谢您今天的参与跟支持，谢谢。谢谢。那在接下来的论文颁奖典礼之前，主办单位杨莹主任要特别颁发纪念品，感谢特别担任颁奖人的第一位是来自国立阳明交通大学医学系系主任林景峰主任，谢谢您。
讲一下林主任得到这个奖当之无愧啊！林主任是向来在医学系还有相关的整个荣总的学生的教学是非常用心，几乎把他的家庭生活都奉献在学生身上，我非常感谢，谢谢。
感谢林主任。那第二位是台北荣总护理部部主任明金莲部主任，也请林永阳副院长帮我们颁发，谢谢。
主任在过去疫情前，现在疫情后的期间，贡献良多了把我们的这个护理师这个带得非常好，这个我们全国性的，特别荣总都非常缺专职护理师那林主任带得很好，掌声鼓励一下，谢谢。
谢谢林副院长跟明主任，谢谢。好的，那接下来进入今年2022年国际医学教育研讨会研究论文海报竞赛奖。那本次研讨会共征得56份稿件，其中42份进入复审。那经过本会委员会评选之后，挑出医师类10份以及医事职类10份进行颁奖。那首先颁发的是医事职类的佳作。得奖的有亚东纪念医院林静云、高雄荣民总医院复健医学部黄婉云、亚东纪念医院复健科张博雅，恭喜！那我们这边恭请明金莲主任为我们颁奖。是恭喜，谢谢。那接下来颁发是医事职类优选，得奖的有大林慈济医院护理部胡宇娟、卫生福利部桃园医院药剂科王新仁。那我们恭请张玉丽主任为我们颁奖。是恭喜，谢谢。那再来颁发的是医事职类特优，得奖的有弘光科技大学护理系叶明珍、高雄荣民总医院病理检验部黄玉贤。那我们恭请林景峰主任为我们颁奖。恭喜，谢谢。接下来颁发的是医事职类铜奖，得奖的有国泰综合医院神经内科专科护理师蔡颖。那我们恭请杨莹莹主任为我们颁奖。谢谢。接下来颁发医事职类银奖，得奖的是国立成功大学医学院附设医院孙婉娜，恭请陈振环院长为我们颁奖。恭喜，谢谢。接下来颁发医事职类金奖，得奖的是台北荣民总医院复健部朱婉婷， 恭请林永阳副院长为我们颁奖。恭喜，谢谢。接下来要颁发的是医师类，那佳作得奖的有高雄荣民总医院教研部吴辅荣、台北荣民总医院教学部林佑凡、高雄市立大同医院教研中心汪秀玲。那我们恭请明金莲主任为我们颁奖。恭喜得奖！那接下来颁发医师类优选，得奖的有国防医学中心通识教育中心许俊伦、台北荣民总医院教学部林佑凡。恭请张玉丽主任为我们颁奖。恭喜得奖！那接下来颁发医师类特优，得奖的有台北荣民总医院教学部医疗创新中心钟敬荣、三军总医院牙科部蔡婉智。那恭请林景峰主任为我们颁奖。恭喜得奖！接下来颁发医师类铜奖，得奖的是高雄长庚医院儿童内科部张玲思。恭请杨莹莹主任为我们颁奖。谢谢。接下来颁发医师类银奖，得奖的是台北荣民总医院教学部医疗创新中心林胜敏。恭请陈振环院长为我们颁奖。恭喜得奖！接下来颁发医师类金奖，得奖的是台北医学大学台北市立万芳医院刘俊义。那恭请林永阳副院长为我们颁奖。谢谢。那我们颁奖典礼在此告一个段落，在研讨会的最后，邀请到主办单位台北荣总林永阳副院长为今天的活动做一个闭幕致辞。有请林副院长。
陈院长，今天实际上我们医学院的陈院长是在过去这么多年来，在我们国际医学教育研讨会里面是扮演最核心的。那实际上，从去年杨延主任接任主任之后，实际上也积极的筹划，就能够把这个国际医学教育研讨会能够继续延续下去。要讲这个 研讨会是非常有意义。那我整个这样课程这样听下来，发现说哇，医学教育真的是非常的广泛，而且范畴非常的大。那应用到 AI， 应用到各式各样的，那当然回归过来还是要回归到我们的人性还有人文相关的，还有各种的管理人性化。那我想这一点非常不简单。那很感谢大家的参与哈，不论是线上，还有在场，还有我们的陈建仁副总统，因为今天的关系，那他没有办法来，他就帮我们录制，还有我们的陈惠明院长从头到尾一直以来非常 support 教育，他上任就是强调教育是非常重要。那所以他也在百忙当中，今天还有他非常重要的手术的这个时程他今天还特别用录制的方式来给我们勉励。那另外也给我们现场用这个实际的 online 的方式来主持那我想今天的所有的嘉宾演讲者都给这个国内国外这一场国际研讨会带来非常重要的一个 contribution。那在里面很感谢大家，那在场各位还有我们的教学部的同仁，还有杨颖英主任非常辛苦，这样在整个筹划过程中用非常大的力量。那还有我们的同仁不断的在拍照各种重要的一个留下重要的一个回忆。我想我们在这个医学教育实际上是不断的在进展，那也不断的这个转轮不断的在进展，所以我们还要再持续前进。那我们明年还会在这边相见那很感谢大家，谢谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢林副院长勉励。那接下来邀请国立阳明交通大学医学院陈正环院长做闭幕致辞，谢谢。
来，掌声鼓励一下陈院长。
林副院长，还有杨主任，还有在座的贵宾，大家坚持到最后，真的是非常的棒。在这里我仅代表国立阳明医学院以及医学系很荣幸能够这一次跟台北荣民总医院一起合办这一场国际医学教育研讨会。今天这国际医学教育研讨会的几个关键字：人文、科技、跨域、元宇宙，这些都是医学教育的现在的核心以及未来的核心，所以真的是非常好的设计，尤其在这里面人文就放在第一位，我想这是非常正确的一个安排。那么在执行的层面也非常感谢，就是不仅是教学部全员动员，那我也看到护理部还有药学部我们的司仪那么都是大家一起来把这一场医学教育研讨会办得那么成功，那么也非常感谢在线上的一些朋友们一起来参加。那么我们希望明年能够有更好的一个研讨会能够呈现给大家。我们继续合作，谢谢。
谢谢陈院长。接下来邀请主办单位台北荣总教学部杨莹莹部主任做闭幕致辞。
谢谢现场的那个陈正环院长，还有林永阳副院长，还有包括护理部明部长，还有药学部的张部长，还有林景峰主任那还有现场所有的嘉宾，还有所有的得奖者也要恭喜那也感谢很多莅临现场领奖的这些受奖的，还有一些虚拟的领奖者我们有一些没办法到现场的，我们还是有请大家来领奖。那非常的感谢，就是说我们在目前累积下来，今天浏览量大概是29000左右所以代表说大家线上参与非常的踊跃我们在 YouTube 直播非常的成功。那也要再次感谢，就是陈正环院长跟林景峰主任过去10年对台湾医学教育就北荣的医学教育研讨会持续的支援所以我们在过去就是外宾的演讲，就是陈院长跟林主任从来都不手软那就是把最好的这个外宾请过来。那在这次也是包括美国、纽西兰还有就是英国、日本等的那个，也非常感谢，就药学部跟护理部也帮我们就是找了最好的演讲。所以我们上午是以医师为主那下午的话就是跨域的这个就是包括护理、药学等的这个之类。那也非常感谢我们的教学部所有的教学群主治医师， 还有包括主管都是在现场全程的参与，还有踊跃的一些发问。那当然，我们这研讨会筹备已经超过半年以上过去在陈院长在师培建下的这个制度，我们一直以来，过去在国外或者是在其他机构都是找专门的公司来办。不过北荣真的不简单教学部是自己办，所以我非常感谢明德主任。明德主任在吗？师培科非常感谢就是近半年带着团队整个筹备我们常常晚上在传赖就是明德主任最近大家看他精神不太好，就知道说真的很辛苦那也再次感谢李宗明主任，那个灵机科的同仁的支持，我们感谢李宗明主任。那我们非常感谢我们的那个萧静茹萧组长医学图书组的同仁很多都出动来支持这个活动。再次感谢于新荣于组长那他的行政组的团队也全力的支持。但最辛苦的就是那个在录影的那一位我们范大哥范承认范大哥他这永远把最好的镜头留给大家所以大家记得看到他跟他微笑那我们时政中心郑主任，因为他今天就确诊之前确诊，所以他今天无法参与。不过刚刚很多的时政的同仁都来帮忙，所以也再次的感谢长官对我们的支持，尤其是林副院长他，因为那时候陈振荣院长就说，希望找到比较就是重量级的对医学教育还有人才培育非常关心的这个长官来给我们支持，所以林副院长他就。在百忙当中就花很多事去邀请了陈建仁副总统。那我们从陈建仁副总统他的演讲当中可以看到，他对于我们整个阳交大还有整个北荣教学服务团队一些肯定。那再次感谢各位师长长官的支持，也感谢同仁的辛苦，谢谢，谢谢。
谢谢杨主任。那今天台北荣总国际医学教育研讨会医教跨域新解方科技赋能创新应用在此圆满结束。那再次感谢所有讲者以及各位贵宾的参与。那也另外提醒需要学分的学员与会者记得要签退。那在这边敬祝各位平安并有个美好的周末，谢谢。